Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of The Will of Fire, Reignition. Summary: war, politics, and a Hokage who does not hold back. The shinobi world is on the brink of collapse, and Konoha needs a leader who can navigate the bloodshed. Enter Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Crimson Storm. Rising to the position of Hokage at a shockingly young age, this Naruto is a different breed, ruthless on the battlefield, yet fiercely dedicated to forging a lasting peace. In this alternate universe, Naruto is 4 years older than in canon and must survive political treachery, master high-stakes diplomacy, and outsmart enemies who want to see the Leaf Village burn. He is about to prove that true leadership requires more than just raw power, it requires a brilliant, unyielding mind. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Shea 1819, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 15. Echoes of the Hidden Stream. Konoha, Village Gates Dawn. The village was quiet in the hour before sunrise. Mist rolled low along the stone paths, curling around Naruto's boots as he stood at the main gate, cloak lightly fluttering in the wind. Shikamaru yawned behind him, dragging his pack behind him like it owed him money. "You realize normal people sleep before diplomatic missions, right?" Naruto smirked. "Then it's good we're not normal." Tenzo arrived moments later with ANBU Team Gamma, silent, masked, efficient. He gave a nod. "Perimeter is secure. We're ready." Shikamaru stretched his back with a groan. "Remind me again why I'm doing this." "Because you're my Chunin liaison, and I need someone who understands the politics and the paperwork," Naruto replied without turning. Shikamaru squinted. "You mean someone who's actually willing to read?" "Exactly." Shikamaru grumbled about why he always has to suffer. First it was his mom, then Ino during his genin days, and now as a Chunin the damn Hokage. Of course, these grievances were made internally. He wasn't dumb enough to do that. The sound of light footsteps reached them. Fu approached slowly, cloak drawn tight around her. She didn't look up. Not once. Naruto met her halfway with a warm nod. "Good morning." She gave a stiff bow. "Hokage-sama." "No need for that," he said. "Just Naruto." She hesitated, then nodded faintly. And together they stepped beyond the gates. Roadside, midday, forest path. They stopped for water near a gently running stream, sheltered by a canopy of trees. Birds chirped above, unconcerned with the quiet tension that hung around the group. Tenzo and Team Gamma spread out to form a perimeter, giving space without making it obvious. Shikamaru lay beneath a tree, arms crossed over his eyes, feigning sleep but listening. Fu crouched by the edge of the water, her reflection rippling beneath her. Her eyes didn't move. Just her fingers, tracing the patterns of the current like she was trying to remember something that refused to come. Naruto approached quietly and sat beside her, not too close. The water murmured between them for a while. Then she asked, "What was it like, for you?" Naruto glanced at her. "Being a Jinchuriki?" he asked. She nodded, still staring into the stream. He exhaled slowly. "Lonely. I used to act out just to get someone, anyone, to look at me. Even if it meant getting hit. At least it meant I existed." Fu's lips twitched. Not a smile. Something smaller. Sadder. "I wasn't allowed to be seen," she said. "I used to live in this basement chamber under the council building. They called it the sanctum. I thought that made me important. Like a priestess or something. She picked up a pebble and tossed it into the stream. It plunked without a splash. They didn't let the other kids play with me. Said I was sacred. Said I was blessed by the waters of the deep, whatever that means. When I was 5, a servant girl tried to give me a ribbon. They whipped her for it. Naruto stiffened. They told me it was because I was meant for something greater. That I wasn't meant to live like a normal person. They taught me how to meditate. How to listen for the whispers of the beast. Her voice dropped lower. They meant Komiai. She finally looked at Naruto. I didn't even know what he was for years. Just this voice that echoed when I was scared or angry. They said if I could learn to talk to it, I'd become the salvation of the hidden stream. I thought it was my friend. She laughed, hollow. Then one day, during training, I passed out. Lost control. Hurt someone. Bad. She didn't blink. They locked me in a stone chamber for 3 days. No food. No water. Said if the beast truly loved me, I'd survive. Naruto clenched his jaw. I was 8. Her voice wavered now. And I still believed them. I begged for forgiveness. I prayed to Komiai. I asked if I'd failed him. I thought it was my fault I wasn't good enough to be their hero. There was silence. I didn't even realize what I was until they sent me on the mission. When they gave me the scroll and said it was time to meet the Kyuubi's vessel. That I had to stop you. They said I wouldn't come back. But that my soul would be remembered. She hugged her knees. I don't think I ever really wanted to die. But I didn't think I had a future. Just a role to play. She turned her head toward Naruto again. And then you stopped me. Didn't kill me. Didn't mock me. Just looked at me. Naruto's voice was quiet, but steady. I saw someone who looked like me. Fu blinked. I know what it's like to be told your life belongs to something else. To be a symbol before you're even a person. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. But you're not sacred. You're not cursed. You're not some divine tool. You're just you. And that's enough. She didn't answer. Naruto reached down, picked up a stone, and flicked it across the water. 1 skip. 2. 3. I used to dream about parents. Friends I never had for a long time. I used to imagine what my mom would say during those times. Or what it felt like to be held again. It had become so long that I forgot. You ever do think about your parents? Fu nodded slowly. All the time. Naruto gave a small smile. We're not broken, Fu. Just unfinished. She looked down at her hands. Pale scars ran along the inside of her wrists, old, faint. Almost invisible. I don't know who I am if I'm not what they made me. You get to find out. And what if I don't deserve it? Naruto looked at her now, eyes sharp, unwavering. Then you'll just have to trust me. Because I know you do. Her breath caught. He stood and offered her his hand again. This time, after a long pause, she took it. Scene, Takigakyo's southern border. They arrived by midday. The landscape shifted as they descended from the forest into the lush valleys that fed the hidden waterfall's hidden terrain. The sound of cascading streams filled the air, mist curling around the mossy stones. Taki's natural defenses were subtle and ancient. A checkpoint waited at the bottom of the valley path, marked by a tall arch of woven roots and carved sigils. 4 shinobi stood in formation, 2 wearing elite guard sashes. They carried no banners, just wary eyes. Fu slowed when she saw them. Naruto didn't. He strode forward at a calm, steady pace, Tenzo and the ANBU flanking behind him, cloaked but unmistakable in presence. Shikamaru walked just off his left shoulder, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning everything. One of the guards stepped forward and bowed stiffly, respectful but cold. Hokage-sama. Takigakyo welcomes your presence under terms of temporary passage and council discussion. Naruto nodded. I appreciate your efficiency. The guard's eyes flicked to Fu. Then he spoke, too loud, too formal. The vessel may proceed as well. Fu flinched. Just slightly. Naruto's smile disappeared. He stepped forward once deliberately, not fast. Her name, he said calmly, is Fu. The guard blinked. Aye, of course. My apologies. You don't need to apologize to me, Naruto said. Apologize to her. The guard hesitated. Then turned stiffly toward her. Forgive me, Fu-san. She didn't respond, just nodded once, eyes low. Naruto continued forward. The path cleared immediately. No one stopped him. No one dared. Takigeku's council hall, that afternoon. The chamber smelled faintly of damp wood and old incense, a stale attempt to mask the rot beneath. Naruto stood before a semicircle of Takigeku's council, 9 elders, each seated in carved stone chairs too large for their thinning frames, each dressed in ceremonial robes that looked like they hadn't seen actual combat in years. Tenzo stood behind him like a shadow. Shikamaru leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, brows low. Fu remained outside, by Naruto's request. They didn't deserve to see her. Not yet. Counselor Retsu, the eldest and clearly the speaker among them, cleared his throat and launched into a pre-rehearsed speech. We are, of course, grateful for the Leaf's attention and assistance in this time of reconstruction. The unfortunate rebellions and the war have left us weakened. As such, we welcome your presence, Hokage-sama. Polished. Empty. Another elder, a woman named Ichiraku, smiled tightly. We've discussed the possibility of trade route reintegration. Naturally, we'd expect Taki to retain full sovereignty over its affairs. Naruto tilted his head slightly. And your affairs currently include cutting off farmland from half your village while prioritizing luxury goods for your inner ring? The room froze. Counselor Jinto chuckled, trying to defuse. Surely the reports you've seen were exaggerated. They weren't, Naruto said. And neither was the one about your council diverting 2/3 of aid rations from Kusa to your private stores. Ichiko's smile faltered. Well, I'm sure that's a misunderstanding. We've faced bureaucratic hurdles. Stop, Naruto said. The word hit like a drop of ink in water, soft but staining everything. His gaze swept across the chamber. You've had years to fix this. And you didn't. You consolidated power, hoarded resources, and sacrificed your own people for stability that only benefited you. Retsu stiffened. You don't understand the pressures of maintaining order in a fractured state. Naruto stepped forward, cloak brushing the floor. His tone didn't rise, but it sharpened. I understand exactly what it means to carry a village's future on your back. I do it every day. I also understand that sometimes, the ones who started the fire are the last people who should be trusted to put it out. The council said nothing. Naruto's thoughts churned beneath his calm surface. They didn't even ask about her. They didn't acknowledge the part they played in turning a little girl into a weapon. They don't regret it. They regret losing control. He let the silence build. Then, quietly, this was your chance. To rebuild. To atone. He turned his back to them. And you wasted it. Just outside the council hall, late afternoon. The doors swung shut behind them with a heavy thud. The courtyard outside was still and hushed, with only a faint breeze carrying the sound of the waterfall below. Naruto stepped down from the stone platform, the weight of what just happened still fresh on his shoulders, but his face was unreadable. Shikamaru followed at his own pace, hands in his pockets, brows furrowed in thought. For a while, either of them said anything. Then, that was pretty brutal, Shikamaru muttered. Naruto glanced sideways. They earned it. No argument there, Shikamaru said, stopping beside him. You could have taken the diplomatic route, though. Sugar-coated it. I don't sugarcoat rot. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Shikamaru's mouth. You're really trying to change how the game is played, huh? I'm trying to change who gets to play, Naruto said. They started walking again, toward the square. Shikamaru's voice was quieter now. You could have done nothing. Just let Konoha rebuild its own. Let the other villages fall in line or fail. Yeah, Naruto said. But then I'd be no better than the last generation. Shikamaru tilted his head. You really think it can work? This whole everyone shares the table thing? Naruto didn't answer immediately. Then, I think it has to. Or one day, someone like me is going to burn everything down just to rebuild it. Shikamaru looked over at him, thoughtful, almost uneasy. I'm not trying to be their savior, Naruto continued. I'm trying to give them a choice they were never offered. People like Fu shouldn't exist. Not like that. Not because someone was too afraid to admit they were wrong. Shikamaru stared at the ground as they walked. You're not the idiot some of the counselors say you are, he said at last. Naruto grinned. Thanks. I said not the idiot. Never said smart. Naruto laughed. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. Still, this alliance idea. The embassy network. Getting ahead of wars instead of cleaning them up after, it's smart. Real smart. He paused. Pain in the ass to plan. But smart. Naruto gave him a sidelong look. That a volunteer I hear? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Troublesome. But he didn't say no. Takigakure village center, next morning. The mist was still thick in the basin, but the sun burned against it, slowly peeling back the veil. Word had spread. The Hokage of Konoha had dismissed Takigakure's council. No one knew what would happen next. But the villagers came anyway. The square filled with silent, cautious eyes. Farmers. Artisans. Genin with half-stitched flak jackets. Mothers holding children. No fanfare. Just people. Waiting. A simple wooden platform had been erected overnight by Tenzo and Team Gamma. Nothing fancy. Just enough height to be seen. Naruto stepped onto it as if it were any other street corner. He didn't wear formal robes. No crown of office. Just his red cloak. His presence. And the weight of what he carried. Shikamaru stood to the side with a notepad already in hand. Tenzo stood at the back, arms crossed. And behind Naruto, just behind, stood Fu. Nervous. Silent. But present. Naruto let the silence breathe. And then he spoke, not loudly, but clearly. I didn't come here to conquer your village. I didn't come to punish it. And I didn't come to tell you how to live. He paused. Let them absorb that. I came here because I've seen what happens when people like them. He gestured subtly toward the distant council building. Get to decide what's best for everyone, and never have to answer for it. Some in the crowd glanced at each other. Whispered. I know your pain. Not from scrolls. Not from reports. I lived it. I grew up in a village that feared me. That used me. That ignored me until they needed something dangerous. Naruto's voice didn't waver. Some of you did the same to her. He didn't name Fu. He didn't need to. There were flinches. She was just a girl. Just a child. And instead of raising her, protecting her, giving her a life, she was given chains wrapped in prayer beads. His gaze swept across the people. You didn't save her. You survived her. There was silence again, but it was heavier now. Regret. Guilt. Understanding. I'm not here to hold that over you. I'm here to say this, you don't have to keep living in fear. You don't have to keep bowing to people who sit on high and never bleed with you. He held up a scroll and unrolled it. This is the charter for a new kind of partnership. A permanent Konoha embassy will be opened here. Not a fortress. Not a command post. A bridge. He handed it off to Shikamaru, who stepped down and started walking it into the crowd. From now on, if you have a problem, you don't bring it to the council. You bring it to us. And we'll solve it together. A murmur swept through the plaza. Louder now. Hopeful. We're going to fix your water systems. Your roads. Your schools. Not because it helps us, but because it's right. Naruto stepped down from the platform, level with the people now. Tell us what's broken. A voice spoke up from the crowd. The grain storage collapsed last winter. No one fixed it. Shikamaru scribbled it down. Grain storage, Priority fix. Another voice. We haven't had medicine since the last raid. Our kids are getting sick. Tenzo nodded. We'll set up a supply station immediately. One by one, the villagers began to speak. Hesitant. Then confident. Loud. Clear. And they didn't look at the council building once. Naruto turned to the gathered crowd again. The power is yours now. I won't let anyone take it back. And as the villagers surged forward, asking, hoping, believing, Fu stood off to the side, watching it all unfold. For the first time, no one avoided her gaze. Takigakure, village center, 2 days later. The waterfall had grown louder. Or maybe it just seemed that way now that the streets weren't filled with whispers. The plaza had transformed. Wooden scaffolding had gone up over the grain storehouse. Tenzo's men worked alongside young villagers to rebuild the broken roof. Konoha Mednin had arrived that morning and were already taking stock of the clinic. Children ran through the square again, not many, but enough to make the village feel alive. Naruto stood near the edge of the fountain, sipping from a clay cup of river-chilled tea. Fu sat nearby, watching a group of kids draw in chalk along the cobblestones. She smiled, faint but real. I never thought I'd see this place laugh, she said. Naruto didn't respond immediately. Because he noticed something. Not far from the scaffold, a man in simple clothes stood atop a crate, giving quiet instructions to a group of villagers. They nodded, some excited, some anxious. But they listened. And they followed. Naruto recognized the man. He was one of the few villagers who had spoken up on the first day, about medicine shortages. Since then, he'd reappeared every time Naruto had called for local coordination. Organizing lists. Gathering volunteers. Translating government speak into something people understood. Naruto handed his cup to Fu and stepped forward. Your name is Renga, right? The man straightened quickly, eyes wide. Why yes, Hokage-sama. I wasn't trying to interfere, I was just… Naruto raised his hand. Relax. You're doing good work. Renga blinked. I just wanted to help. People kept asking questions, someone had to answer them. Naruto studied him for a moment. Quiet strength. Tired eyes. No ambition, but plenty of conviction. Perfect. You should keep doing that, Naruto said. Renga hesitated. You mean? I mean I'm not staying here forever. And someone needs to represent the people when I'm gone. Someone they trust. Renga looked stunned. I'm not qualified for that. I'm not a shinobi. I was just a schoolteacher. That's exactly why it should be you. Naruto stepped closer, voice low and certain. You've lived through the worst of this place and still chose to serve it. You speak with the people, not over them. That's the kind of leadership they need. Renga swallowed. What do I even do? Naruto handed him a scroll. Start building a new council. From the ground up. Farmers. Healers. Veterans. Builders. No more cloaks and titles, just people who give a damn. Renga stared at the scroll like it weighed 100 pounds. Bring them together. Draft a civic charter. Konoha will send advisors, but we're not going to run your village. You are. The man finally nodded, slowly. I'll do my best. Naruto clapped a hand on his shoulder. Make that your worst, and we'll still be ahead of the last group. Renga laughed nervously. As Naruto turned to leave, he added one last thing. And remember, you don't work for me. You work for them. Takigakure, edge of the basin, sunset. The sun dipped low, casting the waterfall in hues of amber and violet. Mist shimmered above the basin like a veil of memory. Fu sat on the stone railing overlooking the village. Her legs swung slightly, bare feet tapping the ancient moss-grown edge. She held the empty clay cup Naruto had given her earlier, turning it slowly in her hands. Naruto joined her, hands resting on his knees. For a moment, they said nothing. Then Fu spoke. It's quieter now. Naruto nodded. You did that. She glanced at him, unsure. Me? You being here. Standing tall. Existing. That was the spark. Fu looked down. I'm not brave like you. Naruto shook his head. You're braver. I was born in a village that hated me as soon as my dad sealed the Kyuubi in me, sure. But you were raised to believe you had to die for them. And you survived that. Fu's throat tightened. I want to believe it'll stay like this. That they'll keep being kind. They will, Naruto said. Because they'll have something to lose if they don't now. Rengo will keep them honest. And if he falters... He smiled slightly. I'll be back. She exhaled slowly. So, is this it? Am I just supposed to stay here? Naruto leaned forward, his tone shifting, quieter, heavier. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Fu stiffened. What do you mean? He looked her in the eyes. There's something coming. Something worse than another war. You heard of the Akatsuki? She nodded faintly. I've confirmed they're hunting Jinchuriki. Already made moves in the outer reaches. They're organized, deadly, and completely off the radar of most villages. Fu's grip tightened around the cup. If you stay here, you'll be vulnerable. And right now, IWA and Kumo are still watching everything. The moment you're unguarded, I could disappear, she whispered. Naruto nodded. That's why you're coming home. She blinked stunned. Konoha. I didn't fight for you just to leave you behind. But I know you need time to finish what's here, say your goodbyes, find closure. So once that's done, you'll move to Konoha permanently. Fu was quiet. Where would I stay? She asked. With the family, Naruto said. Then he stood, reached into his cloak, and pulled out a simple folded paper. They were the ones who took you in at first, remember? The old man in the wheelchair. The woman with the warm tea and the scary good cooking. Fu's eyes widened slightly. Naruto handed her the paper. They asked if they could make it official. I approved it this morning. She unfolded the paper slowly. Read the names. Naoki and Sakai Kato. The former ANBU commander. She whispered. That was him. Naruto nodded. He never had kids of his own. Said he gave too much of himself to war. His wife and he have only ever adopted orphans. But you? He sees a future in you. Fu didn't speak. She folded the paper carefully and held it to her chest. You're not alone anymore, Naruto said gently. Not ever again. She looked up at him, eyes wet but clear. Why are you doing this for me? Naruto smiled softly, sad. Because someone should have done it for me. She let out a shaky breath. Then, with all the courage she had left, she asked, Will you visit? He laughed. Try and stop me. Departure. The mist swirled around the ridge as Naruto and Shikamaru descended from the cliffs of Takigakure, their red and black silhouettes trailing into the early light. Fu stood behind the village basin, not waving, but watching. Alive. Free. Becoming. The wind shifted. And far, far away. Oto, underground facility, unknown location. The lighting was dim, humming red from chakra generators buried in stone. Water dripped from cracked pipes. The ruins of Orochimaru's lair had long since collapsed, but parts of the underground network still breathed. A lone figure moved through the corridor, barefoot, precise, unafraid. Karen Uzumaki pushed her glasses higher on her nose, eyes sharp behind the lenses as she examined a glowing seal matrix embedded in the wall. It's reacting again. Behind her, a masked subordinate stood silently. Karen placed her palm against the pulsing glyph. The energy signature is Uzumaki, old blood. But it's not me, she murmured. The seal flared briefly, then faded. She turned slowly, red hair glowing like a wraith in the dim light. Tell the others, we got a problem. She didn't smile. She didn't need to. Because something had awakened. And it was waiting. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 16, Whispers Beneath the Vines. Konoha, ENBU Archives, Sublevel 4. The air underground was still and unnaturally sterile, the kind of silence designed to bury things, not preserve them. Kakashi moved quietly between shelves of old ENBU mission scrolls and classified dossiers. He wasn't on official assignment. This was something else. A whisper in the night. A gut feeling. He reached the restricted archives, found the drawer labeled Uchiha, Internal Security, Classified, H. It wasn't locked. That was clue number 1. He slid it open and found fewer documents than there should have been. All sanitized summaries. Almost clinical. One stood out, an internal report from 2 months before the massacre. Surveillance orders. Subject, Shursui Uchiha. Kakashi frowned. He remembered Shursui, brilliant, sharp, loyal. Gone too soon. The official report claimed suicide, but this file listed a separate detail. Eyes were not recovered. He flipped to the appended witness notes, heavily redacted. One line remained intact. Individual matching Danzo Shimura's profile was seen in proximity of the Naka River hours after termination of subject SU investigated and dismissed. No further action taken. That was clue number 2. Kakashi's breath slowed. Why would Danzo be near Shursui the night he died? Before he could dig further, he noticed something tucked at the back, a sealed envelope with an old ANBU sigil. Not Roots. The main division. He carefully cracked the wax. Inside was a photo, blurred, grainy, taken from a rooftop vantage. It showed a meeting in the shadows. Danzo and Itachi. Together. And the timestamp? 1 week before the massacre. Kakashi's hand tightened around the edge of the envelope. That was never in the official records. Footsteps echoed above. Someone was coming. Kakashi vanished into the shadows, the photo and file tucked securely inside his vest. He had seen enough to know one thing. The Uchiha massacre wasn't what it seemed. Konoha, North Training Grounds. The sun had barely broken through the tree line by the time Kakashi arrived. Sasuke and Yukiko were already in motion, trading fast-paced taijutsu strikes, their movements sharp, efficient. Yukiko ducked a sweeping leg, countered with a palm thrust that Sasuke twisted away from, their rhythm fluid and escalating. Kakashi paused under the shade of a cedar, watching. His fingers lingered near the scroll in his flak vest, the one now holding a photograph that didn't belong anywhere near the official record. His eye narrowed slightly. Why were you there, Itachi? Sakura arrived moments later, breathless and drenched in sweat. Her hands trembled faintly, not from fear, but chakra exhaustion. Tsunade-sama's training, she groaned, dropping to the grass beside him. It's going to kill me. You'll survive, Kakashi said quietly, voice distant. I had to repair a ruptured chakra coil in a frog's heart. A frog. While it was still beating. Classic medic drills. I'm suing for chakra abuse. Kakashi didn't laugh. He didn't even smirk. That made Sakura pause. She looked up, noticing the way he kept glancing toward the trees, toward the distance. Kakashi-sensei? Before he could answer, Sasuke called over without turning. He's not here. Yukiko paused mid-stretch. What? He's with us, Sasuke clarified. But not with us. Kakashi blinked once, pulled from thought. Sorry. Just tired. Liar, Sasuke said flatly. Kakashi's eye narrowed, just for a moment. Keep that observation skill sharp. You'll need it. He finally stepped forward. No more kid gloves, he said. From here on out, we're training with intent. Real-world scenarios. Pressure. Danger. No safety nets. Yukiko raised a brow. Finally. Sakura groaned again. You're all insane. Sasuke, though, Sasuke didn't say anything. He just watched Kakashi a little longer, that analytical gaze flickering between tension and concern. Something's changed, he thought. And he's not ready to talk about it yet. But Sasuke would wait. And when the time was right, he would ask. Kusa border, returned to the grasslands. The grass was taller than Naruto remembered. The wind whispered across the open plains, carrying the faint scent of dew and wildflowers, a sharp contrast to the memory of scorched earth and bodies lying still in the mud. Tenzo and Shikamaru followed quietly behind him, along with the remaining ANBU escorts. Naruto paused as they crested a gentle rise, and there it was. The old battlefield. Now overgrown. But he could still see it. The flashes of light. The faces frozen in shock. The bodies falling mid-step. He could still feel the weight of his kunai in those moments, not as a weapon, but as a sentence. Shikamaru stopped beside him, following his gaze. This is where it happened, huh? Naruto nodded once. Most of it. Tenzo's voice was low. We're being watched. Naruto nodded again. And then from the tree line ahead, a figure stepped out, flanked by others. Uniformed. Calm. No weapons drawn. The lead man wore dark green armor. He had graying stubble and tired eyes that had seen too much war. Naruto recognized him instantly. Taka, he said. The man bowed low. Hokage-sama. Naruto's breath caught, just for a second. The boy he'd spared was a man now. You kept your promise, Naruto said quietly. Taka nodded. And you kept yours. You never came to destroy us. He gestured behind him. The council awaits, but I asked to meet you first. I thought you should hear this before anything else. Naruto said nothing, waiting. Taka took a slow breath. We haven't forgotten what happened here. We buried our dead with honor. We told their families the truth, that it was our mistake, not yours. And that you offered mercy before you offered death. He looked Naruto in the eye. We don't hate you, Hokage. We mourn what we became that day. Naruto's jaw tightened. We were starving, Taka continued. Abandoned by our allies. Pushed into a war we didn't understand. Our leaders sold us on pride because it was the only currency we had left. Naruto spoke finally, voice low. And I gave you fear in return. Taka gave a bitter smile. Maybe. But you also gave us clarity. That our strength wouldn't come from defiance, but from knowing when to stop fighting. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the narrow trail that led toward the village heart. Come! They're waiting. And this time, we're ready to talk. Naruto stepped forward, past the place where thousands had fallen, walking now not as the Crimson Storm, but as a man seeking peace. Kusugakure Council Hall, Roots of the Future. The council chamber of Kusugakure was carved partially into the cliffside, its interior lined with winding ivy and hanging moss. It wasn't grand, not like Konoha's, but it breathed history and humility. Naruto entered flanked by Tenzo and Shikamaru. Taka walked beside him, not as a bodyguard, but as a bridge. 5 elders sat around the stone table. Their clothes were plain, their expressions tired, but none of them looked bitter. If anything, they looked cautious. A tall woman with silver-threaded braids, Elder Tsum, by Taka's introduction, was the first to speak. Hokage. I won't insult you with empty welcomes. You stand in the land where your hands ended hundreds of lives. And yet you were invited. Naruto nodded. Because you're not afraid of the past. And neither am I. Another elder, older, sharper, voice brittle with wisdom, leaned forward. We've heard of your plans. Embassies. Infrastructure. Direct alliances. And we ask why? Naruto met his eyes. Because you shouldn't have had to fight us to be heard. The room was quiet. He continued. We're not building control. We're building connection. I want to make war an unthinkable option, not by fear, but by dependence. Shared systems. Shared supply chains. If one village bleeds, we all feel it. Shikamaru stepped forward and unrolled a scroll across the table, Another embassy charter, like the one in Taki. This one tailored for Kusa's unique structure, more agrarian, more decentralized. You'll retain sovereignty, Shikamura said. But communication will be direct. We'll help rebuild your food supply systems, your outposts, your eastern border defenses. In return, we expect transparency and early cooperation against rising threats. One of the elders frowned. Rising threats? Naruto's tone darkened slightly. There are groups in the shadows moving against Jinchuriki. Against stability. You've heard rumors, we've confirmed them. If we stand alone, we fall alone. Another silence followed. But it was heavier now. Thoughtful. Elder Tsum finally asked. What do you want in return, Hokage? Naruto didn't flinch. I want to stand here 5 years from now and know that this land never had to see another battle like the one I led. I want your children to outlive your grudges. I want peace that doesn't crack the moment food runs low or old men start whispering about glory. He stepped back. Not pressuring. Not pleading. Just waiting. Taka watched them quietly, hands folded behind his back. Elder Tsum looked at the others. Then she said simply, We accept your embassy. And your aid. Naruto bowed his head, not as a victor, but as a partner. Stone garden behind the council hall. The meeting had ended. Formalities signed. A provisional agreement drafted. The sun had begun to set behind the cliff, casting long shadows over the stone courtyard tucked behind the council hall. Moss grew over flat walking stones, and a still koi pond glimmered in the center. Naruto sat on the edge of the pond, staring into the water, his reflection rippling every time a breeze passed. Tenzo stood near the perimeter, as always, alert but relaxed. Shikamura plopped down onto a nearby bench, exhaling loudly as he stretched out his legs. Well, Shikamura muttered. That was surprisingly smooth. Tenzo raised an eyebrow. You sound disappointed. Just expected more yelling. A little drama. Maybe a death threat or two. Peace shouldn't come so quietly. Tenzo glanced at Naruto. Sometimes silence is just the echo of old wounds. Naruto didn't look up. They remember, he said. Shikamura tilted his head. Yeah. But they didn't throw it in your face. That's what makes it worse. The words surprised them both, not in anger, but in honesty. Naruto finally turned toward them, his eyes not bitter, just tired. They didn't ask for an apology. They didn't demand reparations. They buried their dead, and welcomed the man who killed them. Like it was simple. Shikamura shifted uncomfortably. You think they're hiding something? No, Naruto said. I think they've already suffered more than they'll ever say. Tenzo nodded slowly. Grief that doesn't scream runs deeper. Naruto looked back to the water. I see their faces when I sleep. The ones I killed. The one I spared. The ones I didn't reach in time. They don't hold a grudge. But I do. Shikamura said nothing. Just watched. Because he could see it now, the weight Naruto carried wasn't just diplomatic. It was personal. Not a legacy of glory, but of blood. Still, Naruto said, standing slowly, they chose peace. That matters. So we move forward. Tenzo stepped beside him. What's next? Naruto looked east, toward the bordering forest. We heard rumors out of this region, he said quietly. Strange chakra pulses. Red hair. Sealed ruins. He looked at both of them now. We follow the whispers. Kusugakure, old shrine grounds, twilight. The scent of rain lingered in the earth, not from a storm, but from the mist that clung to the moss and soil. Twilight cast long shadows across the village, softening stone and scar alike. Naruto had wandered without thinking, feet carrying him away from the embassy planning, away from the weight of scrolls and signatures. The villagers hadn't followed him, not in fear. Just in distance. Until now. He found himself standing in front of an old shrine, half overgrown, but still tended. Wildflowers bloomed unevenly at its base. Small white flags rustled in the breeze, tied around wooden stakes. He recognized the symbols. These were memorial stakes. For the fallen. His breath caught. Each stake had a name carved into it. Most were etched by hand, not professionally. Not shinobi graves. These were family-made. Some had personal trinkets, a ribbon, a carved frog, a chipped kunai. He stepped forward. One name stopped him cold. Riku. Age 12. Apprentice genin. He remembered the boy's face. And the way he never reached him. Naruto sank to one knee, brushing his fingers over the carving, as if somehow that gesture could make it less final. A quiet voice broke the silence. You remember them? Naruto turned, and saw an old woman standing behind him. Her eyes were cloudy with age, but her posture was straight. I do, he said softly. She walked to the shrine, set down a new bundle of white flowers, and knelt beside him. That one, she pointed to the same name, was my grandson. Naruto's mouth opened, then closed. She looked at him, not with hatred. Not even sadness. Just knowing. He ran into battle with a blade too big for his hands, she said. He thought he'd become a hero. I tried to stop it, Naruto whispered. I tried to end it before it started. I know, she said gently. I killed him. You stopped a war, she corrected. I lost my grandson. But I didn't lose my village. Or my son. Or my neighbor's children. She touched his shoulder, fingers light as air. We don't hate you, Hokage. We mourn what had to happen. Naruto didn't answer. You're not the monster they feared, she continued. You were the storm that broke the drought. He bowed his head, not as a shinobi, not as a leader. Just as a man. Thank you, he said. She stood slowly, using her cane. You carry their names. That's enough. Now let us carry yours too. And then, just like that, she was gone. But the air felt lighter. And Naruto stood, a little straighter. Kusa, village market, last morning. The embassy groundwork was underway. Shikamaru had delegated the logistical map building to Kusa's newer shinobi units, and Tenzo was already surveying outposts for security reinforcement. Naruto? He slipped away for a walk. He moved quietly through the outer stalls of Kusa's small open-air market, where the scent of drying herbs and miso soup clung to the breeze. Vendors eyed him with a kind of hesitant curiosity, not fearful, not reverent. Just wondering. That was new. He passed a stand where a young boy, maybe 8, was trying to carry a woven basket of carrots nearly half his size. It slipped from his arms and tumbled, scattering vegetables across the path. Naruto caught the basket with one hand before it hit the ground. The boy blinked up at him, wide-eyed. Then narrowed those eyes. Studied him. Are you him? The boy asked. The Crimson Storm? Naruto hesitated, kneeling to help gather the carrots. I used to be, he said softly. The boy frowned, confused. What are you now? Naruto smiled faintly. Trying to be something better. The boy didn't answer right away. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small carved leaf charm, and held it out. My brother carved this before the war. Said it'd protect me? He hesitated. I want you to have it. Naruto blinked. I don't need protection anymore, the boy said. Not if you're around. Naruto accepted it gently, feeling the worn, uneven edges, clearly carved by a beginner's hands. Thanks, he said. The boy nodded, scooped up the last carrot, and ran back toward the stall, shouting, He's nice! To whoever was listening. Naruto turned the charm over in his hand and slipped it into his pouch. Northern Kusa border, that night. The winds were colder here. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Tenzo stood before a sealed outpost gate, overlooking a stretch of mossy woodland. A messenger shinobi stood nearby, clearly unsettled. You said the signature was detected here? Yes, Hokage-sama, the scout answered. We placed monitoring seals after reports of chakra anomalies. 2 nights ago, the readings spiked. Then vanished. Tenzo knelt by the ground. There was movement. Someone's been here. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Any visual confirmation? The scout hesitated. Only rumors, sir. A red-haired woman. Wears fragments of Oto's old insignia. Moves like a ghost. Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged a look. Uzumaki? Shikamaru asked. Maybe. Naruto stepped forward. We go to Oto next. Oto ruins, below the surface. The tunnels were alive again. Not loud. Not thriving. But awake. Karen moved through the ruins like a memory in motion, brushing her fingers along the old stonework, seals long since faded, chakra threads half reactivated. She reached a room lined with tanks. All empty. Except one. And it pulsed with something faint. He's not the last. She turned her head slightly, sensing the disturbance to the north. Someone's coming. Then she vanished, like vapor pulled into shadow. The hidden bloodline. The entrance to the ruined village of Oto was a jagged maw in the land, half swallowed by time and silence. Stone spires leaned like broken teeth. The wind carried the smell of moss and scorched earth. Naruto stepped over a cracked threshold, his eyes scanning the ground. No chakra traps. No guards. Just presence. And then she stepped out from the shadows of a half-collapsed watchtower. Red hair. Sharp eyes behind glasses. A kunai in one hand, not raised but ready. Karen Uzumaki. She froze when she saw him, not in fear at first, but confusion. You're... She blinked, trying to process his features. You're not supposed to be real. Naruto met her gaze calmly. And you're not supposed to be alone. Karen didn't lower the kunai. You're... Uzumaki. I can feel it. But you're different. You're not like the others. Shikamaru stepped behind Naruto with a raised brow. That's one way to describe him. Karen's expression shifted. You're the Hokage, aren't you? I am. Her hand trembled, but she lowered the weapon. You killed Orochimaru. I did. She looked away, more ashamed than afraid. I'm not like him, she said. I wasn't part of his madness. I stayed for the research, for the archives. I wanted to find what was lost, not take what wasn't his. Naruto nodded once. Then show me. Karen studied him again, longer this time. As if deciding whether he was predator or kin. Finally, she turned and gestured for them to follow. This way. Oto's forgotten sublevel. They moved down an overgrown stairwell, deeper beneath the ruins than any known map recorded. Karen led them to a circular chamber where the stonework was older than the village itself. In the center lay a seal embedded in the ground, untouched for generations. It's Uzumaki, she whispered. And it's resonating with something. I tried to open it, but it needs a key, not a blade, not chakra. A burden. Naruto approached it slowly. The spiral sigils pulsed faintly. He knelt, reaching beneath his cloak. And drew a sword. It wasn't flamboyant. It wasn't etched with runes or glamour. It was simple, beautiful, old steel wrapped in worn cloth, with a small charm tied at the hilt, an old Uzumaki family crest. This was given to me after the archipelago incident, Naruto said quietly. From the last surviving priestess of Uzushio. It's called... He paused, thumb brushing the crest. Kizuna. Karen blinked. Bond? Naruto nodded. Because everything we sealed to protect someone else. He placed the sword gently against the seal. And the chamber came alive. Glyphs ignited. The stone floor split open, spiraling downward into a staircase swallowed by light. Naruto didn't move. Karen looked at him again, softer this time. You're related to the king, aren't you? Naruto nodded. Grandnephew. Distant bloodline. But I carry his legacy. She whispered. I thought all of us were gone. Naruto turned to her. We're not gone. Just scattered. And maybe it's time we came back together. They descended into the light, not as conquerors, not as survivors, but as heirs to a broken kingdom. And beyond the spiral, something waited. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 17, Heirs of the Whirlpool. The vault beneath Oto. The moment the seal released, the air shifted, heavy and old, as though time itself had been waiting behind the door. Spiraling glyphs faded, layer by layer, until the threshold opened into a wide, sloped corridor carved deep into the bedrock. Torch crystals lining the walls flickered to life, bathing the passage in a warm amber glow. Karen stepped through first, eyes wide behind her glasses. "It's one of the vaults," she breathed. "The real ones. Not decoys. Not research bunkers." Shikamaru arched an eyebrow. "Vaults? The Uzumaki built them across the mainland," she explained, voice steady with awe. "After the First War, before everything collapsed. For those of us who traveled or were scattered, they left secrets. Knowledge. Shelter." Her fingers brushed the wall reverently. "Only those with our blood can open them." Naruto stepped inside after her, the sword Kizuna humming faintly at his side as if it recognized the space. The vault was immense, not a cavern, but a library. Scrolls, chakra-bound tomes, family trees etched into the wall in red ink. Some glowed softly with seals still active. There were no names on the entry, just a single phrase engraved above the central arch. "Our memory is our defense. Our sacrifice, our strength. This is..." Karen trailed off. "It's like a time capsule. Or a will." Tenzo posted near the entrance. Shikamaru quietly took mental note of the structure and seal work, ancient, efficient, nearly perfect. Near the back, however, was a second door. Smaller, circular, and different. It bore the royal crest, a sword wrapped in spirals, and beneath it, a phrase etched in layered cipher. "Only he who holds the wound and remembers its weight may walk beyond. Speak the burden and the seal shall bend." Naruto approached, reading it once. Twice. Something stirred. And a memory came. Flashback. The bleeding archipelago, years ago. Smoke. Blood. The scent of salt and burnt steel. Naruto stood amid the wreckage, the sea raging around him. A dying voice crackled behind him, not angry but resolved. The old man, the last voice of the island, stared at Naruto as the rain fell. "Say it, child, when the sea cries red, say it. Kokai wa ishi and I naru. Regret becomes stone. Return to present." Naruto stepped forward and placed his palm on the seal. "Kokai wa ishi and I naru." The door glowed. Spirals spun outward in silence. And the lock uncoiled, one final hiss echoing down the chamber. Beyond it, only shadow waited. But Karen and Naruto stepped forward anyway. The last message of Uzushio. The final chamber wasn't wide, but it was tall, carved in concentric spirals that reached into the stone like the chamber was built within the heart of a whirlpool itself. At the far end stood a simple stone pedestal with a crystal orb pulsing faintly above it, sealed chakra, flickering like a final heartbeat. Naruto approached and laid his hand on the orb. It responded immediately. A ghostly shimmer of red chakra illuminated the room, and slowly, a projection formed. Not a living body, just an echo of memory, anchored to the seal. The figure was regal but worn, his robes tattered, his beard braided with age, his back slightly bent but eyes unwavering. The last king of Uzushio. His voice carried not power, but peace, weary, grounded. "If you are seeing this, then the bloodline has survived. And our end was not in vain." Karen stood frozen. Even Shikamaru looked shaken. "We fought with honor. But the world did not want balance. They came together, stone, cloud, and mist, not because we were a threat, but because we stood too tall, too long. And so, we made our last stand. We knew it would come. And so we made this, a memory, a hope." The king's eyes focused forward, meeting Naruto's as if he could see through the centuries. You are my heir now. Not by blood. Not by crown. But because you found this. Because you carry the weight. We sent our sons and daughters across the mainland. Told them to live. Not to seek power, but peace. Not to chase vengeance, but community. Uzumaki was never meant to be feared. We were meant to protect. To uplift. To love so fiercely that death itself would not silence us. His voice dimmed, eyes softening. If you carry our name, then carry it with joy. Not burden. Protect those who cannot protect themselves. Defend the innocent. Build something better. And if the world falls again, then let them say that the whirlpool rose twice. The projection began to fade. Goodbye, my heir. May your chains always spiral outward, not inward. The light died. Silence. Until Naruto turned, and saw it. A seat carved from red stone, shaped not like a throne, but like the center of a whirlpool, the spiral etched beneath it, leading outward into carved paths, as if others once sat around it. A council chamber. A home. Naruto walked forward and sat down. Not as Hokage, but as the last king of a lost people. The room didn't roar. It simply welcomed him. The weight of legacy. The silence in the chamber lingered even after the projection faded. Naruto stood from the seat. His fingers rested briefly on the carved stone, not with ownership, but with responsibility. Behind him, Karen hadn't moved. Her voice finally broke the quiet. You knew the phrase, she said. Not accusing, just trying to understand. Kokai wa ishi and I naru. That wasn't a guess. Naruto didn't turn around. No. And the sword, she continued, stepping closer, her tone sharpening. It was sealed away. Hidden from the world. Not even Orochimaru could find it, and he searched for years. So how did you? Naruto looked at her then, not dismissive, not evasive. Just quiet. Maybe one day I'll tell you, he said. She stared at him. Why not now? Because before I share anything, Naruto replied, I want to know something first. She blinked. What do you want, Karen? That question stunned her more than anything else. Naruto pressed gently. Orochimaru's gone. His labs are being dismantled. His operatives are either in hiding or dead. The Oto you knew is no longer a weapon. So what does that leave you? Karen hesitated. I don't know. She glanced around the chamber, the fading light of the seal still glowing faintly on her glasses. I thought finding this place would mean something. I thought maybe it would tell me who I am. But all I've ever been is a tool. A sensor, a tracker, a medic, someone useful. Naruto stepped past her, pausing by the pedestal. Then maybe, he said. Start here. She looked up. There are scrolls in this vault only meant for Uzumaki eyes, he continued. Some of them I saw, they're dangerous. Knowledge like that in the wrong hands could start another war. But in the right hands. He let the sentence linger. Karen swallowed hard. You want me to guard it? I want you to decide what it becomes. For a moment, the weight of that was too much. But then, it wasn't. It settled around her like a cloak that finally fit. Karen nodded, slow but firm. I'll stay. For now. Scene outside the vault, morning mist. The sun had risen higher, washing the ruins in gold. Birds cried in the distance, and dew clung to shattered stone like tears unfallen. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Tenzo walked ahead. Karen followed beside them. She glanced sideways. You never said, what are you doing here? In Oto, I mean. Naruto adjusted the sword on his back. We're not here for what's left of Orochimaru, he said. We're here to speak with the people. Karen blinked. The villagers? He nodded. There's still life here. Families. Survivors. If we want to end the cycle of hidden wars, we have to bring everyone into the light. Even the ones we used to call enemies. Karen looked down at the ground. I worked with them. I helped implement Orochimaru's rule. I helped enforce it. Then you know them, Naruto replied. That's good. Because I need someone who understands what they've been through. She looked up, searching his face for any hint of irony. Are you asking me to help? I'm asking you to walk with me, Naruto said. We're meeting the leaders of what's left of Oto. If we can build something here, something real, it'll mean no one else has to live the way we did. Karen was quiet for a long time. Then she smirked faintly. All right, Hokage. Let's go meet the ghosts. Naruto smiled. Let's build a future instead. The sun dipped low over the Oto skyline, casting long shadows through the rebuilding streets. After the meetings, the talks, and the handshakes, Naruto had stepped out for fresh air. He didn't expect to find Karen sitting quietly outside the half-repaired village hall, knees drawn to her chest, glasses perched low on her nose. She didn't turn as he approached. You handled the villagers well, Naruto said. They trust honesty, she replied without looking. Always did. Even when I was with Orochimaru. He sat beside her. Karen hugged her knees tighter. I talked with a few of them after the meeting. One woman told me she was glad I was back. Said maybe we could rebuild the clinic. I never thought. Her voice trailed off. Naruto waited. I think I might stay here, she said. Take it slow. Watch over the vault. Keep the secrets safe until they're ready to be shared. Naruto nodded. I'm glad. She looked at him, serious now. But next time we meet, you're going to tell me everything. Everything you know about Uzushio. He didn't hesitate. Deal. But why wait? She asked. He smiled softly. Because I want to see what you'll do with it. She tilted her head. What makes you think I'll do anything? I don't, he said. Which is why I'm asking. What will you do? Karen looked at the ground for a long moment. I want to find the others, she said quietly. Other survivors. Scattered kin. If they're still out there. I want them to have a home. Here, maybe. Or somewhere safe. Naruto's smile widened. That's a good idea. When you're ready, I'll help. She smirked. Then we'd better start building that embassy. I'll need it ready if I'm going to bug you constantly. Naruto chuckled. You're already a natural. Karen glanced at him, and then yelped softly as he pulled her into a one-armed hug. Hey! Relax, he said gently. It's just nice. Knowing I still have a relative out there. Someone I can maybe call a little sister. Karen froze. Her face flushed. Idiot, she mumbled, but didn't pull away. He whispered one last thing before standing. I'm glad you survived. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 18 The Weight of Legacy. Kakashi stands in the dimly lit lower levels of the Hokage Tower, in front of an old ANBU records vault. A single flickering lantern glows beside him. Scrolls and sealed reports lie open on the desk. He flips through one, a file redacted in several places. A report on the night of the Uchiha massacre. But something doesn't add up. According to this, he mutters to himself. 3 root operatives were stationed outside the Uchiha compound the night it happened. Supposedly off-duty. But the patrol rotation records say otherwise. He cross-references with an old ANBU schedule, one he remembers from his time as lieutenant commander. The same 3 operatives had recently been rotated into high-clearance missions, not low-risk guard duty. He mutters, they were there, but not by accident. Kakashi's brow furrows. He pulls another scroll, a sealed route logistics log. This one shows suppressed intel about an emergency meeting between Danzo and 2 unnamed agents a day before the massacre. Danzo always claimed he wasn't involved. But these operatives, they weren't from the standard chain of command. They were his. He exhales, stepping away from the desk. Shadows move behind him, not enemies, but old ghosts. The ANBU mask on the wall feels heavier than usual. If Naruto finds out what this could mean... His voice trails off. Then, he locks the scrolls back into place. This isn't something he can bring to the Hokage yet, not until he's sure. But it's a start. A Wagakure, private council study before dawn. The room was still save for the gentle flicker of oil lamps and the sound of rustling paper. The faint hum of chakra-powered heating stones pressed against the winter cold outside the stone walls of the Tsukage complex. Kuratsuchi sat alone. Not out of isolation, but habit. Her grandfather had long since taught her that the quietest moments revealed the sharpest truths. She sat cross-legged at the heavy table, her back straight, her hands braced on either side of a thick, open file. Classified, Hokage Uzumaki, Naruto. His portrait stared back formally, composed, and older than his years. Red hair a little too wild for diplomacy, but the eyes. She frowned. "Those eyes don't belong to a peacekeeper," she muttered. "They belong to a survivor." His records were nothing short of legendary, the kind of thing she'd once dismissed as inflated war propaganda. But the deeper Iwa's intelligence division had dug, the more credible it all became. Youngest ANBU operative since Uchiha Itachi. Taught by Jiraiya of the Sannin. Part of the Uzumaki bloodline, trained in their ancient seal craft and kenjutsu. One of the 3 survivors of the Bleeding Archipelago incident. A title earned in fire, the Crimson Storm. She exhaled and sat back. The silence pressed harder. "He shouldn't exist," she said to no one. "Someone like him shouldn't be real." She'd seen enough war to know that monsters and heroes were rarely different. And Naruto Uzumaki had been called both, often in the same breath. Her gaze lingered on the file longer than she intended. "You were just a name on a report, now you're a ghost wrapped in a flag." Her arms folded across her chest as the weight of the moment began to settle in. The proposal. The marriage. It wasn't official yet, just whispers through council corridors. A rumor born from desperation and old strategies. After all, IWA was founded through marriage and alliance. Their bloodlines were forged in practicality. Why should now be different? But it felt different. Kuratsuchi slowly leaned forward, her elbows resting on the table, her hands pressing into her forehead. She hated this. She hated how much it made sense. Why me? There were other kunoichi in IWA. Other diplomats. Other options. But none bore the Inoki bloodline. None had stood in council chambers and debated elders into silence. None had worn the title of heir for so long without ever asking for it. "Because I'm loyal," she whispered bitterly. "Because I fight harder than anyone. Because I won't say no." But it wasn't the marriage that scared her the most. It was the possibility that, despite everything she'd fought to become, it would define her anyway. "They'll say I married him and that's how peace was won. They'll never mention how many missions I led. How many times I bled for this village." She swallowed the lump rising in her throat. Her mother had been beautiful. Regal. Sharp-jawed and soft-voiced. Diplomats had fallen over themselves to praise her grace. Kuratsuchi remembered looking in the mirror as a child, hoping, praying, to see some of that in her own face. But the girl staring back always had her father's stubborn chin. His squint. His fists. She tugged at her sleeve subconsciously. Too tombish. Too loud. Too much like him. And maybe that's why no one had ever seen her, really seen her, as someone who could be loved first and respected second. Until now. Until him. She looked at the photo again, at Naruto Uzumaki. At the weight in his expression. The sadness tucked into the corner of his mouth. The exhaustion behind the strength. "You don't want this either, do you?" A knock at the door. She stiffened. "Kuratsuchi," came a voice. "The Hokage has crossed our northern border. Lord Inoki has called for the council. Preparations are complete." She stared at the file. Then closed it. Her voice was low and sharp. "Tell them I'll be there." She stood and tucked the file under her arm, the weight of it both familiar and unbearable. "Let's see just exactly who you are, Uzumaki Namikaze." Stones beneath our feet. The wide street that led from the main gates to the Tsukage Tower was lined with villagers, some gathered on rooftops, others leaning from balconies. Most stood silently, arms folded, expressions cautious. Some held children by the shoulders. The last time the Hokage entered IWA territory, it was during a time of blood and desperation. This time, the air buzzed with curiosity, not fear, but it was fragile. Inoki floated low beside Naruto as they walked. The two leaders moved without guards, a deliberate gesture. Naruto kept his Hokage hat tucked under his arm, his cloak catching in the mountain wind. "You've certainly drawn a crowd," Inoki muttered. Naruto smirked softly. "Last time I didn't give them much reason to cheer." Inoki gave a gravelly chuckle. "No, you didn't. You gave them a mountainless horizon and a reputation that made even our elite flinch." Naruto's gaze flicked up to the jagged sky. The missing peak was still obvious, a scar on Iwa's otherwise unyielding skyline. "I didn't want to do it," he said quietly. "I gave your commanders a chance. They refused." "I know." Inoki's voice was gruff, but not cold. "They were proud. Foolish. But I don't blame you." Naruto blinked. "You don't?" Inoki shook his head. "No. You acted like a shinobi trained in war. I've been that man. I know what it costs." They walked a few more steps. Naruto glanced at a small group of children whispering near a bakery stall. One of them, a boy maybe 7 or 8, stared at him wide-eyed. Naruto offered a small wave. The boy hesitated, then waved back. "I expected more hostility," Naruto admitted. Inoki sighed. "So did I. But you forget, child, you made an impression. And not just with your jutsu. Because I didn't destroy the village?" "No," Inoki said with a sideways smirk. "Because you showed regret." Naruto was quiet. Inoki continued. "IWA is a proud village. But we are not heartless. When your power broke our mountain, your sorrow broke something else, the certainty that Konoha's Hokage would always act like a conqueror. I'm not sure that's how I felt at the time," Naruto murmured. "All I remember is how heavy it was. That whole mission felt like I was dragging a funeral behind me." Inoki looked at him sidelong. "And yet here you are. Leading. I don't always know if I should be." "Good," Inoki said. "Those are the only ones worth trusting." They paused near a small shrine, simple, unadorned, but well kept. Villagers were still watching, some whispering, others murmuring greetings to Inoki as he passed. Naruto glanced back. "They're afraid. But they're listening." Inoki nodded. "Which means it's your turn to speak." They resumed their walk. After a moment, Inoki said, "You've come to unify. You want trade, embassies, stability. You're building a different kind of future." "That's the goal," Naruto said. "One where our villages don't just stop fighting, but actually learn to trust each other." "You're idealistic." "I'm desperate," Naruto replied. "I've seen what happens when the world breaks. I don't want to bury another friend for nothing." Inoki grunted thoughtfully. "I like you," the old man said after a beat. "You're softer than I expected. But not weak. I'll take that as a compliment." "It wasn't," Inoki smirked. "But it wasn't an insult either." They reached the foot of the council steps. Villagers bowed as Inoki passed. Naruto took one last look over the square, then followed him up toward the waiting chamber, where diplomacy, politics, and possibility waited behind stone doors. Kuratsuchi, in the wake of giants. She followed at a distance. Not close enough to be noticed, but close enough to hear. Kuratsuchi had pulled her hood up, not that anyone would mistake her in IWA, and trailed just far enough behind the small procession moving through the main thoroughfare. Inoki and Naruto walked ahead, no guards, no pretense. The villagers lined the streets, murmuring like leaves rustling before a storm. But it wasn't fear this time. It was wonder. Her eyes narrowed. Naruto walked like he belonged here. Not arrogantly, not proudly, but with a calm that irritated her more than she wanted to admit. He wasn't posturing. He wasn't masking anything. He was just present. She adjusted her pace, weaving between carts and onlookers, catching their conversation between breaks in the street noise. "You gave them a mountainless horizon," Inoki said, floating slightly beside him. "But you gave them something else too." "Regret," Naruto replied quietly. Kuratsuchi's brow furrowed. That tone, it wasn't performative. She expected coldness, calculation, the same deadly quiet from the battlefield. The monster who gave them an ultimatum while the sky burned behind him. The one who moved so fast she barely knew she was alive until she realized half her unit wasn't. But now, you acted like a shinobi trained in war, her grandfather said. I don't blame you. I do, Naruto whispered. Sometimes. She froze in place. That didn't sound like someone trying to win an alliance. That sounded like someone who had never stopped paying for it. Kuratsuchi watched as he waved to a child by a bakery. The kid hesitated, then waved back, and she hated how much her heart twitched. He's trying. Not just to negotiate, but to heal. And worst of all, it was working. As they neared the shrine, she kept to the edge of a side alley, watching him talk about trade, embassies, peace, the ideals she'd once written off as political fantasy. But there was no fantasy in Naruto's voice. Only urgency. Honesty. And Inoki, her unshakable, battle-hardened grandfather, was listening. You're not just strong, she realized. You're real. And for the first time since she'd picked up a kunai, since she dared dream of leading IWA someday, she felt unsure. About him. About herself. And about what she'd do if this man, the Crimson Storm, turned out to be the only person who ever truly saw her. She clenched her fists and whispered to herself. Damn it! I liked you better when I hated you. Then, steeling herself, she turned toward the council hall, ready to face him again. The chamber was circular, carved from the mountain itself, a dome where every voice could be heard and every eye had a place to rest. At the far end stood the raised seat of the Tsuchikage, currently empty, while a half-ring of stone chairs accommodated the IWA council members. Naruto stood in the center, with Shikamaru just behind him and Tenzo and 2ANBU at the edge of the room. Inoki hovered slightly above the stone floor to his right, acting not as ruler, but as mediator. Kuratsuchi leaned against the far wall, her arms folded, watching everything. Inoki's voice echoed through the hall. Today, we speak not as victors or victims, but as villages who have paid the price of war. Naruto dipped his head respectfully. And now we decide if we'll keep paying it, or build something better. He stepped forward into the center of the council hall, his voice clear and steady. I'm not here to rewrite history. I'm here to keep it from repeating. The IWA council members watched him warily. Naruto continued, his tone shifting from diplomatic to grounded. What I'm proposing is simple, but not small. I'm building an alliance that focuses on sustainability, security, and shared prosperity. He gestured to Shikamaru, who stepped forward and unfurled a scroll onto the stone table, a detailed map of the continent with trade corridors, proposed embassy sites, and colored alliance routes. I'm not offering words, I'm offering a structure, Naruto explained. Each major village, Konoha, Suna, IWA, Kiri, will host an embassy. These embassies will act as diplomatic channels and cultural exchanges. Neutral ground for communication, mediation, and, when needed, assistance. He tapped one route on the map. We're building inter-village trade corridors, real, safe ones, designed to support agriculture, construction, and commerce. Not military convoys. Konoha is already allocating funding to assist villages like Taki and Oto in reconstruction efforts. A councilman raised an eyebrow. And the tariffs? Naruto nodded. Low tariffs. Equal percentages on shared goods. We're not here to undercut anyone. We're here to give the smaller villages enough stability so they don't fall into desperation again. Another elder leaned forward. What's in it for Konoha? Naruto didn't flinch. Peace. Consistency. And trust. Because the alternative, endless cycles of suspicion, sabotage, and war, costs more than we can afford. Inoki added gruffly. We've lived that cost. Naruto nodded. I'm not naive. I know not everyone will jump on board. But if IWA joins, if you help shape the foundation, the rest will follow. He looked at each of them directly. I'm not asking you to kneel. I'm asking you to build something that outlives all of us. The council fell into a long, thoughtful silence. Even Kuratsuchi, watching from the side, didn't scoff this time. Inoki floated slightly higher, attracting the council's attention. You've made your vision clear, Uzumaki. I'll speak with the council and give you our response soon. Then, his eyes met Naruto's, firm but unreadable. And you and I will speak again, privately. Naruto bowed his head. Of course, such a Kijdano. Stone paths and silent company. The council session had barely ended when Inoki turned toward his granddaughter. Kuratsuchi, he said gruffly, but not unkindly. Escort our guests to their accommodations. She blinked once, clearly not expecting the order, but nodded crisply. Understood. Inoki gave Naruto a glance. We've arranged a floor in Iwa's high quarter, the old diplomat's suite. Fit for a Hokage. Naruto bowed slightly, that same calm smile never leaving his face. You're a generous host, Lord Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi turned on her heel, already moving. This way. The journey through the village was short, but heavy with silence. Naruto walked just behind her, hands tucked into the sleeves of his cloak. Shikamaru and Tenzo followed at a respectful distance. The villagers parted quietly to allow them passage, eyes darting to Naruto with a mix of awe and unease. Kuratsuchi said nothing the entire way. Finally, just before the hotel gates, Naruto spoke. You're quiet. She didn't turn. I'm not your guide for small talk. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Did I offend you somehow? She stopped then, and for a second, he almost thought she was going to ignore the question. But she turned to him, arms crossed, jaw tight. I don't trust you. Naruto blinked, more surprised by her bluntness than the sentiment. Noted, he said gently. But why? Kuratsuchi stared at him, hard, unreadable. Because I've seen what you're capable of. And I've seen leaders who smile while hiding knives. Naruto nodded slowly. I don't blame you for being cautious. I'd be worried if you weren't. But I'm not here to play games, Kuratsuchi. You're here with an army in your shadow. She snapped. Naruto didn't rise to the bait. I'm here with an offer. That's all. She didn't reply. They reached the hotel. It was built into the side of a stone cliff, overlooking the valley. Old-world architecture, refurbished with chakra lanterns and polished slate floors. A suite meant for emissaries and royalty. I'll have staff show you to your floor, Kuratsuchi said, turning to leave. Naruto offered a soft, honest smile. Still, thank you for showing us here. That irritated her even more. Shikamaru finally muttered under his breath. TCH, troublesome. Tenzo remained silent but subtly shifted between Naruto and Kuratsuchi, his body language protective. Kuratsuchi didn't look back. Don't thank me yet, Hokage. You've got 2 days. We'll see if your vision's worth anything by the end of it. She vanished around the corner, all stone, all shadow. Naruto sighed, then turned to his teammates. Okay, he said with a crooked smile. That went, well? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. You've got a real gift with women, Naruto. Tenzo crossed his arms. Should I be keeping an eye on her? Naruto chuckled softly. No. But keep an eye on me. I have a feeling I'm going to need all the help I can get. Later that night. The bathhouse was built into the side of the cliff, all polished stone and soft mist, with a breathtaking view of the distant valleys below. The water steamed gently in the early evening air, and for the first time in weeks, Naruto Uzumaki looked genuinely relaxed. Freshly scrubbed, towel over his shoulders, he leaned back in a bamboo chair near the private lounge connected to their suite, red hair still damp from the bath steam. Man, he murmured, eyes half-lidded. First time I've felt human since we left Konoha. He stretched, wincing slightly as his back popped. 3.5 weeks of non-stop travel, negotiations, peace talks, minor assassination attempts. Shikamaru flopped into a chair beside him with a theatrical groan. Yeah. You could have just sent emissaries. Or messengers. Or a clone. But no. Naruto snorted. And miss all this quality bonding time? You dragged me here. Shikamaru deadpanned. I was this close to sleeping in for the first time in a month. Naruto tilted his head innocently. You should thank your dad then. I was gonna bring Sasuke. But Shikaku came storming into my office that morning, saying something about you being a lazy lump clogging up the Nara compound. So, I did what any good Hokage would. You conscripted me. Shikamaru muttered, scowling. I saved you, Naruto said with a grin. From yourself. Tenzo entered, drying his hands with a small towel, and his eyebrows slightly raised. Honestly, you two are lucky. This is the first mission in months where Gamma's been allowed to stand down for an entire watch rotation. From the corner, one of the ANBU, a lean kunoichi in a half-removed mask, grunted. It's a trap. They're lulling us into complacency. Gamma's captain, a bulky man with a jagged scar down his cheek, leaned against the wall and smirked. I'm lulling myself into sleep. Naruto laughed. Permission granted, Captain? You all deserve it. Tenzo took a seat near the window, his face finally a little less rigid. Still, don't let the peace fool you. This is IWA. They may not hold a grudge anymore, but we're still in someone else's house. Shikamaru sighed. Just once, I'd like to do a diplomatic mission where no one tries to kill us. Naruto leaned his head back, staring at the stone ceiling. Same. But for now, just let me have tonight. I swear, if anyone knocks on that door before sunrise, I'm sending them to Suna. Shikamaru groaned. And I'm not waking up until IWA signs the treaty. Tenzo gave a quiet hum. Then you better set an alarm for 2 days. The room quieted for a moment, just soft laughter, warm air, and the comfort of old friends and loyal comrades finding stillness in the storm. Naruto smiled to himself, eyes finally drifting shut. For tonight, just tonight, we rest. Morning shadows and quiet proposals. The IWA sky was a muted gray, veiled in low clouds that rolled between the peaks. Inside the diplomat's suite, Naruto stood at the open balcony, finishing the last tie on his Hokage cloak. His hair was still slightly damp from his morning rinse, and the steam from a freshly steeped teapot curled through the air. He was reviewing his route through the market district when a knock came, soft, but unmistakably formal. Naruto blinked. Come in, he called. The door creaked open, and to his surprise, Lord Inoki floated into the room, flanked by a solid, broad-shouldered figure Naruto recognized from his briefing as Katsuchi, Kuratsuchi's father. Naruto set his notes down, straightened fully, and offered a respectful bow. Lord Tsuchikage. I wasn't expecting company this early. Inoki inclined his head, his expression solemn but not cold. Forgive the intrusion, Hokage Dano. We hoped to speak with you before the day's affairs took hold. Katsuchi stepped forward and gave a polite nod. Hope we're not interrupting breakfast or anything. Naruto shook his head. Not at all. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The two IWA leaders moved to the low seating area by the window. Inoki hovered as always. Katsuchi eased into the cushions with practiced discipline. Naruto poured them each a cup of tea from the prepared tray. His hands were steady, but his eyes flicked between them, sensing something heavy beneath the politeness. Inoki took a sip, then rested the cup on the saucer with deliberate grace. I appreciate your clarity during yesterday's council session, he began. Your treaty is bold. And while Iwa's interests are far from simple, I believe we may be able to find alignment. Naruto nodded slowly. That's all I ask for. Inoki studied him carefully. But there is one matter I feel should be discussed directly, and not behind closed doors. Naruto set his own cup down. I'm listening. There was a pause. Inoki's voice dropped into something softer, almost ceremonial. There is a long-standing tradition in our village. One that dates back to the very formation of the land of Earth. In times of instability, we have used alliance marriages not simply as tools, but as bonds, the kind that endure beyond diplomacy. Naruto's brows lifted, but he didn't interrupt. Inoki continued. We have considered the possibility of such a union between Iwa and Konoha, a symbolic gesture to solidify a new chapter. And naturally, as the face of this treaty, your name was considered. Naruto exhaled slowly, leaning back. I see. Kitsuchi jumped in, more casual, more human. We're not trying to box you in, Hokage-dano. We know this kind of thing isn't exactly part of your traditions. But we also don't want to insult you by bringing it up in some stuffy council vote. He gave a sheepish shrug. So we figured best to talk man to man. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. That's fair. I appreciate the directness. He paused. Truthfully, I haven't really thought about marriage. I've had a few flings here and there. But when I took the hat, I made peace with the idea that I wouldn't be settling down anytime soon. Kitsuchi nodded knowingly. You'd be surprised how common that is among Kage. Naruto smiled faintly. Still, this wasn't something I expected. Inoki inclined his head again. We don't expect an answer now. And we understand the weight of such a request. But I advise you, Hokage-dano, consider not only the politics, but the legacy. This treaty may reshape the world. But legacy endures longer. Naruto's smile faded into thoughtfulness. I'll need time, he said simply. Not because I'm unwilling, but because I want to make the right decision for everyone involved. Kitsuchi gave a small nod. Understandable. There was a short pause, then Naruto tilted his head slightly. If I may ask, who would this symbolic union be with? Kitsuchi glanced toward Inoki, then answered quietly. You've already met her. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Kitsuchi gave a tired, lopsided smile. My daughter. Naruto blinked. Kuratsuchi? Inoki's voice came low and formal. She is not thrilled. She's known about the council's consideration for some time. It's part of why she's been distant. Naruto exhaled slowly, the pieces falling into place. She thought I knew. She suspects you didn't, Inoki corrected. But that wouldn't change how it felt. She's proud, and she's her own person. The idea that her life might be decided by council vote rankles her. Kitsuchi chuckled faintly. We wanted to tell her after your meeting. But well, she's sharp. Picked it up fast. Naruto nodded, leaning against the doorframe. His tone softened. That explains a lot. She's not angry at you, Uzumaki, Inoki said. But she's angry at what this symbolizes, being offered as a solution, instead of forging one herself. I can relate, Naruto admitted quietly. He was silent for a moment. Then, I'll still think it over. But I'd like to talk to her directly, at her pace. Not the council's. Inoki's nod was approving. That's wise. Kitsuchi rose. Take your time. And good luck. Naruto opened the door for them again, this time with a more thoughtful, grounded expression. As they stepped out, Kitsuchi paused one last time, smiling wryly. If you can figure her out, Hokage-dano, you might actually survive marriage. The door closed behind them with a soft thud. Stone streets and stirring thoughts. The streets of Iwagakure stretched beneath the overcast morning, alive with motion. Vendors were opening stalls. Children darted between alleys. Shinobi on patrol cast quiet glances as Naruto Uzumaki, flanked by Tenzo and Shikamaru, made his way through the inner ring of the village. Naruto kept a steady pace, hands tucked into the sleeves of his Hokage cloak. His Kage hat was absent now, stowed once more under his arm. He preferred open visibility. Tenzo trailed a half-step behind, while Shikamaru walked beside him, yawning like he hadn't slept at all. They moved through a residential sector first, where elderly villagers peeked through doorways, whispering. A few younger shinobi stopped and offered shallow bows, some respectful, some hesitant. Naruto returned every nod, every small greeting, every awkward stare with the same polite calm. Something's different, Shikamaru muttered after a while. Naruto raised a brow. Different how? They're not glaring at you, he said. Or hiding their kids. They're watching me, Naruto corrected. But maybe, not just with fear anymore. Progress, Tenzo offered with a subtle smile. Naruto nodded, but his gaze lingered on a group of villagers watching him near a tea stall. An old woman offered a cautious smile. He returned it, warm, real, and she bowed slightly. The smallest shift. The first break in the wall. They walked a bit further before Tenzo noticed Naruto's posture shift, shoulders drawn, expression more distant than usual. You've been quiet, Tenzo said. More than usual, I mean. Naruto glanced at him, then exhaled. Got visited this morning by Inoki and Kitsuchi. Shikamaru perked up slightly. What for? Naruto hesitated. Then, they proposed a marriage alliance. Silence. Shikamaru stopped walking. I'm sorry, what? Naruto turned, shrugging a little. To solidify the treaty. Tradition, apparently. Tenzo raised an eyebrow. Do they already have a candidate in mind? Naruto gave a tight smile. Kuratsuchi. Shikamaru groaned. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Naruto blinked. Thanks for the confidence. No, Shikamaru said, waving a hand. It's not you, it's the whole thing. Arranged marriage? Political symbolism? You two barely talked, and she already wants to put you through a wall. Don't think she need help either, Tenzo muttered. Naruto chuckled under his breath. I told them I need time. I'm not against it, exactly. Just caught off guard. Shikamaru stuffed his hands in his pockets. TCH, women are troublesome. You know my old man's tied to my mom's apron like a loyal dog? I swear, I've never seen a shinobi fold that fast outside a battlefield. Naruto gave him a sidelong look. Charming perspective. I'm just saying. Shikamaru sighed. Politics is already messy. Add feelings and you get war inside the treaty. Naruto turned thoughtful again. Still, arranged alliances aren't new. The Shodaime married Mito Uzumaki for a reason. Not for love, for unity. Tenzo added. And it worked. That alliance shaped generations. Exactly. Naruto nodded. It's not ideal. But it's not rare either. Shikamaru gave him a suspicious glance. You really thinking about it? I'm considering everything, Naruto said simply. Including the fact that Hayashihira's been sniffing around lately too. Shikamaru actually stumbled. Wait. What? Nothing formal, Naruto said. But he's floated the idea. Quietly. I'm not blind. Tenzo tilted his head. What's different about that one? Naruto's gaze sharpened. Because Hayashi's playing long game inter-clan politics to safeguard his daughter's future. Inoki's offering a legacy. They walked on, the three falling into thoughtful silence again. From a bakery nearby, a young girl stepped out, no older than 8, and hesitated as Naruto passed. She clutched a paper bag to her chest, uncertain. Naruto paused and crouched slightly. Good morning. She blinked, then bowed deeply. Thank you, for not destroying the rest of the mountain. He blinked, then laughed. You're welcome. I like mountains. Tenzo smiled faintly. Even Shikamaru cracked a grin. As they resumed their walk, more villagers waved. And Naruto, still thinking, still weighing, waved back. The wind swept gently across the ridge, brushing Naruto's cloak as he sat on a carved stone ledge that overlooked Iwa's heart. The early sun cut through the mist in fractured rays, casting golden lines through the mountainous haze. He sat alone, elbows resting on his knees, head bowed in thought. A marriage alliance? It sounded like something out of a story. Not a mission. Not a strategy. Not a burden to carry for the sake of others. This was different. Mom. Dad. He closed his eyes, drawing in a slow breath. In his mind, he saw them, not as statues or Hokage portraits, but as the people they might have been. His father, Minato, always sincere. A little awkward at times. The man who could wipe out an army in seconds, and then apologize for the mess. Quietly brilliant, humbly terrifying. Naruto! He imagined him saying, voice calm and patient. Sometimes the right path is the one that scares you a little. But love should never feel like a duty. And Kushina, his mother, wild-haired, wide-grinned, loud enough to shake windows and strong enough to crack mountains. What? A political marriage? That's dumb. You're my son. You don't marry some council's favorite just because they say so. You pick someone who makes you laugh so hard your belly hurts and then holds your hand when the laughter's gone. Naruto smiled faintly. Yeah, that sounds like both of you. He leaned back, watching the wind pull at his sleeves. But I'm not you. I have a village to think of. A world to reshape. How do I even begin to balance that with whatever this is? His hand found the pommel of his sword, not drawn, not needed. Just grounding. That's when it happened. The sharp, flickering hum of chakra, and a flash of stone. Naruto moved without thinking, vanishing from the ledge just as a jagged jutsu exploded where he'd been sitting. He reappeared 2 meters to the left, crouched and blinking calmly. Hey! He turned. Kuratsuchi stormed forward, her braids swaying, face flushed with anger. What the hell are you doing here? Naruto straightened, brushing dust from his sleeve. Didn't realize it was a restricted training area. It is when I'm training, she snapped. You're lucky that wasn't more charged. He offered a slight bow. Apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. Standing on a ledge like a moody poet while I'm throwing stone lances. What, were you planning to get impaled? I was thinking, Naruto replied calmly. Didn't think I'd get skewered for it. She huffed, crossing her arms. Well, maybe next time you'll pick a better thinking spot. Naruto tilted his head. Your form's solid, but you're turning your shoulder a hair too early in your release. Makes your follow-through easier to read. She blinked. Then glared. Are you critiquing me? Just observing, he replied with a faint smile. You've got good technique. The little adjustments are what separate the great from the legendary. For a moment, Kuratsuchi didn't respond. Her face was unreadable, frustration maybe. Or something more tangled beneath it. Then, you're lucky you're charming, or I'd already be hurling boulders. Naruto gave a casual shrug. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried. That's when the air shifted. 2 signatures. Heavy. Distinct. Han and Rashi emerged from the far side of the field, calm, armored, and watching. Kuratsuchi, Han called, his voice smooth as granite. Try not to start an international incident. Rashi smirked. We heard the Hokage was nearby. Figured we'd come see the famous fox boy ourselves. Naruto turned to them, hands relaxed at his sides. Han. Rashi. A pleasure. Likewise, Han said. Though we were expecting someone taller. Naruto smirked. You're not the first. Rashi stepped forward. You really wiped out a mountain. Naruto didn't blink. Only a small one. Han grunted. Reckless. Effective. Naruto corrected. A pause. Then Rashi grinned. We want to spar. Naruto raised a brow. Both of you? We're curious, Han said. And you're a legend. Naruto's smile thinned. Legends tend to disappoint. Then prove us wrong. Naruto stood quietly for a moment. Then he gave a soft sigh and closed his eyes. Very well. He opened them slowly, gold beginning to rim the edges. Looks like it's time to wake up from your nap, he said aloud. Shall we put your siblings in their place, Kurama? From deep within the seal, a rumble echoed, like laughter through a canyon. HNN was having such a good nap. Kurama growled, voice darkly amused. Looks like I missed a lot. Perfect time to stretch. And then the seal opened. Power surged. A tidal wave of red, raw, ancient chakra exploded from Naruto's frame. Kuratsuchi stumbled back, stunned. The air turned molten, thick with pressure. Her knees hit stone. What? The chakra flared like a living storm, burning symbols swirling beneath his feet. The sheer magnitude sent cracks through the stone plateau. Even Han and Rashi flinched, their own chakra cloaks activating out of instinct. This, Rashi muttered. This isn't normal Kyuubi chakra. It's refined, Han whispered. He is mixing his chakra with the Kyuubi's quiet well. Although it still looks like he isn't releasing all of it. Naruto's cloak shifted slightly in the wind, eyes glowing red. You're right, I would wager it's only about 3 taels worth, the rest is all him. Rashi responds. Naruto smiled. All right. First strike is yours. Neither of the IWA Jinchuriki moved. Then, after a beat, Rashi stepped back, shaking his head. We were testing you, he admitted. We have our answer. Han nodded. We'd like to keep our limbs, thanks. Naruto let the chakra retreat, smoothly, completely under control. The field calmed. The sky cooled. Only Kuratsuchi remained motionless, eyes wide, heart pounding. The memory of that chakra, and the man standing beneath it, burned itself into her mind. And this time, it wasn't just fear. It was awe. The pressure in the air had settled. Han and Rashi, both still cloaked in their respective chakra, let the tension roll off their shoulders. The sparring match never came to blows, and perhaps that was the wisest outcome. Naruto stood calmly before them, the crimson cloak of Kurama's power now fully faded, his presence still lingering like a storm that had only just passed. You haven't mastered it, Han said, breaking the silence. At least not yet. I have been busy, Naruto replied. But I plan on changing that soon. After all, there are others like us being hunted. Rashi frowned. You mean the Akatsuki? Naruto said. A criminal network, collecting Jinchuriki. They move in silence, but their ambition is dangerous. And personal. Han and Rashi exchanged grim looks. I don't know when they'll come, Naruto added. But they will. And I doubt they'll be as polite as I am. We'll be ready, Rashi said. Thank you. Han gave a short nod. For the warning. And for indulging us. They turned without ceremony and began walking back toward the mountains. We're not made for council halls, Rashi called over his shoulder. But we'll be watching the world, same as you. Naruto watched them go, the weight of unspoken understanding lingering between kindred souls. Then he felt her presence behind him again. You didn't have to hold back like that, Kuratsuchi said softly. Naruto turned to her, his voice quieter than before. They weren't the ones I needed to prove anything to. She crossed her arms, but her expression was no longer hostile. Just tired. Conflicted. A long silence passed. Then Naruto said, without edge, Your grandfather told me. Kuratsuchi didn't move. About the marriage proposal. She looked away. I figured he might, she muttered. He means well. But he's also stubborn. Like me. I told him I'd think about it, Naruto said. And I will. But I'd rather talk to the person it actually involves. She finally looked back at him, and her tone was blunt but honest. I don't want to be someone's bargaining chip. I've worked my whole life to prove I belong in that council room. To earn the right to lead IWA someday. I know, Naruto said. I see it in everything you do. She hesitated, thrown by the sincerity in his voice. I don't want to get in the way of your goals, he continued. And I'm not here to force anything. But I want peace between our villages. Real peace. The kind that doesn't vanish in a generation. He took a breath. So maybe we start by just getting to know each other. No politics. No negotiations. Just a conversation. Kuratsuchi stared at him, eyes unreadable. Then, slowly, she exhaled. I'll consider it. Naruto gave a soft smile. That's all I can ask. She turned away, muttering something under her breath. He didn't catch it, but he caught the way her shoulders weren't quite as tense anymore. As she disappeared back toward the training cliffs, Naruto finally let the weight ease off his own. By the time Naruto returned to the guest floor of the diplomat's hotel, The sun had dipped low behind the mountains, casting the entire skyline in orange gold. Shikamaru was laid out on a bench in the corridor, staring at the ceiling. "Finally!" he groaned. "We thought you fell off a cliff or something." Tenzo looked up from a report he was scanning. "You were gone for a while." Naruto smiled faintly, rolling his neck. "Got caught up." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Training caught up or feelings caught up?" "Both," Naruto muttered as he passed them. Tenzo didn't ask, but the glance he exchanged with Shikamaru spoke volumes. Naruto reached his room, pulled off his cloak, and set his sword down by the window. For the first time since leaving Konoha nearly a month ago, he felt tired in a way that wasn't just physical. But there was no regret in his steps. Only momentum. Tomorrow, the next phase of diplomacy would begin. Tonight, he could rest. And maybe dream of a world where peace wasn't just paper and promises, but real. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 19, Mountain Village. The moon hung low over Iwagakure, casting pale silver across the ridgelines and rooftops. The mountain winds had quieted for the night, but inside the Hokage's guest suite, Naruto twisted beneath his sheets. No dreams. Just restlessness. Finally, with a soft sigh, he pushed the covers aside and stepped out onto the balcony, barefoot and dressed in light sleepwear. The stone tiles were cool underfoot. He leaned on the railing, looking out over the quiet village, illuminated in the soft blue glow of starlight. A long silence passed before a familiar voice, rough and deep, stirred within. "You always were bad at sleeping." Naruto blinked. "Kurama? Who else would it be?" A low chuckle echoed inside his chest. Naruto closed his eyes, not in shock, but in quiet recognition. It had been months since he'd heard the Nine-Tails speak. "You've been quiet," he said softly. "Resting," Kurama replied. "After Yuzushio. I needed it. My chakra was spent. I thought I'd take a proper nap for once. Wouldn't be so bad if this damn seal didn't still get in the way." Naruto snorted. "Well, if the seal wasn't there, I'd be dead. So sorry about the inconvenience." "TCH, brat," Kurama grumbled, though there was no real bite to it. "You always were clingy." Naruto chuckled, letting the wind ruffle his hair. "Missed you, though." "I know." Another pause. Then Naruto began to speak, quietly at first, but with growing warmth and clarity. He told Kurama about Taki. About Kusa. About the vaults, the sword, and Karen. He recounted the alliance efforts, the resistance, the weight of leadership. Kurama listened silently, only grunting here and there. Finally, Naruto finished. "And now I'm here. In IWA. Again. And still breathing. Impressive. I try. Should have woken me up sooner. We could have had fun tearing through a few traitors together." Naruto laughed. "Honestly? I don't like bothering you unless I need you. That's what I like about you, Naruto," Kurama muttered. "But I still can't believe it." "Believe what?" "You. Hokage. The kid who didn't want to be a copycat of his dad." Naruto groaned and buried his face in his hands. "Shut up. No, let me enjoy this," Kurama chuckled. "You hated the idea of the Hokage hat. Now you're handing out promotions and giving speeches. People change. You just got taller and more annoying." Naruto smiled. He let the breeze fill the silence again. For a moment, it was almost peaceful. Then, "Didn't think I'd see you up this late." He turned. Kuratsuchi stood just beyond the balcony arch, wrapped in a thick shawl over her sleepwear. Her hair was down, loose and slightly wind-tossed. She looked sleepy, but guarded. "You couldn't sleep either?" Naruto asked. "Too many thoughts," she said, jumping up on the ledge of his balcony. "I was just walking. Saw you up here. Thought I'd say something before I chicken out." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "About?" She exhaled, folding her arms. "The marriage proposal." He said nothing. "I've decided I'll agree to it," she said evenly. But on my terms. Not the council's. He listened, giving her space to speak. No marriage until we've had time, she continued. No children unless I say I'm ready. And if the day comes that I'm called back to IWA, to take my grandfather's place, you don't stand in my way. Her tone was calm, but firm. I'll never betray Konoha. I won't reveal secrets. But I won't take missions that pit me against my home either. I want that understood. Naruto nodded. Those are fair terms. She studied him, waiting. But I have one of my own, he added. Before I give my answer, I need approval from my godparents. Kuratsuchi blinked. Godparents? Yes, he said. They helped raise me. After my parents died, they were all I had. I owe them that respect. I won't say yes without their blessing. Kuratsuchi hesitated, then nodded. All right. They stood quietly for a moment, two shadows beneath the stars. I should head back, she said finally. Before Tenzo sends an ANBU to look for you. Naruto smiled. He probably already has. She extended a hand palm up. He looked at it. Then shook it. Her grip was strong, but not harsh. Good night, Hokage, she said softly. Good night, Kuratsuchi. And then she turned, disappearing into the hall with quiet steps. Naruto remained on the balcony, gaze lifted once again to the stars. She's got guts, I'll give her that, Kurama murmured. She's got more than that, Naruto replied, voice thoughtful. This is gonna be fun. Council of Stone and Flame. The Iwagakure Council Hall stood tall and ancient, carved into the side of the mountain itself, a monument to tradition and unshakable will. Pillars lined the chamber, etched with the history of Earth Country, and the floor was polished with time and weighty footsteps. Naruto sat near the center of the long, stone table, flanked by Shikamaru and Tenzo, with Team Gamma quietly stationed outside. Across from him, Inoki presided, not as a solitary Tsuchikage, but as the chair of a full council, seated to his left and right. Elders, economic ministers, military advisors, and civic planners. Kuratsuchi sat on the far end, arms crossed, her expression impassive. The room was quiet, reverent. Then Inoki motioned forward. Let us begin. An older councilman, his beard white and voice steady, unrolled a document and began to read the proposed amendments to the treaty. Firstly, Iwagakure proposes a modification to the clause regarding trade route sovereignty. We request joint patrols on the shared borders between IWA and its minor partner villages, rather than exclusive Konoha oversight. Naruto nodded slowly, eyes sharp. Joint patrols are reasonable. But I'd request the ANBU liaison teams still be granted access to ensure no secondary agreements are brokered without Konoha's knowledge. We've seen that mistake made before. The council whispered among themselves, then Inoki gave a single nod. Agreed. The advisor continued. We also request that reparations from Taki and Kusa be equally shared between Konoha and IWA. If we are both overseeing their rebuilding and defending their borders, it stands to reason both allies benefit from their recovery. Naruto raised an eyebrow, then turned to Shikamaru. The young Chunin scratched his head. That could get messy, unless we divvy it up cleanly by category. Naruto nodded. If IWA contributes to their reconstruction efforts with resources or personnel, I have no objection to a shared yield. We'll itemize it. Transparent terms only. Another round of nods. One of the economic advisors scribbled something down. Next came a younger voice, a civilian infrastructure minister. Iwagakure would like access to the geothermal research facilities Konoha recently developed, in exchange for granting resource passage through the stone line. Naruto tilted his head. That facility is under shared jurisdiction with civilian contractors, and I know Suna wanted access to it as well, not to mention the research is still in early stages. But if the involved parties agree, we can consider scientific cooperation. The conversation pressed on, Naruto listening carefully, weighing each point, never yielding ground where it mattered, but always remaining open where fairness could be established. Eventually, Inoki raised a hand to signal the pause. "We've heard your vision, Naruto," he said, voice gravel but firm. "And we've seen your efforts, from Taki to Kusa, even Oto. We know of Konoha's assistance to smaller villages. IWA is willing to do the same." The elder statesman beside him added, "We will commit resources to help minor shinobi settlements on the Western Front, aid, training, and food supplies. If the alliance stands, it must be a coalition of equals, not puppets." Naruto smiled faintly, genuinely this time. "Then I believe we're speaking the same language." The chamber murmured with agreement. But Inoki wasn't done. "One final matter," he said, tone heavier now. "The proposal, regarding Kuratsuchi." Silence fell. Naruto sat a bit straighter. "I don't object," he said clearly. "But I will not give my final approval until I speak to my godparents." There were some exchanged glances around the table. "Godparents?" one of the counselors asked cautiously. Naruto nodded. "Jiraiya. And Tsunade Senju." The name dropped like a stone in a still pond. Even the stoic elders stiffened. Inoki's eyes didn't widen, but there was a flicker of recognition. "Two of the Sannin. They were responsible for me," Naruto continued. "After my parents were killed. I wouldn't be the man I am without them. If I marry anyone, even for peace, they deserve to be part of that decision." There was a long pause. Then, slowly, Inoki nodded. "We would not dishonor their role," he said quietly. "That is reasonable. I'll deliver my answer before your embassy arrives in Konoha," Naruto said. "Ours will depart in 1 week." That settled it. The heavy mood lifted just slightly as the meeting closed. Agreements were drafted. Signatures began to line the scrolls. Naruto stood, exchanging final nods with each present council member. As he turned toward the exit, his cloak brushing the polished stone floor, the weight of diplomacy had never felt clearer, or heavier. But the path forward was finally opening. Warm stones and soft threats. The midday sun poured down over Iwa's diplomatic quarter, casting a peaceful glow across the village. The air felt lighter than it had in days. The tension of diplomacy dissolved, replaced with the quiet buzz of preparation and departure. Naruto sat cross-legged on a wide veranda outside their guest quarters, cloak folded beside him, sword resting on the stone wall nearby. Tenzo leaned quietly against a pillar, arms crossed, while Shikamaru sprawled out beside him on the floor like a man with no bones left in his body. "I can't wait to get home," Shikamaru groaned, eyes half-lidded. "I'm going to do nothing. Just lie down and stare at the clouds. 4 days. Naruto chuckled, stretching. "You say that like it's a fantasy." "It is a fantasy." Naruto leaned back. "Try waiting 4 years to take a vacation and still not getting one." Shikamaru blinked at him. "What?" "The land of hot springs," Naruto said wistfully. "I've been planning a trip there since I was 13. And? Still haven't gone." Shikamaru sat up, horrified. "For years?" Naruto smirked. "No. Nope. I'm out." Shikamaru stood dramatically. "I resign." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Okay. I'll accept your resignation, if your mom signs off on it." Shikamaru froze mid-step. "You played dirty." "I learned from the best," Naruto said, grinning. Shikamaru muttered something about becoming a missing nin just to avoid his mother. Tenzo, barely holding back his amusement, let out a quiet laugh. "Permission denied," Tenzo said. "Gamma's already updated the manifest. You're ours till we reach the border." Behind them, Gamma's squad snickered, relaxed and battle-dressed for the journey ahead. Naruto's smile lingered until a shadow approached from behind the pillar. "Kitsuchi. Hope I'm not interrupting," he said. Naruto stood, offering a respectful bow. "Not at all. Please." Kitsuchi nodded, motioning him aside for a quieter corner of the veranda. They stood together, backs to the mountain wall, watching Iwa's people move about below. "I wanted to speak with you," Kitsuchi said. "About my daughter." Naruto's posture straightened slightly, instinctively. Katsuchi glanced at him, his voice even. She told me. About your conversation. About the terms. Naruto nodded. I respect her. And the conditions are fair. I know, Katsuchi said. But it's not the politics I care about. Not really. He turned, looking Naruto in the eye. She lost her mother when she was little. And I tried my best, but Kuratsuchi's always carried that pain with her. She buried herself in training. In ambition. She became strong, too strong for her own good sometimes. She's rough around the edges, but her heart's never strayed. Naruto listened quietly, his expression solemn. She's the most precious person I have left, Katsuchi continued. So let me be clear, Hokage or not, if you ever hurt her, position, treaties, titles. I don't give a damn. There was no anger in his voice. Just iron truth. Naruto didn't flinch. He nodded, slow and respectful. I wouldn't expect anything less from her father, he said softly. And I give you my word I'll do my best. I didn't ask for this arrangement, but now that it's in motion, I won't treat it lightly. Katsuchi exhaled through his nose, then placed a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. Good. And then, with a rare glimmer of dry amusement, just don't bring up hot springs around her. She's not the type to relax. Naruto laughed. Noted. They shook hands, one soldier to another, one protector to the next. And beneath the stone sky of Iwagakure, the foundation of something new settled into place. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 20, The Homecoming. The gates of Konoha came into view just as the morning sun climbed over the village walls, casting a warm amber glow across the rooftops and treetops. For once, the air was peaceful, the kind of peace Naruto had come to treasure. 3.5 weeks. 3 countries. 4 embassies. 2 near diplomatic disasters. 1 sword with a sealed past. And now, home. As Naruto passed through the gates, cloaked in his Hokage robes with Shikamaru, Tenzo, and Gamma squad behind him, the guards saluted briskly. Welcome back, Hokage-sama! Naruto offered a nod, but his face was set with calm determination. Feels good to be back, he said, mostly to himself. Tenzo glanced at him. Should I have Gamma deliver the reports? Naruto shook his head. I'll do it myself. Let the squad rest, they've earned it. He didn't waste time. The team dispersed. Shikamaru yawned and muttered something about collapsing under a tree. Naruto, however, went straight to the Hokage Tower. The moment he stepped into the building, he heard a familiar voice echoing from the top of the stairwell. Finally! Tsunade's voice rang out. I was starting to think I'd have to lead another council meeting without you. Naruto grinned and stepped into his office. Or, at least, what had been his office. Tsunade was leaning against the desk, arms folded and looking a little too comfortable. She gave him a satisfied smirk. Well, she said, you're back. Which means I can finally kick rocks and go get a drink. Naruto held up a hand. Hold on. You're not running off just yet. Tsunade's eyebrow rose. I need a full report, Naruto said. The civilian and shinobi council updates, the mission assignments, any pending requests. Everything. A mock groan escaped her. You're killing my retirement vibe. Before she could add more sass, the door opened again, and in stepped Shizen, a bundle of neatly arranged scrolls and documents in hand. I've already compiled the summary, she said with practiced calm, offering Naruto a small nod of greeting. Welcome back, Hokage-sama. Naruto beamed. Shizen! My lifesaver. She raised a brow. I'm just doing my job. Naruto gestured to the report. That's exactly why I need you. Tsunade blinked. Wait. I'm recruiting you, Naruto said, pointing a dramatic finger at Shizen. Full-time. Right here. My assistant. I'll double whatever Tsunade's paying. Shizen looked between the two of them, eyes wide. What? Tsunade scoffed. She's not for sale, brat. Everything's negotiable, Naruto said smoothly. I'll give you your own office. Custom tea blends. A bonus per emergency you solve before I even know it exists. Shizen blinked again. That's actually tempting, and getting paid would be nice too. Tsunade made a noise like a wounded animal. You traitor. I said tempting, not accepted. Naruto chuckled, stepping around the desk and finally sinking into his chair. His chair. All right, he said, straightening up. Jokes aside, let's go over it. Tsunade's smirk faded into something a little more proud. She motioned to Shizen, who began unrolling the report onto the desk. As Naruto leaned in, scanning over the updates and absorbing the details, his mind slowly began to shift from the open road to the beating heart of Konoha once more. This was his seat. Once Shizen departed, Naruto leaned back in his chair with a long breath. He hadn't realized how exhausted he was until he was finally still. Tsunade didn't leave right away. She lingered at the edge of the desk, watching him with a gaze that had softened over the years, the way one looked at someone they'd once had to protect, now grown. You've changed, she said after a moment. You sit in that chair like you were born to it. Naruto let out a breath. Most days, I still feel like I'm pretending. That's how you know you're doing it right. He smiled faintly, then grew more serious. IWA proposed a marriage alliance, he said. With Kuratsuchi. She laid out her terms. I agreed. But I told her I wouldn't commit until I got a response from my godparents. Tsunade raised a brow but stayed quiet. I already sent a toad to Jiraiya. Naruto continued. I wanted his advice first. And what about me? She asked gently, stepping closer. Naruto looked up. That's why I'm telling you now. Tsunade's eyes shimmered for a moment, not with tears, but with the kind of emotion that builds slowly, year after year. She walked around the desk and sat on its edge, right beside him. When you were a kid, she said quietly, I used to wonder what kind of man you'd grow into. You were wild. Messy. Heart way too big. I thought, maybe you'd crash and burn before you figured it all out. Naruto chuckled. Thanks for the vote of confidence. But then, she continued, brushing a strand of hair behind his ear, I saw you fight tooth and nail to protect what you love. Even when you were a boy, you always held together when everything was falling apart. I still remember the way you carried your people in the past, even when it tears you up inside. And now you're talking to me about treaties and marriage like you're twice your age. Naruto didn't say anything, but his eyes never left hers. You're not just some brat who showed up at my doorstep, she said. You're family. The closest thing I've ever had to a son. Naruto's breath caught, just for a moment. So here's my answer, Tsunade said softly. If this is what you want, if you truly believe it will bring peace, then you have my blessing. Naruto exhaled, some of the tension melting from his shoulders. But she added with a sharp edge to her smile. Don't think that means she's off the hook. He raised an eyebrow. Meaning? I'm going to test her, Tsunade said plainly. I want to know what kind of woman she is, not just for you, but for this village. I want to see if she can stand with you, or if she'll crumble under the weight. Naruto grinned. Fair enough. You deserve someone strong, someone who challenges you. But she better be ready for me. I'll give her a heads up. They sat there for a few quiet seconds, the sun spilling warmth across the floorboards. You've come a long way, Naruto, Tsunade said. And no matter how this turns out, I'm proud of you. He swallowed, heart thick with something he didn't have the words for. Thanks, Bachan. She smacked the back of his head, lightly. Still not calling me Mom? Naruto rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. Feels weird. Fine, she said with mock offense. But only because you called me that when you were little. He blinked. I did. You were feverish, she said smugly. Didn't stop me from treasuring it. Naruto laughed, and the weight of the world eased, if only for a little while. Few hours later. The quiet knock on the door was precisely on time. No more, no less. Enter, Naruto called. Hayashi Hyuga stepped into the office, immaculate as always. He bowed slightly. You summoned me, Hokage-sama. Naruto waved the formality away. Come in, Hayashi. I wanted to speak with you in private. Hayashi took the offered seat without a word. His eyes were calm but searching, always weighing, always watching. Naruto didn't waste time. You've likely heard whispers already, so I'll confirm it. Iwa's alliance treaty came with a non-negotiable clause, a political marriage. Between me and Kuratsuchi. Hayashi remained still. I suspected as much. It's not something I wanted, Naruto said. But it's part of the deal. I gave them my condition. I'll only accept if my godparents approve. Hayashi nodded once. A reasonable stipulation. There was a pause, and then the older man's eyes narrowed slightly, not in judgment, but concern. Still, it puts the future of several clans into question, Hayashi said. Particularly, mine. Naruto met his gaze. Because of the seal. Hayashi inclined his head. The caged bird seal ensures the Byakugan remains within the Hyuga. But it also strips people of freedom, Naruto finished. I know. Hayashi's face gave nothing away, but Naruto saw the shift in his posture, the tension just beneath the surface. I've been working on a solution, Naruto said, leaning forward now, voice quiet. For over a year. Ever since Daisuke. Hayashi blinked. Daisuke? You know he joined the ANBU, right? Naruto asked. He was promising. Quiet. A hard worker. But not even 2 months into his deployment, he had to be removed from the field. Hayashi's expression darkened faintly. I was not made aware. One of the main family members on his squad used the seal, Naruto said flatly. Not even during a mission. Just to remind him of his place. Daisuke didn't report it. The ANBU medical team did, because he was unconscious for 3 days. Hayashi's eyes closed for a moment, as if absorbing a blow. I was furious, Naruto said. Still am. I had him pulled. And that was when I decided, if I was going to lead the ANBU, I couldn't look the other way anymore. Silence stretched. I haven't cracked it yet, even as Hokage, Naruto admitted. But I'm close. There are old Uzumaki scrolls. Forbidden seals. I think there's a way to maintain Byakugan integrity without enslaving half your clan. Hayashi opened his eyes again. You truly believe it's possible? Naruto nodded. I do. And even if it's not, I'll find another way. Hayashi was quiet for a long moment. And if the clan refuses? Then I'll still try, Naruto said. And if it fails, if politics and pressure block every path, I'll talk to Hiruzen myself. About a future union. Hayashi's head tilted slightly. Union? Naruto's eyes were calm. Konohamaru. And Hanabi. Hayashi didn't answer right away. But for the first time, something unreadable flickered in his expression, not disapproval, but something closer to consideration. You would make that arrangement? I'd only suggest it if Hanabi agreed, Naruto said. But yes. I would. If it meant protecting your family from falling into a darker future. Hayashi studied him for a long moment, then gave a small nod. Then perhaps, he said, the future is not as uncertain as I feared. Naruto leaned back with a slow breath. Thank you for trusting me with this, Hayashi. I trust you, Naruto, Hayashi said, standing. But I trust the boy Hiruzen once described even more. The one who never gave up on a single person. He bowed once, lower this time, and promptly exited. Naruto looked at the door, wondering exactly what that conversation might have been like. Council of Unity. The shinobi and civilian council chambers were already full when Naruto entered. All conversation died at once. He walked with calm precision, the Hokage cloak flowing behind him, Konoha's symbol bold and sharp on his back. Shikaku was already waiting inside, arms loosely crossed, while Tsunade leaned against a column near the side wall, expression unreadable but present. As Naruto stepped up to the front and placed both hands on the long wooden table, the silence settled into anticipation. He looked up. "This will be brief but important," he said. "We've returned from diplomatic missions to Taki, Kusa, and IWA. All three alliances have been solidified." There were murmurs, even a few surprised glances. Naruto pressed forward. "Taki and Kusa," he continued, "have both accepted the embassy proposal and agreed to share trade and infrastructure responsibilities with Konoha. In return, we will assist them in rebuilding and securing their independence. We're already seeing results, including local leadership emerging from within their populations rather than their corrupt old councils." Hamura frowned, but said nothing, for now. Naruto turned slightly. "IWA," he said, "was more complicated. But the treaty has been signed. They will send representatives to help with smaller nations and invest in economic recovery efforts across the continent. In exchange, we've agreed to mutual trade, military support in emergencies, and full embassy rights." More murmurs, this time, approving. Then came the part where Naruto didn't blink. "And yes," he added, "part of the IWA treaty included a non-negotiable clause, a political marriage proposal between myself and Kuratsuchi, granddaughter of Tsuchika Jinoki." Several mouths opened. Few had the courage to speak. Naruto raised a hand to cut them off. "I've made no final decision. The agreement, if accepted, will be based on the terms she and I decide, not just our villages. I've already spoken with my godparents. The final answer will come before we dispatch our embassy to IWA, in 1 week's time." Shibi Abdurrahim spoke up, voice flat but respectful. "You believe this is worth the cost?" Naruto nodded. "I do. I've weighed the outcomes. This will help prevent war for the next generation." Another voice, surprisingly civilian, asked, "Your godparents?" Naruto looked straight at them. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," he said. "And Tsunade Senju. Also of the Sannin. And currently present." All eyes turned to Tsunade, who offered a small smirk and crossed her arms. Naruto's announcement regarding the finalized treaties had settled like a weight in the chamber. Silence followed, not from apathy, but calculation. The gears of leadership were turning. Shikaku stood at Naruto's side, arms folded casually but eyes sharp. Tsunade remained near the back, leaning against the column, watching how her godson handled the room. From the clan seats, Nara Inoichi was the first to speak. "These are bold moves, Hokage-sama. We've heard what's been agreed upon with Taki, Kusa, and IWA. What of Suna? Have they issued a formal response?" Naruto nodded. "They've assembled a diplomatic party and are en route. Baki will lead their initial discussions. They've requested to meet once the internal turmoil from their transition is resolved." Hayashi Hyuga followed next. "And Kirigakure?" "Kiri has confirmed their willingness to discuss alliance terms," Naruto answered. "Mizukage Meitarumi has asked for 2 more months to prepare. I've accepted. Their civil restructuring is still ongoing." There were approving nods around the table, until a low voice cut through the air. "We are extending our hand far and wide," Danzo murmured from the elders' bench. "Too far, perhaps. Diplomacy is commendable, but overexposure invites betrayal." Naruto didn't turn immediately. He gave the man space to finish. "Your marriage proposal is still under review. These treaties are young. Our military should remain centralized, not scattered across distant lands with embassies and outreach teams." Koharu added cautiously. "The Hokage's travels leave us vulnerable. The more foreign soil he steps on, the more enemies learn his patterns." Hamura, ever the moderate, leaned in slightly. "There is wisdom in caution, Naruto-sama." Now Naruto turned. "And there's also danger in fear," he said, voice even. "I didn't come this far to guard borders with suspicion while our neighbors starve and plot." Danzo's eye narrowed. "You speak like the world is ready for peace. I've seen more decades than you've drawn breath. I assure you, it isn't. And I've seen villages crumble from within." Naruto shot back calmly. Because no one ever gave peace a real chance. There was silence. Then, Naruto continued. You're worried I'm being reckless. That's fair. But unlike my predecessors, I'm not asking for blind faith, I'm offering measurable results. He stepped forward, resting a hand on the council table. Kusa's rebuilding. Taki's stable. IWA, of all places, just agreed to help smaller nations recover. In 6 months, you'll see improvements in trade, lower cross-border skirmishes, and a bolstered civilian economy. And when you do, I expect this council to remember it started here. Danzo opened his mouth, but Tsunade moved then, stepping forward without a word and crossing her arms. Her presence said enough. Naruto turned toward the clan heads again. Anyone else? Aburame Shibi raised a gloved hand slightly. What of the marriage? He asked. If it is declined, does that unravel the IWA treaty? Naruto shook his head. No. It's a clause, not a foundation. But the trust built through it will have lasting effects. That's why I'm handling it with care. There were quiet exchanges, mostly understanding, some concern. But no further challenge. In 1 week, Naruto said, Konoha's diplomatic envoys will be dispatched to IWA. Before that, my final response on the marriage will be delivered. Until then, I want our own embassies ready for reciprocal duties. Tsunade stepped forward now. I'll coordinate with the medical corps. We'll have our teams prepared for advisory and relief assignments. Shikaka added with a slight nod. Logistics will be handled. Intel is already coordinating secure channels. Naruto gave a final look around the room. This is what the future looks like, he said quietly. We don't have to like it yet. But we will build it. Together. And as he stepped back, the council, hesitant, divided, but undeniably respectful, offered no further resistance. The council had dispersed, and the tension of politics had thinned, but not vanished. Naruto sat at his desk, the day's weight still pressed across his shoulders like a cloak heavier than his own. Tsunade and Shikaka remained, the last of the core advisors still in the office. Shikaka leaned casually against the wall, arms folded, while Tsunade helped herself to the tea Shizen had brewed earlier. Not bad for your first full cross-council session, Shikaka offered. Naruto smirked. Wasn't my first. Just the first they listened to. Tsunade grinned behind her cup. They'll get used to it. You wear the hat better than most. Naruto leaned back, rubbing the bridge of his nose. They still see me as a kid. Shikaka shrugged. Then let them. You're young. That's the advantage. They underestimate you, until they don't. There was a knock. A masked ANBU stepped in and delivered a scroll before quickly vanishing. Naruto recognized the wax seal immediately. His brow lifted. A messenger toad came in during the council meeting, he said aloud. Tsunade straightened. About time. Naruto opened the scroll, instantly spotting the red thread binding, unmistakably Jiraiya's. He read aloud. If she's got a great rack, go for it. Life's short. Don't be stupid. Also, don't tell Tsunade I said that. There was silence. Tsunade blinked. I'm going to break both his legs. Naruto didn't even try to stop laughing. You'll have to catch him first. Shikaka sighed. Still as refined as ever. Naruto rolled his eyes and continued reading, the script shifting. Jokes aside, you're doing good, brat. Real good. The toads told me everything. You've grown into the kind of man Minato and Kushina would be proud of. And honestly? You're already a better Hokage than I ever would have been. Political marriages suck, but if this girl, Kuratsuchi, has a spine and a heart, she might be exactly what you need. You're a storm, Naruto. Maybe what you need is someone who doesn't flinch in the fire. I'll be back soon. I want to meet her. She better be more than just a nice rack, though, or I'm dragging you back to bachelorhood myself. Keep your head high. I'm always in your corner. Jiraiya. Naruto folded the scrolls slowly. For a long moment, the warmth in his chest outmatched even the teasing exasperation. Typical. Tsunade muttered, but a smile crept onto her face, nonetheless. Pervy as ever, but he means every word. Naruto chuckled. That's what makes it worse. He means both parts. Shikaku uncrossed his arms, his tone shifting into business. On that note, while you were gone, we finalized the site for the IWA embassy. Already? Naruto blinked. Not just IWA, Shikaku replied. We're setting up a full stretch near the Western District. All foreign embassies will be placed there: Taki, Kusa, IWA, Suna, eventually Kiri. We're calling it Embassy Row. Naruto looked out the window briefly, letting that sink in. A street full of shinobi from villages we used to fight. He mused. Think that'll go over well? They'll adjust, Shikaku said simply. Peace takes shaping. Tsunade stepped closer. How are you adjusting? Naruto hesitated, eyes still on the fading light. She's different, he said softly. Kuratsuchi. Sharp. Stubborn as hell. Naruto contemplated internally, almost smiling. She's rough. But a beauty in her own way. That kind of strength, it's not loud. It's earned. There's something real about her. Tsunade's smile deepened. Well, maybe this won't be as complicated as we thought. Naruto exhaled slowly. Let's hope so. And for just a moment the room fell quiet, the calm before the storm to come. The evening air clung to the stone like a thin mist, warm and restless. Sasuke stood beneath a willow at the edge of the training field, his blade resting loosely in his hand. The day's session had long ended, but his body still moved. Slow, deliberate swings meant more for meditation than combat. A faint shuffle of footsteps. You train well, came a voice, calm and measured. Reminds me of your father. Sasuke turned his head slightly, Sharingan flickering but not active. And you are? Danzo stepped from the shadows with quiet confidence, his cane barely touching the ground. An admirer. And a man who once worked alongside many great Uchiha. It's a tragedy how things ended. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. Danzo continued. I've kept my distance. Out of respect. But I couldn't ignore your rise much longer. Your performance during the exams, and your promotion. You're already proving your worth. Yet still, they hold you back. I don't feel held back, Sasuke said evenly. I was promoted because I earned it. Danzo gave a faint smile. Of course. But promotions are only a fraction of the power you deserve. Sasuke sheathed his blade with a quiet click. Danzo's tone dipped lower, subtly conspiratorial. You want answers. About your clan. About your brother. I imagine Naruto hasn't shared much. But he knows things. He knew Itachi. They worked together once. Sasuke's posture stiffened, just enough for Danzo to catch. He won't tell you everything. Danzo pressed. He's loyal. Sentimental. He'll protect Konoha's secrets before he shares its sins. Sasuke's voice was quiet now. And you won't? I'm offering you perspective, Danzo said. And options. You shouldn't have to dig through half-truths and shadows to learn your family's legacy. He stepped back, offering the faintest of bows, not respect, but invitation. Think on it, he said. Your brother made a choice. That doesn't mean you have to follow his path, or Naruto's. Then he vanished into the trees, his cane making no sound as it touched the ground. Sasuke stood still, expression unreadable. But his mind was racing. Naruto knew Itachi. He's keeping something. Danzo is dangerous, but useful. Sasuke reached for his blade again, but not to train. He had a new objective. Later that night, Sasuke approached the Hokage tower under cover of dusk, hood pulled over his head. He didn't knock on Naruto's office door. He slipped inside quietly, finding Kakashi seated across from Naruto, both reviewing mission reports. They looked up. Sasuke? Naruto asked, surprised. Sasuke closed the door behind him. I need to talk to you, he said. About Danzo. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 21, Veins of Stone. Kakashi and Sasuke, 2 days later. The training field was quiet, still damp with the morning dew. Sasuke stood in the center, sweat beating down his brow as he cycled through rapid taijutsu forms, each movement precise but sharp with frustration. His eyes were sharper than usual, darting to shadows, fists tighter, like something was eating at him. "You're out here early." Again, came Kakashi's voice from the edge of the field. Sasuke didn't stop. He pivoted mid-kick and returned to a defensive stance. "Tired of waiting. Tired of silence." Kakashi approached slowly, arms in his pockets, his tone casual but observant. "Waiting doesn't always mean you're stuck. Sometimes you're just not meant to move yet. So I should just sit around and trust Naruto?" Sasuke asked, the bitterness biting at his voice. "Trust that he knows what's best for me." Kakashi tilted his head. "Do you think he doesn't care?" Sasuke stopped his movements and finally looked at Kakashi. "I think he knows more than he says. About my brother. About my clan. About everything. And I think you're helping him keep it from me." Kakashi's one visible eye narrowed, but his voice stayed calm. "Some things aren't hidden to hurt you. They're just not ready. Not safe." "Is that your excuse?" Sasuke snapped. "For keeping me in the dark? For letting me fester with questions while he goes off saving the world?" "It's not an excuse. It's a request," Kakashi said gently. "Patience. Naruto made a promise. So did I. We haven't forgotten." Sasuke's fists clenched. He turned away. "I don't care about your promises. I want answers. Real ones. Not riddles. Not vague trust-building garbage." Kakashi took a breath. "You should trust the people who still believe in you. Even if you're not ready to believe in them." Sasuke was silent for a moment, staring at the trees. Then, as if a switch had flipped, he rounded on Kakashi. "I'm done waiting. If he doesn't want to tell me, then maybe I'll find someone who will. I'll find my own path. And when I do, you and Naruto can stay out of it." He stormed past Kakashi, brushing his shoulder on the way. The fury in his voice was raw, real enough to be convincing. Kakashi said nothing, only watched Sasuke leave. Naruto's office. The Hokage tower stirred with the quiet energy of early morning. Birds sang just outside the tall windows, and a golden light bled through the clouds, warming the paper-covered desk inside Naruto's office. Ink pots and scrolls lay scattered across the wood, stacks of documents lined up like a battle formation, an empire of paperwork. Naruto sat behind his desk, sleeves rolled up, scribbling notes with a brush in one hand and a cup of half-drunk tea in the other. Shizen was already in the room, flipping through a report as she muttered to herself about budget discrepancies and hospital supply shortages. Shikaku stood across from Naruto, arms crossed as he waited for the Hokage to finish signing a treaty report. The door creaked open, and Shikamaru stepped in with a loud yawn. "Troublesome morning," he muttered, blinking blearily. "Good you're here," Shikaku said, not looking up from his notes. "Grab a pen. You're working today." "Seriously?" Shikamaru slouched over to the desk, dropping into the chair next to his father. "I thought we had a deal, no summoning before breakfast." "You thought wrong," Shikaku said dryly. "You look like hell," Shikamaru added, glancing at Naruto. "You should have seen me yesterday," Naruto replied. "This is the improved version." Shizen looked up. "You'll burn out at this rate." Again. Naruto gave her a lopsided grin. "Still no to being my full-time assistant?" She sighed. "I told you, I'm helping until you find someone better." "I've already found someone better," Naruto said with mock drama. "And I'll double Tsunade's pay offer." Shikamaru smirked. "You really are desperate." "Desperate for survival," Naruto muttered. "The paperwork is trying to kill me." Shikaku tapped the edge of a scroll. "On to business. The Suna diplomatic party is en route. You still want Shikamaru heading that?" "Yeah," Naruto replied, handing Shikamaru a sealed scroll. "Your liaison." Escort them through protocols, field their concerns. Your dad agrees to host them at the Nara compound. Shikamaru took the scroll and groaned. There go my cloud-watching plans. Gaara's coming. Someone's gotta keep the genin from losing it. Shikaku chuckled. We've finalized the housing and security around the future embassy row. Construction's on track. The IWA embassy floor is already being furnished. Naruto nodded. Send IWA a confirmation letter. And notify Kiri's delegation we'll arrive in 2 months. We'll head to them, not the other way around. Shizen tapped her clipboard. Do you want me to block time in your schedule for formal correspondence with IWA? Naruto thought for a moment. Yes. I'll write it myself. They deserve that much. He turned toward the window, watching the sunlight glint off the Hokage monument. This is going to change everything. If we get it right, a new age could really start. Shikaku looked at his son, then back at Naruto. You're not alone in it. We're with you. So are Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto smiled faintly. Yeah. I know. Shikamaru exhaled heavily. Still troublesome. Naruto grabbed a crumpled scroll and chucked it at him. Get to work, Nara. Laughter filled the room, a fleeting moment of levity in the quiet storm of politics and change. The correspondence and Iwa's response. Later that morning, Naruto sat alone in his office, a fresh scroll before him, brush in hand. He paused briefly, eyes narrowing as he carefully wrote. To Tsuchikage Inoki of Iwagakure. This correspondence is in regard to our ongoing diplomatic accord. After thoughtful consideration, I, Naruto Uzumaki, Godaime Hokage of Konoha no Sato, accept the proposed terms of alliance, including the political marriage clause. However, I request that Kuratsuchi be stationed at the Konoha embassy for the interim period so that we may become better acquainted. Should this arrangement prove fruitful, I propose we formalize the engagement during the next Chunin exams. Should that timeline not suit, I welcome an alternate proposal. Further, I suggest that a representative from IWA accompany our delegation to Kirigakure in 2 months' time as a gesture of transparency and cooperative intent. With respect, Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. IWA the Tsuchikage's office. Kitsuchi held the open scroll, his deep voice echoing off the stone walls of Iwagakure's council chamber, as he read aloud. Inoki sat quietly, fingers steepled, listening with sharp eyes. When Kitsuchi finished, there was a pause. Inoki exhaled through his nose. He accepted. Ha! That brat really does mean it. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling as if memories floated above him. For the first time in years, this old fence-sitter feels something close to hope. Kuratsuchi stood off to the side, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Inoki turned to her. You'll lead the transition. From this day on, you are the ambassador to Konoha until I find a proper replacement. That should give you 2 time to get to know each other. Kuratsuchi blinked but gave a sharp nod. Understood. Inoki's expression softened. What do you want the marriage details to be? Any terms? Kuratsuchi looked away. I don't care. Just make sure it's not embarrassing and the terms that he and I agreed upon are between us. Inoki chuckled. Fair. But I think I owe you more than just that. I've asked a lot of you, sacrifices a young woman shouldn't have to make. So, I'll make sure you're protected. In every sense. She looked back at him, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Thank you, Grandpa? He smiled faintly. Now go pack. And give them hell in the leaf. Kuratsuchi smirked. With pleasure. The room remained quiet for a beat after Kuratsuchi exited, the scroll resting on Kitsuchi's lap. Inoki watched the doorway a moment longer before clearing his throat. Well, he said gruffly. He's proposing engagement during the next Chunin exams. That gives us, 4 months? Kitsuchi nodded. Give or take. That timeline works. The exams are hosted in Suna this cycle. Which works out for us too, because according to the alliance clause, we can work out our trade details with them as well. One of the elders, a silver-bearded veteran named Ikuro, leaned forward. He's giving us room to work with other villages. He's not forcing anything. And if I'm reading between the lines, he's giving her an out if it doesn't work. Another elder, Lady Miho, tapped her fan against her knee. And yet he's making the first move. A rare thing. Especially from a Hokage. The boy was raised by Jiraiya and Tsunade, Kitsuchi said. That's two of the most headstrong shinobi the world's ever seen. Makes sense he'd split the difference. Anoki grunted. He's clever. IWA always feared the yellow flash, but this one thinks like a general. Elder Ikiro raised an eyebrow. And you're really ready to go through with this? To marry your legacy into Konoha's? Anoki's response came without hesitation. I am. Because this time, it's not about submission. It's about survival. And legacy. He looked to Kitsuchi, his voice quieter. I'd rather Kuratsuchi walk into a new world than bleed for the old one. There was a long silence. Miho nodded slowly. Then let the engagement be formalized at the Chunin exams, as proposed. If it fails, it fails. But at least we will have honored her agency and our own integrity. Kitsuchi folded the scroll again. I'll begin assembling the delegation for Konoha. I'll also make sure Kuratsuchi has all the details and information she needs to work with Kiri, and if she needs it, prepare the talking points myself. Anoki smirked faintly. Just don't embarrass us. The council chuckled lightly. As the discussion moved on to logistics, security details, political expectations, cultural representation, Anoki fell silent again, watching the sky through the high council windows. For the first time in years, he let himself imagine something beyond duty, something beyond pride or war. He imagined peace. The council chamber in Konoha. The council chamber carried the scent of old wood and older mines, dusty with tradition, heavy with judgment. Naruto stood at the head of the room, his shadow stretching behind him, cast by the morning sun slanting through tall windows. They were all here, Hamura, Koharu, and, of course, Danzo, seated like a vulture at the far end of the table, silent for now but watchful. Naruto exhaled through his nose. I've faced armies. Monsters even. And yet somehow, they're the ones I dread facing most. Your ambitions have been noted, Hamura said, voice clipped. All this galloping around the continent, you're certain these so-called treaties won't collapse under their own weight? Naruto's jaw tensed. I'm certain they might. That's why I'm working every day to keep them from doing so. Danzo's fingers drummed against the lacquered wood. So he's learned to hedge. Noted. Optimism doesn't secure borders, he said aloud. Military strength does. I have both, Naruto replied evenly. And unlike you, I don't plan to wield either recklessly. He's grown sharper, Danzo mused. And more careful with his tongue. But he's still ruled by emotion. A liability I can exploit, at the right time. Koharu cleared her throat. You've bound us to respond to threats in Odo-Taki, Kusa, and now IWA. Are you prepared to send lead shinobi to die for lands that once raised arms against us? Naruto looked her in the eye. I already did. During the war. But this time, I want to make sure they don't have to die at all. A long pause. Danzo watched Naruto, assessing everything, the confidence in his voice, the steadiness in his stance. He's not the boy Hiruzen coddled. But he's still too soft. Too willing to believe in things like peace and cooperation. I can turn that into a trap. And the marriage proposal? Danzo asked finally. An interesting move. Clever. But if you're not careful, you'll find yourself married to a foreign spy. Naruto didn't blink. That's why I've set terms. And I won't go through with it unless my godparents give their approval. Sentiment, Danzo thought with disdain. It clouds him, binds him. Still shackled to the memory of his parents, and now Tsunade and Jiraiya. Love is a weakness I've never suffered. Hamura shifted uncomfortably. You're aware the Chunin exams will be a powder keg. Suna, Kiri, IWA. They'll all have eyes everywhere. And not all of them friendly. I know, Naruto said. I'll account for it. Every route, every roster, every guest. Danzo leaned forward slightly, the gleam in his lone eye sharp. Then you also know how easy it would be for something to go wrong. There was something cold in his tone, something calculated. Naruto met his gaze, and in his mind he heard Kurama's voice like a low growl, that one stinks of rot and deception. I know, Naruto answered silently. I've bled for this village, Naruto said aloud. I've carried its name across battlefield after battlefield. Now I'm trying to build something better than just walls and graves. He stepped forward slightly, voice dipping just enough to send a shiver down the table. And if anyone in this room tries to sabotage that, they'll answer to me. Danzo's lip curled ever so slightly. Is that a threat, Hokage-dano? Naruto smiled, but it was the kind that never reached his eyes. It's a promise. Let him play king for now, Danzo thought. The exams will be the perfect stage. A foreign delegate dies, and suddenly the peace falls apart. No one questions why. Not in times of chaos. The elders stood. One by one they filed out. But as Danzo passed Naruto, his steps slowed, just for a moment. You'll find, Hokage, that shadows don't disappear in the daylight, he murmured. Naruto didn't flinch. No. But I've learned how to burn them away. Danzo's smile vanished. In the dark. Into the root. The corridor was long and cold, the torchlight flickering off damp stone. Sasuke walked alone, the echo of his footsteps swallowed by the underground silence. He had been led by a masked figure in silence, past turns and dead ends, deeper into the underbelly of Konoha than most even knew existed. The air was thick. The chakra here was hollow. Old. Heavy with secrets. They arrived at a thick door, its wood warped and reinforced with iron lattice. The masked escort gave a slight bow and stepped aside. Sasuke stared at it for a moment. Then he pushed it open. Inside, Danzo stood at the center of the chamber, his face bathed in dim amber light, his arms folded within his robes. Behind him, masked root operatives stood perfectly still, like statues carved from fear itself. Sasuke Uchiha, Danzo said. I admit. I didn't expect you to come so soon. I'm done waiting, Sasuke replied coolly. You said you had answers. Danzo studied him. He's angry. But not blind. Controlled. Calculating. He's a weapon waiting to be honed. I can give you what Naruto won't, Danzo said slowly. The truth about your brother. The truth about your clan. And the strength to make your enemies kneel. Sasuke took a step forward, eyes unreadable. You'll serve in silence. You'll obey orders. And you'll become strong enough to never be betrayed again. He extended his arm. Sasuke looked at it. Then, he clasped it. As Danzo turned to lead him deeper into the root compound, Sasuke's eyes lingered on the masked figures. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Then he walked forward, into the dark. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 22, Stone and Sand. Late evening. A quiet tea house on the outskirts of Konoha, not far from the lake. Lanterns flicker dimly, casting soft amber glows across worn wooden walls. It's one of the few places in the village where the Hokage can be just Naruto for a little while. The room is reserved, private. There's no one here but them. Naruto sat cross-legged on the cushion, one hand wrapped around a warm sake cup. The other drummed idly against the table, nerves buried beneath years of diplomacy and war. The door slid open, and Enko strolled in like she owned the place. No uniform. No forehead protector. Just a long, dark coat draped lazily off her shoulders, fishnet undershirt, and cargo pants that looked like they'd been through 3 ambushes and a bar fight. Her hair was loose for once, and her smirk was unapologetic. You picked the same place where we had our first argument, she said, stepping inside and letting the door slide shut behind her. Naruto chuckled. I thought it was where we had our first drink. Same night, she quipped, dropping into the cushion across from him with a thud. Argued, drank, hooked up, broke a lamp. Naruto smiled. Hey, that lamp had it coming. They shared a brief moment of silence, sake cups filled and clinked without a word. Anko leaned back, swirling the drink in her hand. So, the Hokage calls me to a quiet little corner of the village, and it's not for a midnight mission. Naruto took a sip. It's about the IWA treaty. The marriage clause. Anko let out a slow breath, as if she'd been expecting it. Ah. Inoki's terms weren't optional, Naruto added. And Kuratsuchi agreed, albeit on her terms. It's happening. Anko looked at him, long and unreadable. Then she downed her entire cup in one go, exhaled hard, and set it down with a light clack. Well, good for you, she said finally, tone warm but low. About time you settled down. I was starting to think I was gonna be your stress relief forever. He met her eyes. I never wanted to hurt you. She laughed, not cruel, just real. Naruto. Come on. We weren't playing house. You're Hokage now. I'm me. We had fun. You needed something familiar. I needed someone who didn't ask too many questions. Another pause. You're not the type to love halfway, she said, voice softer. And I was never the type to pretend it could be more. Naruto's throat tightened. Still, I don't want to leave things unsaid. Anko leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table, eyes gleaming with mischief. You want closure? Naruto blinked. She smirked. Close your eyes. Anko. Come on. One last time. For old time's sake. He hesitated, and she reached forward, fingers gentle, surprisingly tender, and kissed him. It wasn't heated or desperate. Just warm. Confident. Familiar. Like she was branding the memory into him with a final, quiet seal. When she pulled away, she gave him the laziest smile in the world. There, she said, standing. Now you can tell your stone princess she got you with a clean slate. Naruto sat still, processing, then gave her a real smile, the kind that didn't always make it past the paperwork and diplomatic masks. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, Anko replied, adjusting her coat. Just send me good sake at your wedding. I'll need something strong if I'm gonna sit next to the elders. She turned to leave but paused at the door. For what it's worth, she said over her shoulder, you're gonna make one hell of a husband. Just try not to be Hokage all the time. Kuratsuchi won't fall in love with the hat. Then she was gone, leaving the lanterns to flicker in silence. Arrival of the Sand delegation. The gates of Konoha stood open beneath a cloud-dappled sky. Sunlight poured down over the polished streets, casting long, warm shadows as the Suna delegation approached, their footsteps measured and deliberate. Villagers watched from balconies and shop fronts, wary but curious, whispers trailing in the wake of the foreign shinobi. Naruto stood at the front of Konoha's welcoming party, his Kage cloak catching the breeze, the brim of his hat shading his eyes. He caught the lingering hesitation in the guards, their hands resting a little too close to their weapons. Old wounds, he thought, still aching beneath the scar tissue of peace. His eyes found Gaara at once. Gaara walked at the head of the Suna party, not Baki as Naruto had expected. His posture was straighter than before, but there was weight in his steps. Not the coiled predator Naruto remembered from the war front, but something heavier, burdened yet unbroken. His eyes were calm, not the wild, murderous glare of the past. Interesting, Naruto mused. Behind Gaara, Temari and Kankuro kept pace. Temari's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as she noticed Gaara's steady poise. Naruto caught it. So did Kankuro, who, in his usual gruff way, muttered under his breath to his sister. He looks different. Almost normal. Don't jinx it. Temari shot back, though her gaze lingered on her younger brother with a flicker of guarded hope. Naruto stepped forward, voice carrying clear. Gaara? I thought Baki would be leading. Baki, a few paces behind, dipped his head respectfully. I am here to advise, Hokage-sama. But this is Gaara's mission. Gaara's voice was steady, deliberate. I've been promoted to Jonin. This is my trial. If I succeed, I will be nominated to become Kazekage in a year and a half. Naruto's expression softened, genuine admiration shining through. That's impressive, Gaara. Truly. Gaara met his gaze, eyes unblinking. I need to understand what it means to protect my village, not through fear, but through service. Naruto felt a pang of kinship. He knows. He really knows. You've come far, Naruto replied quietly. I look forward to seeing how far you'll go. They led the delegation through Konoha's streets, passing curious villagers and cautious patrols, the weight of history lingering between every step. As they approached the embassy, Naruto took the opportunity to speak of the plans ahead, his tone open yet thoughtful. Tomorrow, we'll speak more formally, Naruto began, glancing toward Gaara and the others. But tonight I want you to think about what you hope to see from this alliance. Trade routes, joint patrols, shinobi exchanges, the possibilities are wide. Temari, ever pragmatic, spoke first. Suna's supply lines have been strained, especially after the last drought. Access to Fire Country's surplus could stabilize us. But we'll need fair tariffs, not charity. Naruto nodded. No charity. Mutual gain. Konoha grows stronger with strong allies. Kankuro added. And defense agreements? If we formalize this, will Konoha stand with us if we're attacked? Not just words. Commitments. We'll draft it explicitly, Naruto assured. Protection clauses, military cooperation, emergency relief. I'll have my council prepare the drafts before we meet. Gaara, quiet until now, spoke firmly. I want our villages to understand each other's pain. No more assumptions. We should consider cultural exchanges, too. Let our people see the world beyond their walls. Naruto's expression brightened at the suggestion. Agreed. And tomorrow, we'll put that into writing. As they arrived at the new Suna embassy, a blend of Suna's sandstone charm and Konoha's timber craftsmanship, with fresh lacquer gleaming under the sun, Naruto gestured to the building. We wanted this place to feel like home, he explained. Not just a building, but a door you can always knock on. Gaara paused, his eyes tracing the entrance thoughtfully. A place to belong. Naruto smiled softly. Exactly. We wanted this place to feel like home, Naruto explained as they approached. Not just a building, but a door you can always knock on. Inside, guest quarters were prepared meticulously, the central hall ready for formal negotiations. Shikamaru, already waiting, briefed them that until an ambassador was assigned, the delegation would be hosted at the Nara compound. We'll begin talks tomorrow, Naruto said. Rest first. You've earned it. And the IWA delegation arrives soon. Use the time well. Gaara inclined his head. I intend to. Later, as the siblings settled into their quarters, Temari crossed her arms, watching Gaara unpack scrolls with uncharacteristic care. When did you start speaking like that? She asked, more sharply than intended. Gaara, without looking up, replied. When I realize fear builds only silence. Kankuro grunted. Naruto's rubbing off on you. Temari, after a thoughtful pause, murmured. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Gaara paused in his unpacking. No. Maybe not. Later that evening. Evening settled over Konoha like a warm blanket, the village streets bathed in gold and amber light. Lanterns flickered to life, their gentle glow casting a welcoming haze over the bustling lanes. The day had been long, but Naruto found himself lingering in thought as he walked back towards his home. Although before long he found Gaara, wandering around the village. Naruto walked up to him as he was focused at a nearby sushi shop, where a cook was making their delicacy. Naruto stood behind him. You hungry? Gaara turns to look up at the elder boy. His face still with the same expression. Temari and Kankuro were too tired and decided to sleep until the morning. Baki was with the Naras playing shogi and having drinks with the clan head. Why don't you join me for some ramen then? Gaara took a moment and then nodded. He fell in step with him, their footsteps quiet beneath the chatter of the village. What's ramen? You've never had ramen? Naruto asked, his voice carrying a note of playful disbelief. Gaara shook his head, curiosity flickering in his pale green eyes. I think I have heard of it. But no. Never. Naruto grinned, gesturing toward the familiar stand at the end of the street. Well, that changes today. Trust me. Best decision you'll make while you're in Konoha. They moved through the village, passing cautious glances and half-hidden whispers. The villagers noticed Gaara, of course they did. Memories of sandstorms and blood were not so easily forgotten. But Naruto's steady presence and disarming ease seemed to dull the sharper edges of their fear. He even tossed a casual wave to a few familiar faces, which earned hesitant nods in return. When they reached Ichiraku Ramen, the savory aroma of simmering broth and fresh noodles wrapped around them like a welcome embrace. I am, ever bright, caught sight of Naruto and beamed. Her expression faltered, just for a moment, when she noticed Gaara beside him. Naruto caught it naturally. I am Nichin. He greeted, slipping onto a stool at the counter. This is Gaara. He's a friend. He's also never had ramen before. Can you believe that? I am blinked, then offered a warm, genuine smile that softened the wary lines in her face. Well, we'll have to fix that right away. Any friend of the Hokage is welcome here. Nei-chan. How many times have I told you? You don't need to call me that. Naruto droned in a playful tone, completely opposite from his usual firm tone. I laughed at him as if an older sister teasing her younger sibling. Fine, Naruto-kun, how about your regular? One for Gaara too. She nodded, getting the order to her dad, who turned and smiled at Naruto, who waved back. Gaara inclined his head, accepting the seat beside Naruto. His gaze lingered on the steaming bowls lining the counter, something almost childlike in his fascination. As Tsuchi prepared their order, Naruto leaned back, eyes distant for a moment. You know, he began. My first time here was with my old man. Hokage or not, he said Ichiraku was the best place to forget your troubles. Said good food and good company could keep you grounded when life got too heavy. Gaara listened, his gaze steady. Your father? He brought you here? Yeah. Naruto replied softly, a fond grin tugging at his lips. I didn't really get it back then. But I do now. The bowls arrived, fragrant clouds of steam curling into the air. Gaara studied his portion with quiet scrutiny, as though trying to decipher its secrets before the first bite. Go on, Naruto urged with a grin. First taste is magic. Gaara picked up the chopsticks awkwardly but managed well enough, lifting noodles to his mouth. The moment they touched his tongue, his expression shifted, just a fraction, but it was there, a glimmer of surprise, of something warm threading through him. It's good, Gaara admitted, voice low. Naruto's grin widened. Told you. They ate in companionable silence for a while, until Gaara, eyes still on his bowl, spoke. Food has always been survival to me. Necessary. Empty. This is different. Warmer. Naruto set down his chopsticks, his gaze softening. You're not fighting for survival anymore, Gaara. You're living. This, he gestured around them. This is what living feels like. Sharing something simple, something real. Gaara lowered his gaze to the half-empty bowl, a thoughtful quiet settling over him. He gave a small nod, as if turning over Naruto's words in his mind. Living, it's a feeling I'm still learning to understand. You'll get there, Naruto replied, his tone warm with encouragement. Gaara then inclined his head toward Ayam, offering her a rare, genuine thanks. Your food carries kindness. Thank you. Ayam, momentarily caught off guard by his sincerity, smiled brightly. Any time. Naruto. Gaara began, his voice low but steady. Tomorrow's negotiations, what advice do you have? To protect the village as Kazekage one day, I need to understand more than strength. I need to learn wisdom. Naruto took a moment, considering carefully. Politics isn't so different from battle, Gaara. Anticipate moves, read the room, and always have a plan for when things turn sideways. But more than anything, listen. Really listen to what people fear, what they hope for. That's how you lead. Gaara nodded once, deeply absorbing the advice. Then I'll listen closely. To them. To you. To myself. Naruto gave him a satisfied grin. Good. That's the first step to being more than just a protector. That's the step toward being a real leader. I am, catching the moment, slid them both another helping with a small, encouraging smile. Naruto reached into his cloak, pulling out his wallet. Dinner's on me, he declared. Not every day you treat a future Kazekage to ramen. I am laughed. You're always welcome here, Naruto-kun. Both of you. She gave Gaara a knowing smile. Next time you're buying, Naruto teased, clapping him on the shoulder. As they stepped away from the stand and into the cooling night, a quiet understanding passed between them. Two men, once weapons of their villages, now carving new paths as builders of peace. Under the soft glow of Konoha's lanterns, they walked side by side, not as Hokage and emissary, but as friends. Next morning, Kuratsuchi's arrival. Morning light spilled through the trees at Konoha's main gate, dappling the road in warm gold. The village exhaled a gentle calm, like a living thing at peace with itself. Naruto stood waiting at the gate, the Hokage cloak caught in the breeze, posture relaxed but unmistakably strong. He looked every bit the man she expected, the man who could level mountains, yet here he was, offering a quiet, genuine smile. No Shikamaru. She noted that immediately. He's with the Suna delegation, then. The ANBU lingered in the background, protocol shadows in the treetops, but they weren't suffocating. A careful balance. Enough to remind her of Konoha's vigilance, but not enough to feel like a threat. She wasn't alone. At her side marched three of Iwa's senior counselors, Shinzuru, an elder statesman with a granite gaze, keyed, sharp as a hawk and already mentally cataloging Konoha's defenses, and Ichiro, the pragmatic, numbers-minded envoy assigned to lead treaty negotiations with Konoha's council. They had come not simply to establish an embassy but to begin the true work of alliance. Calculated. Everything here is calculated. Her eyes flicked to Naruto once again as they drew closer, and something tightened in her chest. I've seen this man destroy a mountain, make powerful shinobis tremble. And here he is, standing with that same quiet confidence, smiling like it's the most natural thing in the world. She clamped down on the unease rising in her. This is all strategy. A honey trap. I won't fall for it. Yet despite herself, she couldn't help noting the harmony of Konoha's streets beyond him. The place felt alive in a way IWA rarely did, less grim, more grounded. Konoha feels too peaceful, it's disarming. Dangerous. Naruto stepped forward as they reached him, offering a nod of greeting, eyes bright with that blend of warmth and sharp perception. Ambassador Kuratsuchi, he greeted with an easy grin. You've made good time, or were you just eager to see what I was building here? She tilted her chin upward, cool and composed. We keep our schedules in IWA, Hokage. I didn't realize Konoha measures efficiency by eagerness. His grin widened, unbothered. Oh, we do, especially when it's a formidable ambassador leading the way. She caught herself before her expression slipped, flicking her gaze toward her council members to ensure none betrayed amusement. But they were stone-faced professionals. Naruto turned smoothly, gesturing for them to walk beside him. Come, let me show you what awaits. As they set off together, Konoha's villagers paused with respectful bows, eyes filled not with fear, but trust. The sort of trust only a leader who walked among his people could earn. You've trained them well, Kuratsuchi noted, her tone dry but not without grudging respect. They trained me, Naruto answered, voice steady with sincerity. When you lead, you learn fast who's really in charge. That answer caught her slightly off guard. She turned her head just enough to study him. Genuine, or well-practiced humility. Your counsel, then? She tested. He shook his head, a glimmer of pride lighting his eyes. No, the people. She resisted the impulse to nod but internally marked the point in his favor. You'll find we're not so different, Ambassador, Naruto added, waving toward a newly completed structure ahead. That, he pointed out, Isuna's embassy. Finished just last week. Gaara's delegation arrived yesterday. Her gaze flicked to the building, solid, sun-baked sandstone motifs framed in Konoha's timber. Efficient. Integrated. Already ahead of schedule. Konoha moves fast, she observed. We have to, Naruto replied smoothly. The world isn't waiting for us to catch up. As they continued, Naruto allowed a brief, thoughtful pause before glancing her way. His tone shifted, less teasing, more deliberate. And for transparency, he said, my council and I have accepted the terms of the proposal. The agreement stands. She felt the words like a weight settling on her shoulders, expected, yet still heavy when spoken aloud. Naruto continued, almost conversational but with careful clarity. That said, my godparents have taken a keen interest. Tsunade, well, she's already warned me she'll want to see you herself. A flicker of unease passed through her chest. Tsunade. The Slug Princess. Legendary Sannin. Medical genius. Not someone to take lightly. Naruto caught the shift in her expression and offered a wry smile. She's handling the hospital today, but trust me, she'll seek you out soon enough. She's always seen me like a son, so expect her to test you. Thoroughly. The subtle humor in his tone only sharpened the edge of the warning. And Jiraiya? She asked, keeping her voice steady. He's still away, Naruto replied. But he'll return in a few days. When he does, I'll arrange a dinner for all of us. He'll want to meet you properly. Her pulse quickened, just slightly. Tsunade and Jiraiya. Two legends of the last generation. And she, the face of Iwa's future, would stand before them. Internally, she braced herself. Good. Let them test me. I will not falter. Naruto gave her a sidelong glance, seeming to read her inner steel. I think you'll handle them just fine, he said lightly, then added with a flicker of mischief. Besides, you've been handling me well enough. Despite herself, a breath escaped her in what might almost have been a scoff, or perhaps, the ghost of a laugh. They arrived at the embassy then, a proud blend of Iwa's earthen strength and Konoha's natural flow. Iwa's crest stood carved in the stone, placed beside Konoha's with deliberate equality. Even the gardens respected Iwa's aesthetic, dotted with sturdy rocks and resilient flora from the northern ranges. It's more than just a building, Naruto said, his voice quieter now. It's the first step of something better. Then, with that familiar, infuriating warmth returning to his eyes, he added, You'll find Konoha isn't as hostile as you feared. Or maybe we're just sneaky at disarming strong women like you. Her posture stiffened on instinct, but this time her lips parted just a fraction, as if she almost wanted to say something back, sharp, clever, cutting. Instead, she let the silence linger, steadying herself as he turned and walked away. Her eyes, against her better judgment, followed him longer than she intended. I don't know whether to respect him, fight him, or something worse. The embassy doors closed behind them with a soft thud of well-fitted stone. Cool air met them inside, clean, faintly scented by cedar and mountain sage. The design was subtle, but unmistakably respectful of Iwa's heritage, rugged textures, straight lines, and sturdy stone pillars that bore the weight of the structure with pride. Kuratsuchi's eyes swept the chamber automatically, cataloging details the way a commander would: window placements, line of sight, defensive strengths, and vulnerabilities. She noted the thickness of the walls, the unobtrusive but clearly present chakra reinforcement laced into the seams of the building. Konoha had gone to great lengths to make this not only a diplomatic space, but a safe one. Her counselors spread out with quiet efficiency. Ichiro stepped toward a long central table already prepared with folders of preliminary treaty drafts. Keed moved to inspect the windows and security arrangements, her gaze hawkish as ever. Shinzuru murmured to an aide, likely confirming the meeting schedules with Konoha's civilian council. All was in motion, as it should be. And yet, as Kuratsuchi walked further into the chamber, her mind remained fixed stubbornly on Naruto's parting words. Sneaky at disarming strong women like you. A dangerous line. More dangerous because it hadn't felt like a mere jest. She pushed the thought aside, striding toward the embassy's main workspace. Ichiro, ever the pragmatist, caught her attention first. Hokage Uzumaki has arranged for council-to-council sessions to begin tomorrow, he reported crisply. Preliminary documents appear well prepared, though there's room for negotiation on tariffs and troop postings. Expect it, she replied, scanning the prepared notes. What of the Kusataki corridor? They've proposed phased development, he answered. Trade routes first, then joint security patrols. Keyed, still by the window, broke in quietly. Ambassador, she said, keeping her voice low so the aides wouldn't overhear. About Tsunade. Kuratsuchi turned, raising a brow. Keed's expression was like carved slate. The princess tests with a scalpel, not a blade, she said. She'll press in ways you don't expect. Not brute force. A brief flicker of tension passed between them. Keed, though sharp, rarely offered personal cautions. For her to do so now underscored the weight of the coming meeting. Understood, Kuratsuchi replied softly. And she did understand. Tsunade wasn't some relic of the past to be admired from a distance. She was the living, breathing Lianis of Konoha, and she would measure Kuratsuchi not by her title, but by her character. As she should, Kuratsuchi thought grimly. Let her test me. Shinzuru approached next, folding his arms behind his back as he studied the layout of the room. Hokage Uzumaki, he said thoughtfully, has positioned the Suna embassy directly across from ours. A deliberate show of unity. Her gaze drifted to the windows, where she could just make out the sandstone facade across the row. Bridges instead of swords, Naruto had said. And subtle pressure, Shinzuru added. A reminder that we are not his only allies. Then we will prove, Kuratsuchi answered firmly, that we are his strongest. Her counselors exchanged brief, satisfied looks. As the staff continued settling in, Kuratsuchi excused herself to the private quarters on the embassy's upper floor. She climbed the stone staircase alone, her boots echoing softly against the polished steps. Inside her room, simplicity reigned, a desk, a reading chair by the window, and a map of the 5 nations pinned to one wall. Not an accident, she was certain. Konoha's sense of symbolism was subtle but ever-present. She crossed to the window and parted the curtain with 2 fingers, letting her gaze fall upon the village spread out below. Konoha pulsed with quiet life. Children's laughter drifted on the breeze. Merchants called out their wares. Shinobi in Konoha vests moved like threads in a vast, living tapestry. It feels too peaceful here, she thought again, but with a trace less certainty than before. Her mind strayed, uninvited, back to Naruto's words, to the look in his eyes when he spoke of his godparents, of Suna's embassy, of the future row of allies that would line these streets. You've been handling me well enough. Her fingers curled against the window frame. I will handle you, Hokage. I will handle all of this. Yet, even as she thought it, she knew the game was not so simple. Because for all her resolve, she could not deny one thing. Next to him, despite her caution, despite every reason to distrust him, she had felt, not merely challenged, but at ease. A dangerous, unwelcome ease. Her gaze hardened, but deep inside, an ember of curiosity smoldered. I don't know whether to respect him, fight him, or something worse. She let the curtain fall closed. Time will tell. Preparation for the diplomatic summit. The chamber was quiet, expectant. Naruto stood at the head of the table, his hands resting lightly on the polished wood, cloak draped over his shoulders like a mantle of authority rather than a burden. Around him, the full assembly of clan heads and elders were seated in attentive order. Heishi Hyuga, impassive as stone. Shikaku Nara, thoughtful and sharp-eyed. Inoichi Yamanaka, analytical and calm. And of course Danzo, ever present in the shadows, face unreadable beneath bandages and veiled intent. Tsunade sat nearby, observing, her arms folded, her gaze steady and faintly proud as she let Naruto command the room. Naruto began, clear and unhurried. You've all been briefed on the recent movements. Iwa and Suna have arrived. Taki, Kusa, and Oto are en route, expected within the next 3 days. He let his gaze sweep the table, anchoring every listener to his words. Today, we begin formal talks with Suna. Tomorrow, Iwa's delegation will sit across from us. The following day, IWA and Suna will meet directly under our roof to build upon their shared interests. He paused, letting the strategy unfold in the minds of his audience. By the time they finish, Naruto continued, Kusa, Taki, and Oto will have arrived. That will be the critical stage. We will host full assembly meetings, where IWA and Suna will help bring the other villages into alignment. Shikaki gave a small, approving nod, already running calculations in his mind. Naruto pressed on. Our role is simple but vital. We are the hosts. Our task is to ensure these talks proceed smoothly. No disruptions, no surprises. His gaze narrowed just slightly, enough to cast a subtle ripple of tension across the room. That means I expect the clan heads to remain vigilant. Active patrols around the village. Civilian areas secured, but not suffocating. Show our strength, not suspicion. Hayashi spoke first, his voice calm. The Hyuga will coordinate with ANBU and the patrol squads. We will maintain discretion. Shibi Aburain followed, his tone precise. Our Kikaichu will monitor the perimeter for any foreign chakra signatures. Naruto inclined his head in acknowledgement. Good. Then he let a beat of silence stretch before continuing, this time, his tone cool and deliberate. All A and B units are already on high alert, Naruto said. They will remain so for the next 2 weeks, until every delegation has safely departed our borders. Only IWA will be staying behind, and depending on Suna talks we may have one of their representatives come to Kiri as well. His eyes passed briefly over the table, and landed, just so, on Danzo. Every visitor, every diplomat, will be given proper respect, Naruto continued, steady as stone. But let it be understood, Konoha is watching. A pause. Subtle, intentional. Everyone is being watched. Danzo's single visible eye narrowed, just a fraction. He understood the message perfectly, though no words passed between them. Tsunade's lips twitched at the corner, the faintest ghost of approval. Naruto moved on without hesitation, as though the warning had never been spoken aloud. The success of these talks depends on our discipline, Naruto said, letting his voice carry the weight of finality. When these leaders return to their villages, they should carry with them 2 things, respect for Konoha's leadership, and certainty in our ability to hold this alliance together. He straightened fully, his gaze sharp but level. That is our duty. And I expect every one of you to uphold it. One by one, the clan heads offered nods of assent. Even Danzo, slow but unmistakable. Shikaku folded his hands together thoughtfully. Hokage-sama, he said, using the title with quiet respect. Would you like me to arrange staggered briefings with the clan patrol leaders, so we keep the schedule fluid as talks develop? Naruto gave a short nod. Do it. The meeting ended not with debate, but with cohesion, exactly as he intended. Naruto's final words closed the briefing like a seal of iron. Prepare yourselves. Konoha is the fulcrum of this new world. We will not falter. As the final murmurs of the council faded and the clan heads filed out of the chamber, Naruto remained standing, eyes fixed thougtfully on the empty seats. He could feel Tsunade's gaze before she spoke, steady, assessing, but not hovering. You're handling them well, Tsunade said at last, stepping to his side, her arms crossing. Naruto let out a quiet breath, the hint of a wry smile on his lips. I'd hoped so by now. You've grown into the chair, she added, her tone frank but touched with something warmer beneath it, a quiet pride she made no effort to conceal. Even Danzo kept his mouth in check. Almost impressive. Naruto's smile sharpened just slightly. He knows he's being watched. Tsunade's gaze glinted with approval. Good. Naruto shifted his weight, folding his arms loosely. That reminds me, Kuratsuchi arrived this morning with her council team. She's been made aware you intend to test her. Tsunade's mouth curved into a slow, feline grin. Of course she is. Naruto's tone remained steady, but the undercurrent was earnest. "I'd ask you to go easy on her." She tilted her head, considering him from the corner of her eye, before answering with deliberate weight. "No promises." There was no malice in her voice, only the firm resolve of someone who had walked too many battlefields to coddle anyone standing at the gates of leadership. "You expect me to test her spirit," she added, her voice dropping just slightly. "But I'll test her heart, too. I want to know if she'll stand beside you, or try to stand over you." Naruto accepted the answer without argument. He had expected no less. Still, there was a flicker of something in his expression, not quite worry, perhaps quiet hope. "That's fair," he conceded. A moment of comfortable silence stretched between them before Naruto turned toward the wide corridor leading to the Great Hall. "Come on," he said, motioning toward the awaiting negotiations. "Time for the first round." When they reached the heavy doors of the council hall, the attending shinobi pushed them open with a respectful bow. Beyond, the Suna delegation awaited, Gaara poised, Temari sharp-eyed, Kankuro wary but resolute. Naruto stepped forward, his Hokage cloak catching the light like a banner of dawn. "Let's begin." The Suna negotiations, foundations of alliance. The great hall of Konoha was warm with afternoon light, sunbeams filtering through the tall windows and casting golden patterns across the polished table. Naruto entered with calm authority, Tsunade just behind him, her arms folded in silent approval of the proceedings to come. Gaara stood at the head of the Suna delegation, not yet Kazekage, but here as the face of his village, as much a candidate for leadership as a diplomat. He carried himself with quiet purpose, eyes steady beneath the weight of expectation. Beside him, Temari wore her usual sharp expression, gaze cool and measured. Kankuro, arms crossed, watched the room with subtle suspicion, like a sentinel waiting for signs of hidden danger. Naruto greeted them with genuine warmth, leveling the field from the outset. "Welcome to Konoha," he said, offering Gaara a respectful nod. "You honor us with your presence." Gaara inclined his head in return. "We are here to see what future we can build together." Rather than take the head of the table, Naruto chose a seat directly opposite Gaara, not above him, not leading from a pedestal, but meeting him as an equal. They sat, and the talks began. Naruto set the tone immediately. "These talks are a step towards something far greater than trade or security. They're about setting a foundation for peace that our children won't have to inherit in fear." Gaara listened intently, his expression thoughtful. He took in not just Naruto's words, but his manner, open, grounded, steady. He remembered Naruto's earlier advice: watch, listen, understand the tides before you move the sand. Temari raised the first practical point. "Our trade routes are ready to expand. Water resources remain our priority," Naruto answered smoothly. "Konoha will assist with engineering support for your water reclamation. Additionally, we're prepared to commit joint patrol units along the border to safeguard merchant caravans." Kankuro cut in, voice edged but not hostile. "And the military terms?" "Balanced," Naruto assured him. "Each side maintains its autonomy, but we stand together in mutual defense." As they reviewed drafts of the treaty, the talks moved smoothly until Temari, her sharp gaze narrowing just slightly, raised the unspoken. "A question, Hokage," she said. "We've heard rumors of a marriage alliance between Konoha and IWA. We'd like clarification." Gaara's eyes flicked toward her, then to Naruto, his interest piqued but carefully contained. Naruto answered without hesitation, steady and forthright. "Yes. There is such a proposal. Between myself and Iwa's ambassador, Kuratsuchi." A ripple of quiet tension passed through the Suna delegation, but Naruto continued, clear and calm. "Konoha's relationship with IWA has been the most strained on the continent," he said plainly. "Decades of conflict, mistrust, and bloodshed. If there is a way forward, a way to turn the page, it must begin with a symbolic step." His gaze settled meaningfully on each member of the delegation. "But let me be clear," Naruto continued, his voice like steel under silk. "This alliance with IWA does not diminish our commitment to Suna. Konoha will treat every partner in this union equally. No favorites. No hidden bargains. Gaara studied him for a long moment, weighing not just his words, but his conviction. What he saw seemed to satisfy him. That is what I hope to hear, Gaara replied, his tone steady. Kankuro, still cautious, pressed. And if IWA grows too bold with Konoha's favor? They won't, Naruto said simply. Because they'll see Suna at the table beside them. Not behind. Gaara's expression shifted, subtle but unmistakable, not just approval, but understanding. He saw the strategy beneath the words, the invitation to step into a role of equal power in this new alliance. Gaara nodded slowly. Then we will stand beside you. Naruto offered a small, genuine smile. That's the future I want. The scribes continued to draft the treaty language as they spoke, noting shared patrol responsibilities, balanced trade agreements, and cooperative diplomatic channels. As the conversation moved toward long-term plans, Naruto brought up the next horizon. After this summit, he said, we move toward Kiri. Kiri, Temari echoed, thoughtful. Yes, Naruto confirmed. The Mizukage, Tsurumi, understands the weight of unity. She'll appreciate seeing not just Konoha, but Suna at the table. He turned to Gaara directly. I recommend you send a representative with our delegation. Someone strong. Someone who shows Suna's resolve. Gaara considered it with care. He exchanged a glance with Temari, a silent exchange between siblings, warrior and strategist. I will, Gaara replied. They will speak for our future. Naruto accepted the answer with a slight nod. Good. Tsurumi values forthright allies. She'll respect Suna's presence. As the initial drafts of the treaty were finalized, Gaara rose from his seat, and Naruto rose with him, two future leaders standing side by side, not as ruler and subordinate, but as equals. This is a good start, Naruto said. Gaara met his gaze directly. It is. There was respect there, not forced, not ceremonial, but real. And beneath it, a shared recognition of the burden they both carried. The future was not written yet. But today, they had set the ink to the page. Konoha IWA Final Treaty Confirmation. The morning sun filtered through the council chamber's high windows, casting warm light across the table where the scrolls and documents were neatly arrayed. The air held the quiet hum of purpose, not tension, but the focus of final work being done. Naruto sat at the head of Konoha's side of the table, flanked by Shikaku and the heads of the relevant departments. His demeanor was steady, assured, but not domineering. Across from him, Kuratsuchi led Iwa's delegation, seated alongside Shinzuru, Kiid, and Ichiro, the familiar faces from their previous rounds of negotiation. There was no need for pomp. These were not opening volleys. They were the last strokes of the brush. Naruto began smoothly. Let's pick up where we left off in IWA. Kiid, ever the sharp voice of Iwa's pragmatism, leaned forward. Regarding the trade route sovereignty, we've reflected on your counterpoint. Joint patrols along our borders with the minor villages are acceptable. Naruto inclined his head. And A&B liaison access remains in place? Confirmed, Kuratsuchi replied herself. It ensures transparency. IWA has no objection. Naruto made a small note in front of him, then looked up. Good. The matter of reparations from Taki and Kusa? Shinzuru spoke calmly. As agreed. Itemized and divided proportionally to reconstruction contributions. Naruto exchanged a glance with Shikaku, who gave a short, approving nod. We'll audit regularly, Shikaku added. No surprises. Clean and fair, Ichiro confirmed. The conversation turned naturally to infrastructure. The geothermal facility, Kuratsuchi said, sliding a document forward. We've confirmed that Iwa's researchers can cooperate under your civilian oversight. Naruto met her gaze squarely. Provided all shared research is open to Kusa and Taki's scientists as well. Of course, she said. Equal access. There was a rhythm now, a flow of dialogue that felt less like negotiation and more like architects fine-tuning blueprints. No hostility, no posturing, only the quiet momentum of mutual progress. Naruto gestured to the next point. Western settlements. Shinzuru spoke with gravity. IWA will provide aid, food supplies, field instructors, defensive consulting. And Konoha, Naruto confirmed, will match that commitment. No village left to fend for itself. Kid allowed herself a tight nod of approval. Then we are agreed. There was a brief pause, a breath of space between the pragmatic and the personal. Kuratsuchi, with calm precision, drew a smaller scroll from among the documents and placed it on the table, distinct from the others. For the Hokage, she said, her voice steady but carrying quiet significance. Naruto accepted it, unfolding the scroll carefully. Inside, in crisp, formal language, Iwa's council had outlined their terms for the marriage alliance. It acknowledged his previous proposal, confirmed agreement to formal engagement at the next Chunin exams, and proposed collaborative steps leading to that moment. IWA appreciates the prudence of the timeline, Kuratsuchi said, her expression neutral but her eyes watching him keenly. It allows both of our nations to walk this path without haste, and with dignity. Naruto traced the lines of the document with his gaze, then looked to her directly. And you understand this doesn't elevate IWA above our other partners? Her response came without hesitation. We do. IWA is prepared to stand in alliance, not above it. A quiet moment of respect passed between them. Good, Naruto replied. Because Konoha will honor all its partners equally, Suna, IWA, Taki, Kusa, Oto. No exceptions. Shinzuru's voice joined with quiet approval. That is all IWA seeks. Equality in alliance, not superiority. Naruto's eyes lingered a moment on Kuratsuchi. Then we move forward together. As they turned to review the ceremonial details, the timing of the announcement, diplomatic signaling, guest lists, the transition was effortless. The councils watched as Naruto and Kuratsuchi navigated the conversation with growing ease, passing ideas back and forth like craftsmen refining a single, shared work. It felt less like two sides, and more like a shared table. When the last seals were affixed to the finalized drafts, Naruto rose, and Kuratsuchi mirrored him without delay. This is a good day for both our nations, Naruto said, offering his hand across the table. Kuratsuchi clasped it firmly. And a step toward a stronger continent. For a moment, there was a quiet understanding between them, not affection, not yet, but a shared pride in what they had crafted together. As the delegations began to disperse, aides carrying the finalized documents for archiving and publication, one of Kuratsuchi's assistants stepped forward and passed her a folded parchment. The seal was unmistakable, Tsunade's personal mark. Kuratsuchi's eyes narrowed slightly as she broke the seal and read. Ambassador Kuratsuchi. Your schedule this week will no doubt be heavy, but I would welcome your visit when time permits. Find me at the medical complex once your council duties allow. I look forward to our conversation. Tsunade Senju. Cordial. Respectful. But a summons, nonetheless. Sliding the letter into her sleeve, Kuratsuchi let a breath pass, steadying herself. Another step in the dance. With the treaties sealed and Tsunade's challenge awaiting, Kuratsuchi stepped from the chamber, her mind already turning to the next battlefield. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 23 Tests and Curiosities. Kuratsuchi prepares. A test beyond diplomacy. Morning light stretched across the stone floors of the IWA embassy, casting long shadows beneath the council table where treaty scrolls lay neatly stacked. Kuratsuchi stood at the tall window of her private chamber, arms crossed over her chest as she gazed out over Konoha's quiet streets. It was a beautiful village, she had to admit, but beauty was never simple. Beneath the polished facades, she saw order, efficiency, a carefully tended strength. Konoha was not soft. It was simply confident enough not to flaunt its teeth at every passerby. A soft knock at the door drew her attention. Keed stepped inside, her ever-watchful gaze sharp as a blade. Your morning reports, Ambassador. Patrol shifts and schedule for the minor village negotiations. Kuratsuchi took the papers without turning from the window. And the Hokage? Conferring with the Hyuga patrol captains, Kid replied. A faint quirk touched her lips. Efficient, as always. Kuratsuchi let out a quiet hum of acknowledgement, scanning the papers briefly before setting them aside. Then, almost as an afterthought, but not really, she drew out the folded parchment tucked inside her sleeve. Tsunade's summons. Kid's eyes flicked to the letter, understanding at once. She wastes no time, Kid observed. She shouldn't. Kuratsuchi replied evenly, slipping the letter back into her uniform. This is her role, after all. To measure threats. And opportunities. Kid hesitated, then spoke more softly. And you, Ambassador? How do you measure her? Kuratsuchi's gaze drifted back out to the sunlit village, her expression unreadable. Sharp, she said at last. Sharper than most think. And heavier, too. Not just as a Kage. As his guardian. Kid offered a low nod, accepting the truth of it. Kuratsuchi turned from the window fully, squaring her shoulders. I won't dishonor us by flinching. She tests me, fine. Let her. Without further ceremony, she strode from the chamber, her cloak trailing like a banner of Iwa's pride. Kid fell in step behind her silently, but Kuratsuchi held up a hand as they neared the embassy's main hall. I go alone, she said. Kid hesitated, then inclined her head. As you will. Outside, Konoha's streets bustled with quiet purpose. Shinobi and civilians moved with disciplined ease, preparations for the upcoming full summit already underway. Kuratsuchi walked the main avenue with calm poise, the IWA crest on her back catching the morning light. As she neared the medical complex, she could feel the weight of eyes upon her, not hostile, not quite curious. Watchful. Let them watch. She climbed the steps of the complex with steady, measured pace, until a young attendant in pale robes bowed low at the entrance. Ambassador Kuratsuchi, the attendant greeted. Lady Tsunade is expecting you. This way, please. With a nod, Kuratsuchi followed. The air inside the medical center was clean and cool, smelling faintly of herbs and sterilization agents. Beneath the calm, there was a pulse of quiet energy, a place of life and healing, but also of discipline and control. Perfectly suited for a senju. They crossed through corridors until the attendant paused before a set of carved wooden doors. She waits beyond, the attendant said softly. Kuratsuchi dismissed the nervous flutter that threatened to rise in her chest. She stepped forward, pushed the doors open, and walked into the lion's den. Kuratsuchi meets Tsunade, a test of worth. The doors closed behind Kuratsuchi with a soft thud, sealing her alone in the chamber. Sunlight filtered through the wide windows, catching in the golden strands of Tsunade's hair as she stood at the far side of the room. No aides, no distractions. Just the two of them, beneath the quiet hum of the medical complex. Tsunade's gaze met Kuratsuchi's without preamble, sharp as a blade honed on battlefield steel. Come closer. Kuratsuchi obeyed, her footsteps steady across the polished floor. She stopped at a respectful distance, not too close, not too far. Just enough to be seen as an equal, but not a threat. For a moment either spoke. Then Tsunade broke the silence, her tone smooth, but carrying iron beneath velvet. You handled yourself well in the treaty negotiations. Thank you, Kuratsuchi replied, her voice cool, composed. But politics, Tsunade continued, folding her arms, isn't what interests me. Her eyes narrowed slightly, assessing Kuratsuchi as one might examine a weapon, not for flaws, but for purpose. I'm here to understand the woman who may one day stand beside my boy, Tsunade said plainly. The directness struck like a blow, but Kuratsuchi held her ground. Your boy. Tsunade's mouth curved into something between a smile and a smirk. He may wear the Hokage's cloak, but I knew him long before that title weighed on his shoulders. Long before the war, before the blood and fire turned him into the man you see now. Her gaze darkened, not with sadness, but with something deeper. Memory. You see the surface, Kuratsuchi. The leader. The diplomat. Tsunade's voice softened, just a fraction. But do you see the storm beneath? Kuratsuchi's jaw tightened slightly. She chose her words with care. I see a man determined to lead a continent out of chaos. That you do, Tsunade acknowledged, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. But determination alone doesn't build nations. Pain does. Loss does. She let those words settle in the space between them. You think this engagement is just politics? Tsunade pressed. A gesture to strengthen alliances. It is a duty, Kuratsuchi replied, straightening her shoulders. Iwa's future depends on it. Does it? Tsunade tilted her head slightly. Or is that what you tell yourself to keep your heart locked away? A flicker, barely perceptible, passed through Kuratsuchi's eyes. Tsunade saw it immediately. You fear being a pawn, Tsunade continued, stepping closer now. You fear being swallowed by Konoha's shadow, by Naruto's shadow. So you build walls of stone around your pride. Around your ambition. Silence stretched. Kuratsuchi's voice, when it came, was quiet but taut. Iwa has stood too long in Konoha's shadow. And you've carried that weight, Tsunade acknowledged. But let me ask you something, not as Hokage's guardian, but as a woman who has stood on battlefields and buried too many friends. Her gaze sharpened, cutting clean to the heart. Do you serve your people, or your pride? The question hung in the air, heavier than steel. Kuratsuchi's fingers curled at her sides, nails biting into her palms. Her answer came stiff at first, like stone cracking under strain. I serve both, she said. Tsunade's expression didn't shift. Then you serve either. The words struck deep. For a heartbeat, Kuratsuchi felt her composure waver. Not enough to shatter, but enough to tremble. Beneath the weight of her duty, her ambition, and her fear, something quaked. Her breath caught, but she pushed through. I want to protect my people. But I don't want to lose myself to this alliance. To him. There it was, the first raw truth. Spoken not as an ambassador, but as a woman standing at the precipice of something far larger than herself. Tsunade's gaze softened, not in pity, but in respect. Good, she said simply. You're honest. I'd hate to see him bound to someone who lies to herself. She let the moment stretch, then continued, her voice lower, more personal. You envy him. His certainty. His command. His place in the world. Tsunade's eyes softened further, remembering a younger Naruto, wild, untamed, but burning with purpose. But you don't yet know what it cost him to stand there. A beat. You will. Her tone carried no malice, only grim truth. He fought battles you'll never read about in history scrolls. Tsunade went on, her gaze distant for a breath. Not just on battlefields, but in shadows. In bloodied corridors where no sunlight reached. He carried the lives of comrades on his back before he ever wore that cloak. A subtle hint, ENBU. Kuratsuchi's breath quieted as the weight of those words settled in her chest. Tsunade stepped closer, now standing only a few paces away. I won't tell you all of it, Tsunade said, her voice almost a whisper. But understand this, he does not need you to save him. He needs someone strong enough to walk beside him, not behind. Her eyes, golden and unflinching, bore into Kuratsuchi's with quiet fire. Can you do that? For a heartbeat, Kuratsuchi wanted to speak, to answer immediately, to defend herself. But something deeper held her tongue. Instead, she breathed in once, slowly, steadying herself. I will try. It was not boastful. It was not defeatist. It was honest. Tsunade's gaze lingered a moment longer, then, with a faint nod, she stepped back. Good, she said. Try. And keep trying. Her mouth curved into the barest hint of a smile. I won't expect you to pass every test I set, Tsunade admitted. But understand this, Kuratsuchi, if you fall short, I'll be there to catch you. Her expression hardened, steel beneath warmth. And if you threaten what we've built, I will not hesitate to crush you. The words were delivered not with hostility, but with the unflinching love of a guardian who would burn down kingdoms to protect her own. Kuratsuchi felt the weight of it settle deep in her bones. She bowed, respectful and full of understanding. As you should. Tsunade inclined her head in final acknowledgement. Then we understand each other. With that, she turned away, returning to her work without ceremony, leaving Kuratsuchi to step back into the corridor, her mind a storm of thought. As the doors closed behind her, Kuratsuchi exhaled slowly. For the first time, she did not feel like a general returning from negotiation. She felt like a student, standing at the threshold of a far greater lesson. Some time later, the wind shifted slightly as Kuratsuchi lingered at the ridge, her eyes still tracing the unfinished contours of Naruto's face upon the Hokage monument. Her mind spun with questions she couldn't yet answer, her breath steady but tight in her chest. You're looking at the boy, came a voice beside her, gentle as wine through old leaves. Kuratsuchi stiffened, her hand instinctively brushing toward the edge of her cloak, but there was no threat here. An old man stood a few paces away, small and stooped, wrapped in simple robes. He leaned on a cane carved from smooth wood, its lacquer faded by long years of use. He wasn't a presence of power, not at first glance, just an elder enjoying the morning air. His eyes, though, they held depth. As if they had seen centuries unfold, and still found beauty in the shape of the world. Kuratsuchi hesitated, but her curiosity edged her voice forward. The boy? The old man followed her gaze to the unfinished face of Naruto carved into the mountain. His face isn't finished yet, the man said, as if he were speaking of an old friend. Still rough around the edges. Still waiting for time and experience to do its work. There was a thoughtful silence before he added, with a glint of quiet humor. But then again, aren't we all? Kuratsuchi's lips pressed together, part wry amusement, part wonder at the odd timing of this encounter. You speak like you know him, she said, watching the man out of the corner of her eye. The elder's gaze didn't leave the mountain. Well enough, he replied. Well enough to see his burdens, even from afar. Something in his voice, the tempered weight of experience, the sorrow of old battlefields, made her pause. Without turning, the old man asked, almost absently, Tell me, young ambassador, what do you see when you look at him? Kuratsuchi considered deflecting. Considered walking away. But her walls were already cracked, and something about this stranger invited honesty. Strength, she admitted quietly. Conviction. Purpose. And fear? The old man prompted, gently. Her breath caught, just a fraction. No. But after a heartbeat, she softened the lie. Yes. The old man's smile was small but knowing. Good, he said softly. Fear is not weakness, child. It is wisdom, waiting to be shaped. Fear reminds you of what matters. His gaze shifted from the monument to her, and for the first time, Kuratsuchi truly saw his eyes. Old eyes. Wise eyes. Not dulled by age, but sharpened. Should you fear him? The old man continued. No. But you should understand him. He walks a path few can follow. Kuratsuchi drew in a slow breath, the wind brushing her hair from her face. Then how do I understand a man like that? The elder's eyes glimmered with quiet humor. You watch the shadows behind his light, he replied. You ask not just what he fights for, but what he has lost along the way. He turned back to the mountain, thoughtful. Ask yourself why a man smiles when his soul is heavy. Why he builds bridges when his heart still carries the weight of ruins. His cane tapped softly against the stone beneath them. Find those answers, and perhaps you'll understand not just the Hokage, but the man. Kuratsuchi stood silent, the words sinking deeper than she expected. Before she could speak again, the quiet moment was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Grandpa! Came a young, familiar voice, full of youthful energy. She turned to see a young shinobi jogging up the path, grinning as he approached the old man. Konoha. He slowed as he neared, giving Kuratsuchi a polite nod before turning to the elder. Time to head back, Konoha said cheerfully. Tsunade-sama was asking if you join her for lunch. The old man chuckled, shifting his weight onto his cane. Ah, yes. Can't keep the old slug princess waiting. Konohamaru moved to help steady him, and together they began to walk back down the path. Kuratsuchi watched them go, her eyes lingering on the old man's profile. Her gaze drifted upward, back to the Hokage monument. Past Naruto's half-finished face, to the completed visage of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Her breath caught, realization dawning. That was... The old man's quiet wisdom settled deeper in her chest now, his words taking on new meaning with the weight of legacy behind them. A faint, wry smile touched her lips. Figures, she murmured to herself. Turning back to the village below, Kuratsuchi felt the wind shift again, no longer restless, but steady. Like a breeze guiding her forward. Her path was not yet clear. But she would walk it. And she would understand him. In return to the embassy, pieces in motion. The wind still clung to her as Kuratsuchi descended from the ridge, the scent of stone dust and mountain air lingering in her senses. She moved with quiet purpose now, no longer chasing clarity, carrying it, in fragments, inside her. As she crossed the threshold of the IWA embassy, the shift in atmosphere was immediate. Where the mountain had been quiet and contemplative, the embassy thrummed with energy, aides shuffling documents, messengers moving swiftly between rooms, quiet conversations filling the air. Keed was waiting just inside, sharp-eyed as always. Ambassador, she greeted crisply. She fell in step beside Kuratsuchi as they moved through the main corridor. We have updates, Keed continued without delay. Our talks with the Kusa representatives this morning concluded smoothly. Kuratsuchi's eyebrows rose slightly, impressed despite herself. That fast? Keed's mouth tugged in a faint smile. They were eager to accept assistance, almost too eager. Shinzuru approached from the adjoining chamber, carrying a folio of signed preliminary agreements. His expression was reserved, but satisfied. They see IWA as an anchor, he confirmed. Our offer of infrastructure and security support was well received. They requested swift deployment after the summit concludes. Which we can accommodate, Kuratsuchi said, scanning the documents briefly as they walked. Her mind shifted gears fluidly back into diplomatic rhythm. They need stability more than leverage. Good. Next is Taki, Shinzuru added. Our lunch break is brief, but their envoys are punctual. We expect smooth proceedings. And Oto tomorrow morning, Keed finished. Their delegation is slightly delayed, but they'll arrive in time. Kuratsuchi nodded, filing away the sequence of talks. Everything was moving according to pace. Almost. Keed hesitated, then cleared her throat lightly. There is the other matter. Kuratsuchi met her gaze expectantly. The meeting with Suna's delegation. Keed continued. Gaara and Baki await your audience this afternoon. At the mention of Gaara, something in Kuratsuchi's mind clicked, not hesitation, but keen attention. Her mountain reflections were still fresh, and Gaara, she knew, carried burdens of his own. A potential mirror of sorts. And Temari? Kankuro? Kuratsuchi asked. Scheduled to meet with Kusa and Taki separately, Shinzuru supplied. They're dividing their attention across the minor villages, a smart play to widen Suna's presence. Wise, Kuratsuchi murmured. She felt the momentum building, the pieces moving on the board. IWA and Kusa, progress. Taki next, then Oto. And now Suna. The critical link between the great powers and the smaller voices at the table. She felt, for the first time that day, a steadiness in her posture not born of duty alone, but of clarity. Good, she said firmly. I'll meet with Gaara and Baki personally. Shinzuru inclined his head. Shall I have your notes prepared? No, Kuratsuchi replied, her gaze sharpening. I know what I need to say. Keed's eyes flicked to her, subtle approval passing between them. Whatever had tempered the ambassador's focus during her brief absence, it had not dulled her edge. It had honed it. Kuratsuchi's mind worked swiftly as they reached the council chamber. Gaara. He walks a path like mine, tested by expectation, shaped by forces beyond his choice. If there was a chance to build true understanding, to lay the stones of genuine alliance, it would be through this meeting. And she would not miss it. Prepare for the talkie talks, Kuratsuchi instructed. Keep me informed if Oto's timetable shifts. Yes, Ambassador, Kid replied crisply. Without breaking stride, Kuratsuchi turned toward the outer courtyard, where a hawk awaited with sealed messages. She caught the insignia of Suna on one parchment, the final confirmation of their scheduled meeting. Her lips pressed into a thin, determined line. Time. Bridges beyond stone. The Suna embassy in Konoha was smaller than Iwa's, but no less efficient. Scrolls and documents lay organized on polished wooden tables, sunbeams slanting through the open windows to catch in their seals and stamps of authority. Kuratsuchi entered with measured steps, escorted by Kid to the threshold before waving her aide away. She preferred to walk into this conversation alone. Gaara and Baki were already waiting. Baki, ever the disciplined commander, rose briefly in acknowledgement, his sharp eyes calculating but not unfriendly. Gaara remained seated, his posture straight, hands folded neatly before him on the table, composed, quiet, but fully present. Ambassador Kuratsuchi, Baki greeted, his voice sandpaper rough but respectful. Commander Baki. Gaara, she replied, nodding to each in turn. She took her seat across from them, placing no documents before her. This was a meeting of words first, ink second. We appreciate you making the time, Baki began. The summit's pace quickens by the hour, which makes this all the more important, Kuratsuchi replied smoothly. Better we speak clearly now than scramble later. Gaara inclined his head slightly in agreement. IWA and Suna have more in common than history cares to admit. A truth, simply spoken. Kuratsuchi respected that. We do, she acknowledged. Two nations hardened by wars waged in harsh landscapes. Two peoples who know the cost of survival. Baki's eyes narrowed slightly, assessing her tone, but he seemed to approve of the directness. Mutual benefit is the clearest path forward, Baki said. Suna is prepared to propose shared reconstruction efforts in neutral territories, particularly around the disputed zones near Taki. IWA will commit the same, Kuratsuchi answered. Our engineers can assist with fortifications and water flow redirection. Kusa will welcome the combined presence. They discuss logistics, not as adversaries, but as architects of stability. Trade routes along the old merchant corridors. Joint task forces to safeguard desert caravans. Even information-sharing protocols to curtail rogue elements exploiting the newfound peace. The conversation flowed steadily, both sides professional, precise. Then, as their aides quietly shuffled papers in the adjoining room, Baki rose, giving a slight bow. If you'll excuse me, he said. There is a report I must dispatch to Suna's council. The unspoken offer hung in the air. A private moment. Kuratsuchi watched him go, then shifted her gaze to Gaara. Silence stretched between them, not hostile, but uncertain. You lead well, she said at last, almost surprising herself. Gaara's pale eyes met hers, steady as the desert dawn. I'm still learning. Aren't we all? Kuratsuchi admitted quietly. Her eyes drifted, almost unconsciously, to the open window where the peak of Hokage Mountain could just be glimpsed beyond the rooftops. Gaara followed her gaze. He shapes us all, doesn't he? Gaara said, almost to himself. Kuratsuchi felt the corner of her mouth twitch, something between amusement and reluctant agreement. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara's expression softened, subtle but undeniable. He forced me to see beyond myself, he said plainly. To see the village I wanted to protect, not just the power I wished to hold. Kuratsuchi studied him, really studied him now. There was no artifice in Gaara's words, no diplomatic mask. And yet you followed him here, she said, voice quieter. To his table. Gaara's answer was immediate. Because he does not seek to stand above us. Only beside. That line hung heavy in the air. Kuratsuchi swallowed, her throat dry. Beside, not above. He has a way, she murmured, of turning enemies into comrades. Gaara's lips pulled into the faintest shadow of a smile. He has a way of turning storms into clear skies. For a moment she let herself relax, just a breath. She glanced sidelong at Gaara, her curiosity slipping past her guard. Do you ever wonder where it comes from? That certainty of his? Gaara's gaze drifted toward the horizon beyond the window. Every day, he answered quietly. And every day, I understand a little more. But not enough. Kuratsuchi let the silence settle, her thoughts spinning. Then, with new resolve, she straightened in her chair. Perhaps, she said, we'll both find our answers as this alliance takes shape. Gaara met her gaze evenly. Perhaps. A small pause, then Kuratsuchi extended her hand across the table, not in ceremony, but in honest accord. Preliminary terms, she proposed. Shared security, cooperative rebuilding, and embassy exchanges in Iwa and Suna. Gaara accepted her hand, his grip firm and steady. We'll take it to our councils. Their hands parted, but the accord remained. As Baki returned moments later, his expression carefully neutral, Kuratsuchi rose from her seat. Thank you for your time, she said to both of them. And thank you for your honesty, Gaara replied. Kuratsuchi allowed herself a final glance toward the window, toward the mountain, toward the unfinished face carved in stone. As she stepped from the embassy, she carried something new with her. Not certainty, but the understanding that some answers must be earned, not given. Evening at the Hokage's office. The corridors of the Hokage Tower were quiet as evening settled over Konoha, the fading sun casting long amber shadows across the polished floors. Kuratsuchi stepped through the outer hallway, her boots soft against the stone as she approached Naruto's office. Papers were stacked neatly in the alcoves, messenger hawks had long since been dismissed for the night, and the bustle of the summit had, for now, quieted. As she reached the door, she found Shizen exiting, a small bundle of files under her arm. The assistant paused, offering Kuratsuchi a faint but knowing smile. He's free, Shizen said, her tone light but touched with quiet amusement. You can go in if you'd like. Kuratsuchi hesitated, just a heartbeat, then inclined her head in thanks. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside. The office was dimly lit, the last rays of sunlight slanting through the window behind Naruto's desk. The Hokage himself sat there, chair tilted back, feet up on the edge of the desk in a posture that would have horrified any formal observer. A half-empty cup sat beside an uncorked bottle of sake. Scrolls were scattered across the table, but his gaze was fixed out the window, watching the dusk settle over the village. When he noticed her, his expression brightened into something easy and genuine. Kuratsuchi, he greeted, voice warm despite the weariness etched into his posture. Evening. She gave a nod of acknowledgement, but her sharp eyes didn't miss the quiet fatigue shadowing his features. You look like hell, she remarked, sliding the door closed behind her. Naruto chuckled, the sound low and honest. You should see the other guy, he replied, then gestured toward the bottle on his desk. Drink? Kuratsuchi considered for a breath, then crossed the room and accepted the offer. She poured herself a measure, the liquid catching the lamplight like amber fire. To the endless joy of diplomacy, she toasted dryly. Naruto smirked, and raised his cup in return. To surviving it. They drank, the sharp burn of the sake cutting through the quiet between them. For a few minutes they spoke of official matters, schedules for the following day, council updates, minor details about the summit's next sessions. But gradually, as the sake warmed their veins and the shadows lengthened, the weight of formalities began to slip away. Naruto leaned back further in his chair, stretching his arms over his head with a low groan of fatigue. You know, he said, voice casual, I think that's enough diplomacy for one night. Kuratsuchi arched an eyebrow. Calling it early, Hokage? Please, he replied with a grin. Just Naruto. At least while it's past sunset and the paperwork's temporarily surrendered. She allowed herself a small, almost reluctant smile. Fine. Naruto. That's better, he said, his grin widening before softening into something more thoughtful. So, what about you? What do you actually miss when you're not neck-deep in treaties and council meetings? Kuratsuchi's answer came without hesitation, a spark of genuine fondness flickering in her eyes. Barbecue, she admitted. Not the fancy diplomatic feasts. The real stuff. Charcoal smoke in your hair, grease on your fingers, fire too hot because someone got impatient. Naruto's grin turned into a full, honest laugh. Now that, he said, I understand. He set his cup down and tilted his head at her, his gaze bright with curiosity. I never would have guessed you were a barbecue lover. I get that, he said. For me? Ramen. She raised an eyebrow, amused despite herself. Ramen. Ramen, he confirmed, as if it were a sacred word. Big bowl, extra pork, that broth that feels like it could keep you going through a war. She snorted. You're serious. Dead serious. He grinned. And cheap action movies. You know, the kind where the hero punches a boulder in half to save the day? Completely ridiculous. There was a beat, and then, unexpectedly, Kuratsuchi let out a short, genuine laugh. Sounds like your childhood dream. Maybe, Naruto said, his smile turning softer. Maybe it still is. The moment lingered, warm and genuine. She felt the stubborn edges of her guardedness, still there, but eroding just a little under the simplicity of his honesty. Then, as if sensing the turn of the conversation, Naruto's gaze sobered. Actually, he said, voice lowering, there's something else. Jiraiya returned earlier today. Her expression sharpened. The Sannin. Yeah. Naruto's eyes glimmered, not with awe, but with deep, personal respect. He asked to meet you. Said he wouldn't miss the chance. Kuratsuchi's brows knit slightly, probing. Trying to get a read on the Tsuchikige's granddaughter? Naruto's smile thinned, touched with fondness. More like trying to get a read on the girl who's about to give me. She frowned, but he waved a hand playfully before his tone settled into something sincere. Truth is, he's more than what people think. He wears the fool's mask. The pervert, the wanderer. But underneath it all, Naruto's gaze drifted toward the window, voice dropping softer. He's a man who gave everything in search of peace. A man who still believes in people, even when they let him down. Who still believes in me, even when I falter. A pause. He hides behind the jokes and the bravado. Naruto continued. Because the woman he loves most has a heart too broken to love him back. And even after all the loss, after all the war, he still carries that pain with him. Kuratsuchi studied him carefully now, caught off guard by the depth of the words, not just admiration, but reverence. He's lost too much, Naruto said quietly. But he never let it break him. Another breath. That's the kind of man he is. Silence lingered in the space between them, heavy but not uncomfortable. And he's the one who set me on this path, Naruto added after a moment, his voice filled with something more than respect, something almost like awe. Told me, in this world filled with hate, someone had to find a way forward. Told me to believe in people. Told me to carry that weight. Kuratsuchi's gaze softened, despite herself. She saw it, not the Hokage, not the polished leader, but the boy who had been shaped by a master's hand. If you get the chance, Naruto went on, a quieter note of fondness in his voice. Read his first novel. The Tale of a Gutsy Ninja. He'll say it's his worst work, but... A small, warm breath of a laugh escaped him. It's my favorite. It's the closest to his heart. To mine too. The quiet that followed wasn't heavy, it was full, filled with unspoken understanding. Kuratsuchi didn't answer right away. She turned her cup slowly between her fingers, her gaze resting on the grain of the wooden desk. She could feel the honesty in his words, feel the weight of something far older than the summit between them. She lifted her eyes, watching him. You admire him that much? She said, not a question, but a reflection of what she saw. Naruto's smile softened, a quiet shadow of something deeper flickering in his expression. He saw what I could be, Naruto replied, when most of the world only saw what I carried inside me. A pause, and then, almost as an afterthought, but heavy with truth, I spend every day hoping I live up to him. That admission hung in the air, stark and raw. Kuratsuchi's brows knit slightly, not in skepticism, but in understanding of the burden in those words. She saw, not the polished Hokage mask, not the effortless charisma, but the man beneath, still chasing the image of the mentor who once pulled him out of the dark. There was respect in her eyes now, but still her natural stubbornness held firm. You seem like the type who doesn't settle for second place, she said, her voice low but edged with challenge. Not even to your heroes. Naruto chuckled under his breath, leaning back in his chair as he cradled his cup in both hands. You're not wrong, he admitted. But even first place feels like not enough sometimes. He set the cup down gently, then his eyes met hers fully, steady, clear. Which is why I'm glad you'll meet him, Naruto continued. Dinner. Tsunade will be there too. Kuratsuchi's expression sharpened a little at that, her diplomat's instincts prickling. A formal interrogation, then? Hardly, Naruto said, the corners of his mouth lifting with quiet humor. You've already survived Tsunade's test. Jiraiya will just want to see for himself who's keeping me awake at night. She raised an eyebrow at that, arch and unimpressed. You're bolder than I thought, Hokage. I'll take that as a compliment, he replied unfazed. Then, more sincerely, I just thought, after we meet with them, maybe we take some time. Just you and me. Away from politics. Away from titles. Kuratsuchi held his gaze for a moment longer, weighing him, not as an adversary, not as a potential ally, but as a man. Slowly, she set her cup down. You're not easily discouraged, she said, her tone dry but not cold. Not at all, he replied, his grin easy and unbothered. A pause stretched between them, warm and complicated. Finally, she rose to her feet, drawing her cloak over her shoulders with deliberate precision. I'll think about it, Hokage, she said, her gaze lingering on him. Don't get ahead of yourself. Naruto's answering smile was laced with charm, but not smugness. I'll take that as a maybe. She didn't answer. She didn't need to. As she turned to leave, her steps slow and steady, Naruto's gaze followed her to the door. Before she passed through, she paused, just a breath, and said without looking back, Maybe you'll surprise me. And then she was gone. Naruto leaned back in his chair, the flickering lamplight catching the quiet satisfaction in his eyes. Maybe, he murmured to himself. I already have. Embers of Alliance Arc Part 1. Chapter 24, Meet the Parents. The private dining chamber in the Hokage Tower was set comfortably but without excess, a space for quiet conversation, not grand display. Lanterns cast warm light over dishes of steamed fish, simmered vegetables, rich grilled meats, and small bottles of sake chilled to just the right temperature. Kuratsuchi noted the arrangement immediately. No servants, no guards. No audience. Just 4 people at a table. 4 dangerous people. As she took her seat between Naruto and Tsunade, her gaze slid briefly to Jiraiya. The man lounged with the ease of a lifetime spent in danger, his expression somewhere between affable and predatory curiosity. The first exchanges were easy. Toasts made, sake poured, ceremonial first bites taken. It wasn't until the second round of drinks that Jiraiya made his first move. So, he began, his eyes flicking lazily between Naruto and Kuratsuchi. You're making a lot of progress in these talks. Kuratsuchi kept her expression neutral. Progress depends on perspective. Tsunade let out a quiet chuckle, pouring herself another cup. Spoken like a diplomat who knows she's winning. Kuratsuchi's lips curved faintly. Winning would be surviving long enough to make it home with both treaties and honor intact. Good answer, Jiraiya noted, tapping his cup lightly against the table. They drifted into talk of summit logistics. Naruto shared updates from Konoha's side, preparations for embassy expansions, plans for shared patrol routes. Tsunade added sharp insights about medical support for minor villages, her tone as pragmatic as it was protective of Konoha's interests. Then Jiraiya, always the wanderer, tilted the conversation just off-center. "Kusa and Taki came to terms quickly with you," he observed, fixing Kuratsuchi with a deceptively casual look. "Why do you think that is?" Kuratsuchi didn't hesitate. "Because they see IWA as an anchor. A steady presence. They fear becoming pawns in larger games." Jiraiya smiled, but his eyes didn't soften. "And you? Do you fear the same?" Jiraiya refilled Kuratsuchi's cup, his hand steady, his expression still easy. But his eyes? His eyes were sharp, quietly dissecting her. "You speak of leading your people through shadows," Jiraiya said, as if continuing a thought from moments earlier. "Of walking through darkness without fear." Kuratsuchi met his gaze squarely. "Because fear clouds judgment." "Fear," Jiraiya mused, swirling the liquid in his cup, "keeps you alive." The glint in his eyes told her this was no idle philosophy. "You say you fear no game you can see," Jiraiya continued, leaning in slightly. "But you didn't answer the more important question." Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow, steady. "And what's that? Do you fear yourself?" The words landed heavy between them. She did not flinch. Did not show it. But there was a beat of stillness in her breath, the pause of someone who recognized the trap in the question. "I trust myself," she answered. "That's not what I asked," Jiraiya replied softly, almost kindly. Naruto, silent until now, finally spoke, his voice not loud, but anchoring. "You trusted yourself to get here," he said. "But where you're going, trust alone isn't enough." Tsunade, sharp as ever, cut in smoothly. "It never is." Jiraiya tilted his head, watching Kuratsuchi as though he could see the shadows behind her eyes. "You carry IWA on your back," he said. "Their hopes. Their future. Their fear of being left behind." A pause. His gaze deepened. "But tell me, do you carry them because you love them? Or because you're afraid of being less without them?" Kuratsuchi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is there a difference?" "More than you think," Jiraiya said. His tone, for the first time, lost its teasing warmth. It was the voice of a man who had seen nations rise and crumble. "One will give you strength. The other will eat you alive." Her chest felt tight, though her face remained composed. Before she could answer, Tsunade added, crisp as a blade, "We've seen leaders lose themselves to that fear. Even good men." Her eyes flicked to Naruto, and something heavy passed unspoken between them. Jiraiya went on, relentless but not cruel. "You climb, you chase, you conquer, and you tell yourself it's for them. For your people." His eyes pinned her to the truth she hadn't voiced. "But if the mountain crumbles beneath your feet, and there's no summit left to reach, what will you be then?" Kuratsuchi's breath was tight in her chest. She felt the old fires of stubborn pride rise, the instinct to fight, to argue, to win the conversation. But she didn't answer immediately. She thought. Her gaze drifted, not away, not in defeat, but inward. It was Naruto who broke the tension, his voice low but warm. "That's the question every leader faces, sooner or later," he said. "When you've given everything, when there's no victory left to claim, what remains?" Kuratsuchi met his eyes, and saw no judgment there. Only understanding. Only someone who had asked himself the same question, in his quietest hours. "When there's nothing left, will I still be enough?" She swallowed, setting her cup down carefully. "Then I'll build another mountain," she said at last, her voice steady. "And keep climbing." Jiraiya watched her for a long moment, then slowly, a quiet smile crept across his face, not mocking, not playful, but genuinely pleased. "You might just survive this world after all," he said. Tsunade snorted softly, lifting her cup in a salute. Stubborn as the stones she hails from. Kuratsuchi almost smiled. They let the conversation drift then, easing into easier waters. Small mentions of council debates, NBU security protocols for the coming week, even a light jab from Tsunade about Naruto's expanding workload. but the tension beneath the words lingered, like cooling embers in the hearth. It was after dessert, with the plum wine mellowing their edges, that Kuratsuchi found herself studying them anew. There was trust between these three. Not the fragile alliance of nations, but something older. Deeper. Hardened in the fires of shared history and loss. She couldn't help herself. "You're his godparents," she said, her voice quiet, but carrying the weight of genuine curiosity now. Not political, not diplomatic, personal. "How did that happen?" A brief hush followed. Tsunade's eyes softened with old pain, but it was Jiraiya who answered first, his voice quiet and rich with memory. "We were chosen," he said, his gaze distant, but his tone warm. "Not because we were perfect, but because we were the ones who'd love him no matter what." Naruto's eyes dropped to the table, something fond and bittersweet in his expression. "You think he's stubborn now?" Tsunade added, her lips curling faintly. "He's always been like this." A small laugh from Jiraiya followed, touched with melancholy. "Minato saw it in him. Kushina too. They knew what he'd face. They knew he'd need people who understood both his strength and his loneliness." There was a pause, weighty and full. "People who'd carry his story forward," Jiraiya finished softly. And like that, the lamplight dimmed, the moment folding gently into memory. The past opened its gates. And their story began. Afternoon in Konoha, the garden of Mito Uzumaki's memorial. The gardens were quiet at this hour, sunlight dappled through branches heavy with early blossoms. The carved stone marker of Mito Uzumaki, the first and most formidable of their clan in Konoha, stood at the heart of it, framed by wild roses and winding ivy, left untamed by design. It felt alive. Tsunade stood before the marker, her arms crossed loosely, eyes shadowed but not broken. She wasn't yet the Tsunade of legend, not the hardened gambler of years to come, nor the bitter woman who would carry her grief into exile. She was younger here, still wearing the remnants of a hopeful heart, though cracks had begun to form. Her gaze lingered on the name carved in stone. "Nawaki," she murmured under her breath, the name barely audible to anyone but herself. She didn't hear Kushina approach until the redhead's voice broke the quiet. "She wouldn't want you like this, you know." Tsunade turned, surprised not at the words but at the familiarity of them. Kushina stood behind her, her hair catching the sunlight like a living flame, hands resting low on her belly, still flat, but cradled as if already feeling the life inside. Kushina was never one for subtlety. She walked straight up to Tsunade and, with the forwardness only an Uzumaki could carry, looped her arm through Tsunade's and tugged her gently away from the monument. She'd say, "Quit brooding, girl. You're wasting good years on shadows." Tsunade exhaled through her nose, a wry twist at her lips. "She would," she admitted. There was a pause, heavy but not uncomfortable. "I can feel him," Kushina said suddenly, pressing her palm to her stomach. Her voice dropped, softer now, filled with a wonder she couldn't quite hide. "It's the strangest thing. Like he's already trying to punch his way out." Tsunade's eyes softened as they drifted to the motion of Kushina's hand. "You're early for this visit," Tsunade said, changing the subject with a practiced sidestep. "I needed to see you," Kushina replied, her usual fire quieted but burning steady beneath her words. She glanced away, then back, something vulnerable flashing across her bold features. "Because, well, I'm scared." Tsunade lifted a brow. "You? The red-hot-blooded habanero scared?" Kushina gave a short laugh, but it lacked its usual edge. "Yeah. Even me." Her fingers brushed over her abdomen again, her expression tightening just a fraction. "I thought I could handle anything," Kushina admitted. "But this, being a mother? It's not a battle I can charge into fists swinging." Her gaze drifted back to Mito's memorial. "I keep wondering," she said softly, "if this is what she felt too. Carrying the weight of the clan. Of expectations. Of hope." Tsunade's voice was quiet when she answered, laced with memory. "Mito-sama used to tell me that Uzumaki women carry storms in their hearts. And that it's our burden to turn storms into life. Kushina's lips parted, her breath catching at the words. Storms into life, she echoed. A pause. Her eyes sharpened with something fierce and fond all at once. Then I want him to have that storm, she said. To burn bright and wild, and never let anyone tame him. She turned to Tsunade fully, her expression turning serious, and deeply, deeply earnest. That's why I came to you. Tsunade met her gaze, steady and curious. To me? I want you to be there for him, Kushina said plainly. Not just as a medic. As someone who carries Mito-sama's blood in her veins. As my elder sister. The word landed heavy but not unwelcome. Tsunade felt something stir in her chest, something long buried under loss and responsibility. Sister, she murmured, almost tasting the word. Teach him, Kushina pressed, her eyes fierce and warm at once. Teach him our ways. The Uzumaki ways that we both learned. Show him that even if the world turns against him, he will never be alone. Tsunade was silent for a long moment, her eyes searching Kushina's face. You trust me with this? She asked, her voice lower. With everything, Kushina replied without hesitation. Tsunade's lips curved into a small, rare smile. Not bitter. Not forced. Genuine. Then I promise, Tsunade said. She placed her hand lightly over Kushina's, over the life growing inside. I will be his shield when you cannot. I will be his teacher when he is ready. And I will be his family, always. Emotion flickered in Kushina's eyes, but she swallowed it down with her usual fire. Good, she said, her voice thick but proud. Because I'm going to raise the most troublesome, unstoppable, incredible little brat this village has ever seen. Tsunade's smile deepened. Sounds like an Uzumaki. Sounds like a storm. Kushina corrected, grinning wide now. They stood together in the sunlight, two women bound not by fate but by choice, by blood and love and shared legacy. As they turned to leave the garden, the wind stirred the ivy over Mito's memorial, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the old matron's spirit smiled upon them both. The lamplight of the private dining room seemed dimmer after the weight of the story, as if the very air had thickened with history. Kuratsuchi sat quietly, eyes lingering on the flickering light, but her mind was far away, walking those sunlit gardens of memory, standing beside two fierce women who had forged a promise between them. Storms into life. For a moment, she imagined that red hair blowing in the wind, a fire kindled long before Naruto ever stood at Konoha's gates as Hokage. Naruto's voice, softer than usual, broke her reverie. I didn't know, he said, his eyes thoughtful, almost distant. About that moment. About my mom asking you to teach me. His lips curled faintly, not into a grin, but something closer to quiet awe. That's why you call me the Crimson Storm, isn't it? Kuratsuchi's brow furrowed in surprise. I thought that name came from Yuzishio, she said, narrowing her eyes slightly. From the incident with the archipelago. Naruto's gaze flickered, shadowed for a breath. The warmth of the conversation cooled just a touch. Yeah, he answered, too smooth, too practiced. She was there. Something in his tone, the edge of deflection, sparked Kuratsuchi's instincts sharper. She tilted her head, her diplomat's mind scenting unfinished truth. You sank the whole archipelago. She pressed, her voice low, curious, but not accusing. Even our records are scarce about it. IWA only heard whispers. Naruto's eyes softened, but his smile didn't reach his gaze. That, he said quietly, is a story for another time. He let the pause linger deliberately, not dismissive, but drawing a careful line between what could be shared tonight and what would have to wait. Before Kuratsuchi could push further, Naruto's expression brightened with an easy charm. Besides, he added, glancing toward Jiraiya with a tilt of his head, if we're telling origin stories tonight, you should hear about his. Jiraiya, who had been sipping plum wine with a far-off look, let out a short, surprised laugh. Ah, my legend? Jiraiya grinned, setting his cup down with a theatrical flair. Now that's a tale worth the telling. Naruto leaned back slightly, his eyes gleaming with mischief but fondness. "You're not dodging the details this time," Naruto warned, playful but warm. Kuratsuchi, sensing the shift in the room, let the moment of unfinished mystery about Naruto settle into the back of her mind, for now. But her gaze lingered on him just a heartbeat longer before turning to Jiraiya, curiosity still alive and well. "Well then," she said, a sharp smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Let's hear it." Jiraiya leaned forward, elbows on the table, his posture loose but his grin wide. "You know," he began, his voice rich and full of old fire. "Once upon a time, there was a young idiot of a shinobi, always chasing after glory." Naruto shook his head with fond exasperation, while Tsunade gave a small snort of amusement. And just like that, the heavy air began to lift, the weight of memory folding neatly into the tapestry of the night. But Kuratsuchi's mind, even as she smiled and listened, could not fully let go of the puzzle that lingered behind Naruto's easy charm. The laughter from Jiraiya's opening lines faded into a more thoughtful silence as he swirled the last of the plum wine in his cup. "But you didn't really tell us." Naruto leaned in, elbows on the table, eyes keen. "How you ended up my godfather." Kuratsuchi's sharp gaze flicked toward Jiraiya too, curiosity alive beneath her guarded expression. Tsunade smirked over her drink. "I'd like to hear this version too." Jiraiya scratched his cheek sheepishly, though a quiet fondness touched his features. "Ah, well. It wasn't planned." His voice softened, edged with nostalgia. "Minato, he was stubborn. Always believed in people, even when it didn't make sense. And Kushina? She was fire and lightning in one. They were both young, and yet they carried themselves like the whole world was already in their hands." The sun hung low in the sky, casting long amber beams across the garden behind the Hokage residence. The wind rustled softly through the high trees, stirring the scent of early plum blossoms. Minato stood beneath the shade of an ancient cedar, his white cloak with the red flames at its hem fluttering gently in the breeze. His arms were crossed lightly over his chest, but his gaze was steady, distant, as though weighing both the present and the uncertain future all at once. Kushina sat cross-legged on the veranda steps, rubbing a hand absently over her belly and watching Minato with quiet affection. There was strength in her posture, but also a touch of restlessness. She shifted, as if wrestling with energy that couldn't quite settle. "You're overthinking again, you know," Kushina called, her voice teasing but warm. Minato's lips quirked at the corners. "Can't help it," he admitted. "It's my job." Before Kushina could reply, the sound of heavy footsteps and a familiar, booming voice reached them. "Minato!" Jiraiya strode into view, grinning wide, a scroll tucked beneath one arm. "Got your message. Hope this is good. I was in the middle of writing my next masterpiece." Kushina raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Was it another research trip to the hot springs, sensei?" Jiraiya's grin widened shamelessly. "A man must follow his muse." Minato chuckled softly but then grew serious as Jiraiya approached. "Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said, straightening. "There's something we want to ask you." At the tone of his student's voice, Jiraiya's grin softened, fading into something more curious, more serious. "Go on," he said, folding his arms. Kushina rose to her feet beside Minato, her hand still resting lightly over her stomach. Her expression was bright, but behind her eyes, there was a flicker of something deeper, hope and trust, but also quiet fear. "You've always been there for us," Minato began, his voice steady but warm. "As our teacher, our friend, our family." Jiraiya's easy posture tightened, his eyes narrowing slightly as he read the gravity in Minato's words. "And for our child," Minato continued, glancing to Kushina, then back to his master. "We want you to be more than that." Kushina stepped forward, fire lighting in her eyes. "We want you to be his godfather," she said, her voice fierce but bright with emotion. "To teach him, watch over him, not just as a student, but as family." For once, Jiraiya had no quick reply. The air grew still, as if the moment itself held its breath. Jiraiya's eyes drifted to Kushina's hand over her belly, to the life growing inside. Something unspoken flickered across his face, a memory of old friends, old battles, of students lost and found again in new generations. His smile faded into something rawer, more honest. "You trust me with that?" he asked, low and rough. Minato's gaze was steady. "There's no one else we trust more." Kushina, grinning despite the glassiness in her eyes, added, "And don't even think about saying no. I'll drag you back here by your hair if I have to." That coaxed a genuine laugh from Jiraiya, but when it faded, his answer came quietly. "Then I'd be honored," he said. His hand came to rest over his chest, not in formality, but as if to steady the thundering of his own heart. "More than honored." A beat passed. Then, as if to lighten the moment, because that was who Jiraiya was, and because some emotions were too big to carry without humor, he added with a crooked grin, "But I'm picking the kid's name." Minato barked a surprised laugh, while Kushina raised a fiery brow. "The hell you are!" Jiraiya held up a hand in mock surrender. "Fine, fine. We'll compromise." His gaze softened, though, and for a brief, unguarded moment, something more wistful passed behind his eyes. "Maybe I'll tell you the name I have in mind later," Minato said, quieter. "When it's time." Kushina tilted her head, suspicious of her husband but smiling despite herself. Jiraiya watched him carefully but said nothing, sensing that there was something Minato was holding close, something not yet ready for the light. Instead, Minato reached out, placing a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. "Thank you," he said simply. "For everything." Jiraiya looked at his student, pride brimming in his gaze. "Just make sure you raise a kid who can survive my training." Kushina gave a barking laugh. "Survive you? Please. He'll make you regret every lesson." Jiraiya smirked. "Looking forward to it." The wind stirred the garden around them, plum blossoms drifting like crimson and white embers through the air. And at that moment, unspoken between them but understood fully, was a promise. That no matter what storms came, this child would be loved, protected, taught not only strength, but how to carry fire without being burned. He paused, a smile lingering at the memory. "They made me proud," he admitted, his tone dipping into something rare and unguarded. "Not just as shinobi, but as people." Tsunade, in a rare moment of softness, cut in with a tease. "Proud enough to finally make you a decent teacher, huh?" Jiraiya chuckled. "Decent enough to raise 2 Hokage," he replied, throwing a wink at Naruto. Naruto puffed up playfully at that, unable to resist. "You know, Ero-sanin, you could have saved yourself a lot of headaches if you'd just taken the hat yourself." Jiraiya waved him off with mock indignation. "Bah, what's the fun in that? Better to spend my days in the hot springs, soaking away my troubles." At that, Naruto slumped dramatically in his chair, shoulders sagging like a deflated balloon. "Don't say that!" Naruto groaned. "Soaking in a hot spring, eating ramen after, maybe some good soba. That's been my dream since I was 14. Kuratsuchi blinked, genuinely surprised by the confession. "You actually want to sit in boiling water and eat noodles afterward?" Naruto straightened with exaggerated earnestness, raising his hand as if making an oath. "Hot water to melt away the missions," he declared. "No scrolls, no councils, just steam rising into the sky. Then, ramen, not just any ramen, mind you, a giant bowl with extra pork and miso broth so rich it could stop a war." Jiraiya chimed in with a sage nod, face full of faux gravity. "And top it off with a Yuki Fujike's movie. Preferably one where she plays a daring kunoichi undercover." His eyes sparkled with mischief. "She's a looker." Thwack. Tsunade's fist cracked down on the table, hard enough to rattle the cups. "Ruined the moment," she growled, though there was a flicker of affection beneath her glare. Naruto burst out laughing, full and genuine, and even Kuratsuchi found herself smothering a smile before it escaped. A chuckle slipped through anyway. "This isn't so bad," she caught herself thinking, surprised by her own warmth toward the moment. The rigid lines she had drawn around herself, political, personal, strategic, blurred at the edges in the glow of laughter and shared stories. She didn't let it show outwardly, of course. Not fully. But inside, something shifted. Another crack in the armor. A little wider this time. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Will of Fire, Reignition, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Shay1819, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.